Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to Brighter Shores Day 58. So we've almost been going 2 months strong now, and of course we haven't had an update for a couple weeks now. I think the last one was on the 13th, but new year, we're finally getting new updates. Of course he was away for the holiday, but we are now back. Biggest noteworthy thing is Queueable actions. I have not had the chance to try it yet. I have not even logged in yet today. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. But first, let's go read through the changelog, and then we are going to be spending pretty much the entire stream, especially the beginning of it, just messing around with pretty much every single possible thing we could think of to go use Queueable actions for. See what it does work on, see what it doesn't work on, see what's good, see what we want to focus on. Go from there. Anyways, let's start from the top. So, this was one of the reasons I wanted to get the Christmas event done on the alts the other day. I think we got it done this Monday. We fully finished it. And thank you for Mad Hatter for helping with that as well. Greatly appreciated. But anyways, as far as the Christmas event, it is now over. You can still trade for them. So as long as you have 20, you can still trade one-to-one with other people to get what you're missing. However, no new hats will be generated, so whatever's currently in the game is what's in the game forever. It is no longer possible to collect additional Christmas hats for 2024. You can, however, still swap hats with other players, which is what we already knew. So you can trade it with people who do have at least one hat, but if, you know, someone has 0 hats, you're never going to be able to go and get a hat. So, as far as quality of life improvements, the first one is the biggest one. So, you can now queue multiple actions to run one after another. This is particularly useful for foraging, fishing, woodcutting, and mining, for example. For example, you can click on each of the trees in a chunk to have your player chop down each tree in turn. To queue an action instead of running it immediately, just press Shift then click on the mouse button. If you wish, you can change which shortcut is used to queue actions from the controls interface. Okay, cool. So you actually can change which one it is. I wonder if you could change it so you don't need a shift click. Ooh. Because right now it's shift left. What if you just make it, I don't know, what key would you use for that though? Now that I think about it. What would you use if you were doing shift click though? Because you can't bind it to right click, you can't bind it to middle. Well, unless you're not using camera for middle. But, hey, maybe we would just leave that shift click. Anyways. Now, when certain collectible blocks, NPCs, respawn, though if you're doing this for a long period of time, I guess you could technically change it to your click and make it so instead of shift click, maybe you just need a click. Like if you're only doing queueable actions and nothing else, you could technically potentially change it so it's only your left click. So you need to hold down shift, it's even more AFK because you just have to click. We'll definitely try that for sure. That's the only thing I could really think of, because I don't think you would want to permanently rebind it on something. But if the only thing you're doing is just a bunch of AFK, you know, queueable actions over and over again, it might be worthwhile to literally just change it to click instead of shift click. But we'll see if we can actually even do that, hopefully. Now, when certain collectible blocks NPCs respawn... Oh yeah, I thought this was just a dev tool when they were doing the video. They actually showed a video the other day, the community manager or whoever he is. But that one guy showed a video of it. And one thing that was interesting with it is all this stuff at the end respawned very quickly. And I thought this was just a dev tool at the time. Because, you know, they had like 500 maxed, you know, detective and a bunch of other things. So it's definitely like a, you know, dev build overall. But I just thought that was a dev feature. I didn't think that was an actual thing they were adding. So now when certain collectibles, blocks, NPCs respawn, such as foraging items, fish, trees, brambles, ores, etc., all the matching blocks and NPCs in the same room will respawn in rapid succession. This doesn't let you level up any faster. I think it might. But is less frustrating and goes well with the new queuing feature described above. So if this is overall not faster, as in, you know, the spawn rates for everything is still ultimately the same, then this will have pretty little impact. I don't know, we'll have to see. The main thing I could see this being really good for is actually boosting your potion or using a knowledge point mid-cycle. So normally this would be really bad. Let's say, for example, you were doing 10 iron and you just got a knowledge point after your 6 iron. Normally, it'd be inefficient to immediately use that knowledge point because every single ore has an independent timer on them. So if you went to go do that knowledge point at your 6 iron going on to your 7th one, your 8th one, your 9th one, and your 10th one would respawn later than normal because you wasted time to go use your knowledge point. However, this should all make them the same timer based on the first one that you end up mining. So as long as you mine at least one in the room, and you're basically good to go. Because you're basically going to be on a static time compared to how you were before. And this would make it a lot easier just to go and end up using anything without wasting time, essentially. So you'll be able to go use a knowledge point, you'll be able to drink a potion. All these are now 0 time activities due to this change. So it is a lot more viable to use like 5% boost potions pretty much perpetually now, as even if the activity you have has no downtime, it could probably still be used without actually affecting rates too much, at least compared to before. The only exception to this are things like perfect infinite loop, but anything that had any amount of downtime before is now always at any point free to go do a potion or knowledge point. So it'll be interesting to see exactly how this pans out. They also said it won't affect the XP rates, but that alone already affects the XP rates. Not sure if it affects anything else, but that alone is already a small increase. Not by much, like a few percent, but better than it was. We'll see exactly how that works overall. That definitely has a lot of implications as far as how it can be used. Anyways, move the work for L. Ebsworth passive activity option to a new section. This is the alchemy guy, I believe. So there are not two activities at the same station. Show the number of completed ventures on the venture drawer button. Or venture drawer button. What does that even mean? Number of completed ventures. What, the total we've ever done? Change the default action on a gate in Chronopolis once you have progressed far enough in the quest to use it as a shortcut. Oh, that's the shortcut in chapter 4. You know the one. The one for not Branolf Inheritance, the one for Fortune Hold. But yeah, that's the Fortune Hold one. Alright, so yeah, you can now one-click it. Oh, that's great. Made it clearer that the level 200 plus, or at 200 plus, the passive activities are more powerful, but also require more knowledge points. Nice. Add a new keybind for centering the map. Is now N. I might need to rebind that to something. Honestly, you know what I want to rebind that to? Can I rebind that to middle mouse click? Because I feel like I would use it a lot more on that. Add a master volume control. Oh yeah, I've been wanting this for a while. Because there's no way to like full mute it, because there's been a lot of times where I want to like mute the game off stream. And the way I do it is with the sound mixer on Windows. So which is really annoying. But now, yeah, you can do it in game with a master mixer. Alright, that's great. Because normally I keep the volume around like 3 or 4 for the game. But off stream, there's some times where I just want the entire game muted. And yeah, we have a mute button now. I don't have to use like you know, Windows thing. As far as bouncing, adjust the time taken to cook garlic herring and dab stew, so the activity can continue for longer before needing to be restarted. Make minor adjustments to the XP rewards and merchant bounties to reflect recent map changes. No, what do you mean? They were nerfing merchant. It finally happened. They nerfed merchant. Obviously, they nerfed merchant to make because the door is like slightly better. I don't know what task would have been nerfed. The problem with this is I feel like Pocket Watch was nerfed, because if this is only pumpkin and rhubarb, I'd be like, okay, that's fine, because yeah, you made the shortcut a little bit better. But if they also for whatever reason nerfed bananas and Pocket Watch, that's really bad. They need to undo that. But yeah, did they actually make the watch worse? Because that's horrible if so. Hopefully, if they nerfed it, they only nerfed pumpkin and rhubarb. Because that's the only thing you use that for, the shortcut. It's not like you use it the other way around. But yeah, that is horrible, horrible. But yeah, it finally happened. Merchant. It took them 2 months, but they finally nerfed Merchant. Anyways. Move a table in Bert's gallery to allow for more time for spotting thieves. Compatibility. If your computer has more than one graphics card, the primary graphics card is for some reason unable to be run. Automatically fall back to the second one. Bug fixes. Adjusted Wendigo portraits to more closely match their appearance in game. Make the walls in the market chambers tall enough to block javelins. Oh! Wait. Market chambers? I'm trying to think of where this is. Is this that one gate fix for the bug? I'm trying to think where the market chambers is. And fix various typos. And then just all the normal early access stuff, as far as what they're adding before game launch. Currently only Leaderboards is in. Still working on a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, there we go. Nice. Anyways, Queueable actions. Let's go mess with it. Let's go to the main event. You two keep doing your thing. Actually, let's just check on them real quick, might as well. I believe they're both just doing Minefighter right now. We'll get to the main account. They're obviously trying to AFK Lost and Found right now. They're getting there. Slowly but surely. Give it about a month, they'll be there. But that guy's doing that. Check the other one. Should be doing the same thing, but different level. This one's a bit higher on smithing. Smithing is such a money sink, though, when you're not doing like any of the mining to go with it. But they're slowly getting there. Eventually. Anyways, as far as the main event, we should be AFK mining. This also should get us to 223, so go do Carbonies now. I'll probably test it on Iron first, though. But here we are. We now have access to Carbonies. Boom. There we go. Huge. Alright, let me wait till we finish this one last little ore. Also, I did use XP potions, by the way. I just keep making it so I have one less than I think how many I need. Like, I think I ended up getting, like, how many did I use last night? Like, 7-ish? 8-ish? But I got, like, one less than how many I think I would need, so I don't waste any of the XP. But it was XP boosted most of that time. Just not the entire time, just to make sure we don't waste any of them. Because I've been really paranoid about that lately, so I've been grabbing, like, exact amount every time we need it. But anyways, oh yeah, I don't have any iron ore to go test this with. That's funny. I was gonna go test Queueable actions on the furnace, but I forgot. I finally cleared out all my inventories. So I actually can't do that. Oh, that's really funny. I actually completely forgot about that. Because we finally cleaned out all of our storages, I actually need to go mining just to go test it. Whoops. Well, time to go test Queueable action. Alright, the main thing I want to go see. Can you change it to just your left click? Please say yes. Please say yes. This will be so good for Ultra AFK. How do I go to controls? How do I change Q first action? Oh! Oh! You can do it. Oh. 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 Can you queue a walk? Wait, can you queue a walk? You cannot queue a walk, though. Alright, let me see how it does in the real room. Alright, let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, time to take a sip of water. Let me go drink this soda. Oh, this is nice. So can you not queue a walk then? Hey, Mad Hatter's here. Alright, let's see. When will the other ones respawn? I highly doubt it's going to be perfect cycle. Because they said they didn't increase XP rate. Which means these should not spawn within the next few seconds. I want to see something though. Are the other ones respawned yet? No. I want to see if they respawn based on that. Alright, it should... Okay, it's based per room then. Okay, so yeah, the XP rate's not going to be any better. It just makes it so you can queue them. And then we should have a whole rapid fire right over here. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, that's so nice. I love this already. Oh, that's nice. But yeah, it doesn't seem like you can queue a walk, can you? No. You can't queue a walk. Okay, that's sad. You can only queue the resources. You can't queue up a walk. Or can you? Wait, because I do have the default to move. I got to see something real quick. I want to go to options. Controls. Let me go get rid of walk 2. I want to test something. So now my only left click is Q first action. I want to see if I can queue a walk now. Oh, but then left click's not a walk anymore though. Yeah, I don't think you can queue a walk. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be possible. Unfortunate. I got that little bit of iron from the other thing. Okay, now let's, once we get a full thing of iron, let's go, instead of banking it, since we can't queue up a walk, but if we do need to bank it, we just like walk right over there. You just click your mini-map, 1 click 2 there, and then boom, you're good to go. So if we wanted to go bank it right now. Oh, it actually counts as an action though. It disables our map, so we'd actually have to do it this way, of course. But, yeah, you just click there, bank everything, boom, repeat. Alright, that's not what I want to go test right now. What I want to go test, actually, let me teleport, is, I want to go test if you can queue up the smithing part now. Yeah, you probably can't queue combat. That's what I want to test. I want to see if, what the kind of things you can queue or not. Can you queue this? Actually, I would need to have multiple chests in a room. This one only has 1. Oh, rapier and something else. What? A double drop? A double useless drop. Anyways. I want to see this. So can you queue this? Please work, please work, please work, please work. Oh! Oh! It partially works! Oh, it partially works! It so partially works. Look at that. Oh. And then he does this. I don't think you could do it for a full inventory, but you could do a triple at least. Let me see what happens if I click this. I don't think it's gonna auto do my iron, unfortunately. That's the only thing that might. Please auto do the iron. Please auto do the iron. I know you're not going to, but please do. No! Yeah, you can only do one set. Oh no! It's still great though. But yeah, you can only queue up one set. You can't queue your whole inventory. Oh, they got so close to making this almost good. Yeah, you can only queue up one set. Oh gosh, now I gotta test Leatherworker. I don't think you can because Leatherworker has like an interface every time. Carpentry might not also work for the same reason. Oh no, we'll go test it though. But you can at least do every 6 this way. But you can't queue up a whole inventory currently because you get stuck every time you have to re-put the iron in. It doesn't let you pre-queue the iron. Let's see what happens if I like double pre-click. Let's see. I don't think it's gonna let me though. I wish I made it so it would auto default if you only have one in your inventory. Like obviously you want to do the one that's in your inventory. Oh no, we'll go find out. It currently has a 3 on it. I think it's gonna stop me the second I get to the thing though. Or will it? Yeah, it does. It only lets you do one inventory. However, the quality of life for the other 2 steps is pretty nice though. But yeah, it only lets you do the one. Oh, interesting. Doing something else like that actually cancels it. Interesting. Like if I do a right click, it actually cancels it, even if there's not really a command on it. Yeah, you can queue up anything that doesn't require you to do a resource. Actually, that reminds me. Can I queue up a bank? You can. I can queue a bank. Look at that. Obviously, I won't be able to queue the action of what I want to go do in the bank. Wait, can you queue a, I want to see something. Can you queue, let me do just one inventory. Can you queue a deposit all? Oh, I forgot. I don't have any iron here. Oh, never mind. Anyways, let's go test some other things. Do I have any alchemy supplies? I don't think I have any alchemy supplies banked. I go buy some real quick, though. Let me go check. Let's see what we can queue up for alchemy. Well, I guess we can do it for cooking. Though cooking has an object thing. Wait, does alchemy have it too? So you're not actually going to be able to use it for it then. I know, we'll go test it, though. Oh, yeah, let me go test the chest thing. Can you queue chests? Oh, you can. That's kind of funny. This isn't worthwhile, but it's funny. You can indeed queue chess. Anyways. Alright, let's go see cooking. I think because the interface for cooking, it's not going to work on cooking at all. But just for the sake of it, we will try it. Also, didn't they say they would mess with something with cooking? I think it was the AFK activity, though. But let's just go see. I highly doubt this will work, though. Yeah, you can't. Well, let's see. I'm going to have one of the objects soon. No, it immediately cancels your action. Oh, that's sad. You can't do it on cooking at all. Even though you can pre-click this, doing this cancels your action. You can queue a bank. But you can't, yeah, you can't do anything with cooking then. So cooking gets no benefit from this. Smithing, bone and stonemason get a small benefit. But yeah, cooking seems to get none. The only thing you can really do is queue the bank, I think. I don't think you can queue a cell. Because I currently have it set to queue. And clicking cell just walks to him. Oh, that means you also probably can't queue a deposit all. No, you can't. You only deposit a left click. Or, you know, like a actual action thing. You can only queue in first action, basically. So that means you also probably can't queue a pass action on something. But yeah, it doesn't work on cooking, which means it probably doesn't work at all in alchemy either. What's hello everyone, by the way? I didn't even say any hellos. Hello, Sanaka. Hello, Tyrion. Hello, Loskill. Hello, Dougie Fresh. Hello, Tate. Hello, Loskill. Hello, Krydek. And Happy New Year's. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Reptile. Hello, Stefan. Hello, more zombies. Hello, MTX. Hello, everyone else. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's see. Is it really good on mining? Oh, no. It seems pretty average. Like, obviously, the AFK-ness of it's pretty nice, though. I haven't tried it on stones yet. Is it, like, more broken on stones, the new respawn thing? I don't feel like it is. Based on what they said, it should be the same timer as before. So you're not actually getting more. It just makes it so you could drink a potion in between and use knowledge in between without being penalized. Because before you were penalized for it, but now as long as you do at least one node in the room, you're not penalized for drinking or knowledging anymore. At least in theory. But assuming it's working the way I think it is. I guess we could go test that too. Like take the first resource, wait like 10 seconds, then take the rest of the resources. And it should still respawn all at the same time. So you're not punished for going slow in between resources. So you can use a potion, you can use knowledge. You don't have to like really rush it. Or if you're queueable actioning, you don't really need to worry about it much at all. But yeah, you're allowed to use potions and knowledge now without wasting time. Whereas before, because each one was an independent timer, every time you did it, you were wasting one of the independent timers. So you could only do it between a set. But now you could do it in between a set and it doesn't penalize you like it did before. That's the main thing that actually increased the XP rate. Even though they said it doesn't increase the XP rate, if you're using potions or knowledge, it does. Because you don't get penalized for them anymore. At least in theory. We'll go test it. Let's see. Yeah, I definitely advise switching your left click to Q action. I might just keep it like that as my default, to be honest. Because why do you even need normal click anymore? Because normal click can still be used. Like, I can still normal click this guy and stuff like that. Like, you might as well just have a default Q for everything. Because right click options still override. Like, if I click deposit all right now, or click trade, it will override any Q I have. So you can still use it like stuff like that. So I'm just going to keep it as my default left click. I don't even need a normal left click anymore. Anyways. So yeah, it doesn't work on this, which means it almost guaranteed doesn't work on potions. Okay, let's go try it on carpentry real quick. I highly doubt it does because I think there's like a window that you have to open. The only thing it'll probably let you do is move there. But even that, I'm not even sure if it will do. Let me go double check. But I'm pretty sure it's not going to work on carpentry, which is sad. Can someone else grab aggro, please? Thank you. Gosh, I hate these things. I hate aggro skipping in that room. They made that room like the hardest one to do it in the entire game. They just don't want to cooperate sometimes. And of course they put the best bank in the game right over there. We should have like 1.5 billion planks in here. Let me go test that, I guess, with Suave. That's like the highest tier 1 we could do right now. Tier 2 Suave. Brings back flashbacks of the 32 Carpenter grind where we did it with like all tier 1 Suave. Alright, let's go see. Hey, Unbi's here. Really? I guess it makes sense. But really? Let's see. Oh. I forgot to go queue the thing. Nope. Let's see. Nope. Yeah, you can't queue carpentry at all. The only thing you can do is you can queue the walk to the cell guy. Actually, you know what? If you want to go bank, you can actually queue a workbench, I think, right? No. Yeah, no, you can only queue a talk to. No, you can't even queue the talk to. Because I'm trying to queue something that gets me closer. Okay, you can queue the book. Aha, we got some tech right here. You can queue the book. So once you're done with the other thing, you can start moving somewhat closer to the door. But you can't even queue a talk to. What is this? And you can't queue the workbench. You won't be able to queue the other thing. Yeah, definitely need some reworking here and there. Yeah, I'll queue the book. Well, actually, I don't need a queue book for this, though. I would need it for the other thing. So that means when we're done, it'll move us slightly closer to the door if we want to go bank them all. How do you change your setting for queues? It's under the control panel. You go to the option cog and then click on controls and then click open. And there's the interface over there. But yeah, I just change it to left click. Because you don't even need normal left click anymore. You just make everything queueable action. Because so many things currently override the queue anyways. So you don't really need to worry about it being your only left click. Alright, so I can queue up this book. And that's, I think, the closest thing I can queue to the door. Because you can't queue the AFK. You can't queue the talk, or even the trade. So when he's done doing this, he'll start moving towards the book. Which moves him slightly closer to the door than where he is now. It's not much, but if we're banking these, it gets us slightly closer since we can't queue a walk. There'll probably be some better use cases for this in some rooms as well. You can also queue up the bank, of course, if you want. Which is a pretty noteworthy one. Is we can queue up the bank. And now he'll go to the bank. But the problem is you got to get rid of these, so it doesn't really do us any good. It's more relevant for a couple other skills, like smithing. Like if you're doing that with smithing, bonewright, or stonemason. Well, actually you can't do it with stonemason, but you can do it with smithing and bonewright. Because the bank is in the same room as the resource you're doing. Yeah, poor stonemason kind of gets gypped there. Gosh, stonemason is so bad for everything then. Or not for everything, but for the crafting of your stones, the etching of your stones. They kind of got gypped in everything. Not only do they need gas, but you can't even queue the bank at the end. Because the bank's in a separate room. Did you see Ferret snipe 500 alk? No. I haven't been paying much to like the high end of the leaderboard recently. There we go. And then we queue the action just to move a little bit further to the door. And then we go and bank all these. Because these are needed for our upgrade material. These are making most of our weapons. These are really, really important, all of our swabs. And then we just deposit all. Alright, where else can we go test some queueable actions? I guess since we're in the forest, you know what we gotta go do. We gotta go do the Bramble Suave. Is that even in question? I don't have it upgraded right now, but that's for later. Oh yeah, I did get some more gold off stream. We got to 10 yesterday, and I got to 2.5 more off stream. Not a lot, but I had a little bit extra time last night to get a little bit extra. But yeah, we're up to 12.5 gold. We need 17 for our next upgrade. Alright, let's go test this on the most obvious thing to use it on. Bramble Suave. I will be doing it in the better room. But it should work exactly how we think it would work. It was literally showed in the video. I still want to go show it off and everything. See it exactly. Wonder how many people are going to do it in the worst room, though. Let's go see. How many people are doing in the room where it got tutorialed, and how many people are doing in the correct room? Alright, there are some people doing it in the tutorial room. Technically, this isn't wrong, because you technically don't waste any time doing it in this room. It's just a lot more convenient doing the other one. The only problem, I guess, is you'll get stuck in a vine near the end of the cycle, but it shouldn't respawn quick enough for that to be an issue. Alright, let's see how amazing Bramble Suave is now. Hello. I've come for Bramble Suave. What? No one's doing it in the other room? Really? Oh, fine. More for me. Wait, I'm trying to think of how to do this. There we go. You can technically do it in any order. But this is, I believe, optimal movement. Or at least what I've been doing for optimal movement. How optimal it is, I don't know. This tries to waste the least amount of movement tiles. Oh, that's funny. He's still going in the wrong direction. He's slightly confused by the queue. Is this good EXP? Yes, this is the best woodcutting XP in the entire game. Bramble Suave. Oh, depending on your level range. There are some level ranges where it's not. But it's the highest knowledge per hour for woodcutting. And generally a really good woodcutting method at any level range. And the tree should spawn any moment now. Unfortunately, the tree is not set up to the same timer as the Suaves are. Is it gonna spawn sometime today? Hello, Suave tree. Hello. I need you to respawn. Hello, tree. Hello. Thank you. That's a little unfortunate. The Suave tree takes like 1 billion years to respawn because it's not on the same set as the Bramble. But yeah, still pretty chill though. The Suave tree kind of throws it off because it's on a separate timer than the Bramble though. It's per node, not per room. And obviously the Suave tree is a different node. But yeah, it works pretty well. Alright, what should we go test next? Fishing, forager, gatherer. I guess we do gatherer since we're in this area. I guess I'll try the wide farm Suave method. Let me just grab this tree. Oh, apparently I didn't want to do that tree. That's weird. Movement's a little bit different when you do a Q action compared to normal. Okay, I want to go do this room. I want to see if you can infinite loop this room now. Which I guess the better one to be is, can you infinite loop this room? I highly doubt it. But let me grab both of these to start the timer. I want to see if this respawn thing makes this so this is an infinite loop. I highly doubt it is, though. And then we'll go test the other room to see if it's an infinite loop, which is probably a bit more likely. I'm pretty sure the respawns on these other two are going to take too long for it to be infinite. Because otherwise they'd have to respawn by the time I get back there, and I'm very exceedingly doubtful they will. Yeah, they're definitely not going to. Yeah, this isn't worth it. Okay, let me go test the other one. See if you can infinite loop the other room. Just because they're further away. Not because this is efficient, but because it's AFK. Let me see. Can you touch every node in this room and then click on the first node again? Because these are a lot further apart. Alright, let's see what happens here. So this is 3 Bone Spike, 3 Suave. I want to see if the first set of resources will start respawning by the time we get there. This is definitely not the most efficient thing you could be doing, but I mostly just want to see how AFK it is. Alright, is the other one going to respawn sometime today? No. Yeah, it doesn't respawn quick enough. I'll still give it a second just to see. But yeah, the respawn time is too bad. The trees respawned. That's because they're quicker than the bone. Yeah, you can't really do it properly. There's still too much downtime on it. It's somewhat AFK though. If you don't mind waiting, like, if you don't mind playing inefficiently, it works. These are getting 6, 6, 6, 6. With half of it being carpentry and half of it being bone rate. Or, you know, half of it being bones. Or bone rate. Like, it's not awful. But you're definitely substantially less efficient than doing it normally. But it's really AFK. Compared to how you would normally get supplies like this. For carpentry and for a bone rate and everything. Yeah, it's not awful. It's definitely not the best thing you'd be using it on. But if you just really want to AFK your woodcutting and your carpentry, well, not your carpentry, but you know, getting carpentry supplies and AFKing your bone rate supplies, it is an option. Alright, there we go. Anyways, next thing to go test. Forager? Yeah, I want to go test the Forager fishing room. I want to go test that. Teleport to Hopeport. I want to go test the one room that has like 12 nodes. I want to see if we can hit a 12 number. We're going to have to click very, very quickly. But I want to see if we can hit a 12. Because we don't currently know what the cap is. Does anyone know of any room that has a lot of nodes in it? Like 12-ish or more. Because we're about to go to the 12 one, and I can't think of anyone better than that. The one with the 3 kelp, 3 shell, 6 fish. Does anyone know that a room that has like 10 or more nodes in it? That isn't that room? Because that's the highest room I can think of off the top of my head. The one tutorial room. Or I call it tutorial room. It's technically not tutorial room. Not sure what you would call that room. I guess start of shoreline room. Technically it has a name. It is called East Beach. I always refer to it as tutorial room just because it's the main beach area you go for tutorial. It's also where level 0 fishing and level 0 forager is. But, alright, let's go test this. I'm gonna click, like, the furthest away fish I could find. And see if I can get a full queue and everything. It's kinda hard because they're moving. Wait, is there a cap? Why is it repeating my number back? Wait, why did it cancel my queue for my fish? I'm so confused. It canceled my queue. Did I misclick or something? Oh, does sense make it? No, sense doesn't do that. Okay. Oh, I see what's happening. I think I'm misclicking my move because the fish keep moving. Which keeps ruining my queue. I don't think there's a cap. It's really hard to test because it's really hard to click 6 fish without misclicking. Alright, moment of truth. Boom, 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 boom. No, it has a 9 cap. No, it has a 9 cap. No. It looks like it caps at 9. Sad. Yeah, you can't do a 10 or 11 or 12. Gosh, you know how AFK this is though? It's gonna take him like a year to go get those fish. Yeah, 9 kind of strong though. But yeah, it does look like it has a 9 cap. Even if the room has 10 or more nodes, you can only go for 9 of them. Also, these fish are gonna be so annoying. Like a mile away from each other. And also, all 3 of those should, regardless when we take them, spawn at the same time. Problem is they still haven't spawned yet. Yeah, all 3 shells are already respawned. And all 3 kelp are respawned. Nice. But yeah, it goes based on the first one you take, so you want to take them both, like, immediately. And then all the fish are respawned at the same time. And of course, the bank's right over there. Unfortunately, you can't queue the bank. Or queue a walk. Yeah, there goes the fish. The fishies are back. Unfortunately, you also can't queue a drop all. Yeah, I gotta scrap all this. I'll keep the kelp though. Anyways. So, what else is worth queuing up? So that's fishing. That's forager. Actually, let me go check something in the fish room. I don't think it makes much of a difference. I want to go test pufferfish real quick. No, it's definitely not going to. I was gonna say. I wonder if like the respawn's slightly different, but no, the first one being quicker doesn't really make much of a difference. Actually, it doesn't make much of a difference. I don't know, I'll still do 1 set though. The other problem is misclicking as well. If you misclick a single time, it cancels your queue. Oh, where's the other fish? That's another problem too, fish being on top of each other. There he is. Did I get the merchant XP boards? What, did they nerf it into the ground? I hope they undo that. Yeah, they kind of nerfed merchant. It finally happened. They killed our boy. Right when we needed it most. Because I need money. Yeah, camping 1 room's still not worth it. Confirmed. I just wanted to double check. It's still not respawn. Alright, there they finally go. But yeah, camping 1 room, 100% still not worth it. Unless they're foraging in the room. But if it's just fish, it's not worth it. You can do it on the manta rays that's currently out of level range, if nothing else. But, like, you have to have foraging in the room to be able to queue fish properly. Otherwise, they take way too long to respawn. Alright, so, what else have we not really tested on as far as the main ones? We did fisher, forager, gatherer, woodcutter, miner, Alright, let me go check the merchant board. Oh yeah, let me go do the dailies too while we're there. I haven't actually done them yet. Is like a 25% nerf? Really? To knowledge per hour? Oh no. Yeah, they finally killed merchant. Oh, let me go check some of the XP numbers on this. Let's see, do they look that much different? Everything here looks the same. I don't know, do these give less knowledge? All this looks exactly the same. Same as all this. Ask Miles? I know, every single thing I was looking at is the same amount of XP. Not sure if it's the same amount of knowledge. But we're not doing merchant right now. What I do want to do while we're here, though, I guess, is check leatherworker. I assume you can't use on leatherworker, but that's not going to stop me from hoping it works. I know it's not going to, but I still want it to. It's not going to stop me from trying. I'm almost guaranteed it doesn't work on leatherworker, though. As much as I really, really absurdly wanted to. It's not going to, though, because the best you could do is queue up maybe to the next zone, and even that you probably can't even do. Like, you know, the walk to get there. But I don't think you can even queue that. Oh, can we queue a multi catch thief? Let's see, that guy just has info on it. Oh, did they make that so you can't accidentally click on one? No, 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 he's not a criminal. I was just testing something. No! I want to see if you can queue up a thief. The problem is getting two thieves at once is like so hard to do. When you're like deliberately trying to get it. Let's see. Can you queue leather? Nope. Yeah, we didn't think so. But hey. It was worth a shot. Yeah, you can't queue leather. They kind of already knew that from testing cooking. I haven't tested alchemy yet, but I assume it's the same way. You can't do it on alchemy, you can't do it on cooking, you can't do it on carpentry, you can't do it on leatherworker. One thing that's interesting, though, you can partially do it on smithing, stonemason, and bonewright. Every single time you need to do the ore, you have to go from the start. However, you can still queue the 3 actions you need to do. Like the pumping and the picking up of the ore and all that kind of stuff. So you can't have it fall all the way back to, you know, putting ore back in. But you can still cycle it, you know, to that point where you need to go re-add ore. So it is slightly more AFK. But yeah, this gains no benefit. Cooking gains no benefit. I'm pretty sure alchemy gains no benefit. Like all those. Let's see. Homemade my road in the same room. While we're here, we'll finish this leather inventory. Oh, yeah, what's today's goals? I guess we're doing a lot of, actually, we will be using Queueable actions some today. Not a lot. But, we gotta do Carbonies today. Which is kind of convenient because, yeah, Queueable actions help it quite a bit. But that was gonna be one of my main goals was to get, mining up. And do a bunch of Carbonies runs and everything. Probably only need like 1,000 or a few thousand. And then we'll probably never touch Carbonies again in favor of iron or AFK. Is this something I'm probably gonna be doing a lot going forward now? So my verdict on Queueable actions is I like it. The main 2 things I would ever use it for is 8 Bramble, 1 Suave. Though the 1 Suave is kind of awkward. But 8 Bramble is so chill. But 8 Bramble, 1 Suave, as well as mining. Like 888 mining. Are probably the 2 things I'll be using it for. 888 mining is 20% less efficient than normal mining. However, you get the upside of it being so AFK. Actually, I'll even time it. I'll go time it when I do Carbonies. Which maybe not. Maybe we'll go retime it on Iron Ore. We'll see. But I'm going to do an 888 and time exactly how long it takes from the first node until it respawns. And that's basically how much AFK time you have if you can click within a second or two, 8 nodes. Yeah, I'm going to go test that once we go back there. I think that's the first thing we're going to do when we go back there. Do you think gold will be tradable or only resources? Yes, gold should be tradable. I don't see why it wouldn't be. Like, there's going to be a lot of resource for resource economy in the game, but I don't see why you wouldn't be able to also use gold. Like, the game is set up really, really heavily to do resource for resource, but it's not going to be the only type of trading. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't allow gold trading. Other than to try to curve stomp gold sellers. But you know what I mean. Like, you should still be able to trade gold for resources, most likely. Alright, we'll go test back to mining again. Oh no, is there any other thing that I missed that you guys are aware of for Queueable actions? Because I think that's everything. So the verdict is you can't use it on combat. I didn't even test it, but I know for sure you can't. I think someone mentioned in chat too. There's no way you can use it on combat. It wouldn't even work because of how nodes work and everything. You can't use it on cooking. You can use it on Fisher, but it's really awkward if you misclick because it ruins your whole queue. And you can very easily misclick since you're trying to hit a moving object. You can use it on Forager, but you, of course, since you're stuck to one room, it's not as good. You cannot use it on Alchemy. You can use it on Gather, but it's not as good. You can use it on Woodcutting, it's probably one of the biggest beneficiaries of it. You cannot use it on Carpentry. You can use it on Bonewrights, Blacksmith, and Stonemason, but only for one set. You can't do a whole inventory with it. You can only queue up one set to make it a little bit easier. You can do it on Mining, and it's probably the second biggest beneficiary of it. Or the biggest beneficiary where you can mass bank, at least for Iron. So, like, Woodcutting and Mining are, like, the 2 biggest beneficiaries. Detective has nothing you really use it on. Leatherworker doesn't do anything. And Merchant doesn't really have anything you use it on. So it's really just Woodcutting and Mining that gain the biggest benefit by far. Everything else is kind of mid. As far as use cases for it. That or things just don't work. So far as I can tell, Merchant is buffed. Can't say for sure. But you think all your XP rewards went up? Could be on the curve. They're at worst rival range right now. So buff when XP was bad, but a nerf when XP was good. Alright, interesting. Alright, so they didn't kill Merchant yet. I was a little Blader Shore Central. Welcome, welcome. How's the grind? Grind's been going pretty well. Just been messing around with Queueable actions. And we're about to go back. I was just testing to see if it would work on leather, and it doesn't. Unfortunately, it doesn't work on any processing skill other than Bonewright, Smithing, and Stonemason. And only for queuing up the dunking of the resources. Alright, what am I going to? Let me go to bank. Actually, let me go sell these. Or bank them. Actually, let me just bank them real quick. Actually, if we're going to do storage drift, let me just do that at Iron. Let's do that in the mines. Are we going for base 50s? Yeah, we're pretty much going for base 50s. There's quite a bit of post 200 that I'm doing. Like right now, I'm about to go to 200, post 200 mining. But I would say my main 2 focuses were trying to make the biggest 4-star I can. As far as, you know, weapons and shield and everything. Mostly weapon for when special attacks come out. So my main priorities have been, you know, just get total level up. And try to get really high 4-star crafting. For when special attack weapons come out. As currently we can craft, well, once we get our Bonewright up, we should be able to craft already up to like a 210 or so. Once we get Bonewright to 199. But yeah, I've pretty much been going for base 200. Slowly. Alright, let me go back to testing the iron. I want to see something with this. I'm going to start a timer with the steam thingy. Let me see. Let me pin a timer. I want to see how long this takes. Alright, there's the timer. Let me go even it a little bit. Let me go get the timer. If I could center it, would be great. Oh, gosh. I wish it's auto-centered. There we go. Alright, let me go bank these real quick. And then we'll go and test the iron again. So what I want to test here is how long does it take between the first node to the final node to respawn if you're just doing an 8 spam. So if you're like infinitely looping 8, how long does it take from the first click to the end? Alright, let me do it from a little bit of a distance just so we can get the timer correct. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Alright. Let's see how long this takes before it respawns. Because this will tell us how much AFK this is. Basically, whatever the timer ends at is how long you can AFK iron ore. Currently, you can AFK it for 20 seconds. And assumably, every 8 ore works exactly the same. Alright, let's see how far it goes. I only put it to a minute. It could be longer than a minute. But the timer ends the second the ore respawns. So I might as well do this, actually. So we can do it exactly when it goes. Alright, as soon as that ore respawns, we click stop timer. Any second now. Oh, maybe it's longer than a minute. Oh no. Maybe it's exactly a minute. Yeah, it's exactly a minute. It is actually a minute exactly on the dot. So you can AFK this for a minute straight. Interesting. But yeah, it's a 1 minute cycle. So you have 1 minute of AFK with mining now. Or roughly 50 seconds because of all the clicking and everything. But yeah, it's roughly 1 minute AFK. Or 1 minute between spawns. It's like 50 to 55 second AFK. Oh, knowledge? Max knowledge does break Q though. Oh no. Maxing out your knowledge breaks your Q. Well, that's not ideal. I already got the merchant thing maxed. Okay, well, let me go, I need an XP pot then, so I can keep putting this in a bone right. Alright, well, that's unfortunate. Well, that's good intel. But yeah, if you accidentally get a knowledge point, it breaks your Q. That's gonna get really annoying. If there wasn't already enough things wrong with knowledge. With how it currently stalls you. It actually stalls your Q. On top of the billion things that it does to stall, it also stalls your Q. That's not ideal. It literally just stops your Q outright. You don't even keep moving or anything. Your guy just freezes in place. Alright, let me go get a bunch of mining potions. Alright, Alright, we're good to go. Alright, let's go just process these real quick. And then we'll go test carbonice. Because that's one of the main things I mentioned yesterday I want to get around to. Is, do a bunch of carbonice mining now that we have 223. And of course, with queueable action, it should be a little bit easier now. Quite a bit more chill than before. And this is one of the few things you can queue as well for production. Does anyone know of anything else other than Bonewright, Blacksmith, and Stonemason that can be queued production-wise? Because every single other one I've seen cannot be done. You can't do it for cooking, you can't do it for alchemy, you can't do it for leatherworker, you can't do it for carpentry. Assumably, you won't be able to do it for armor maker. But hey, you can do it for this. At least partially. Not completely. But at least every set of 6 can be queued. You can't queue your whole inventory though, unfortunately. As great as that would be, you can only do 1 set at a time. Still good though. Alright, let me go bank these and go do carbonice banking now. But yeah, the pop-up window is kind of unfortunate. Oh, I did the wrong misclick. No! Click slightly too early. Oh, we've been getting so good at that. How are we messing up? We're gonna have to go through that road so many times today, so we better get better soon. Because we are going to be crossing through that road a ton if we want to go bank 1,000 carbonice or something. Alright, let me go check the carbonice. So we haven't actually tried this carbonice yet. Oh, hopefully I get there while I still have the first time bonus. Come on, get there in time, get there in time. Come on, you got this. Go, go, go. Yeah, we got there in time. First time bonus. Not like it's much, but hey, it's better than nothing. Yeah, honestly, everything feels so much nicer gather-wise. Like this room right here, we're going to be able to queue a 7. We just click on this. Boom, 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 boom. I'm literally just sipping soda this entire time. Just sipping soda, sipping water. Get like a good 20 seconds to do nothing right now. Yeah, gathering is so chill now for any gathering skill, especially ones that have a lot of nodes in one room. I do feel like mining and woodcutting gained the biggest benefit though. Alright, just to make sure my stuff doesn't despawn. I'm gonna get a 9-minute timer. I want to go test something. Because we're going to be doing a couple mess arounds with Carbonice. Because we're going to do a compile Carbonice thing. Where we drop 120 so that we only have to bank 5 times. But it's going to have a way longer respawn time, so I'm going to need to go collapse them all over there. We should have enough time to be able to get over there. I won't be able to bank it for a little while, but once you do, I also want to time how long it takes to bank. Like, how long each bank takes. The timer is mostly just to make sure I don't accidentally despawn anything. Because my goal is to drop 3 inventories, or 4 inventories. Then collapse all 4 inventories on the same tile. And then, bank them all. Or sorry, then do 2 more, then bank them all. So this will be our first set of 20. Why don't I queue the mining? Oh, I am. I just keep forgetting that we have it. So I wasn't clicking it. Actually, do I have enough time to go even further? Oh, wait, that would be huge if so. Wait, that's tech right there. Wait. There's enough time. We could drop over here. Hold. Actually, we could probably drop even further than that. I want to see how far we can get before they respawn. Because the closer we can get it, the less we have to walk to bank. But yeah, I keep clicking one at a time because I keep forgetting queueable actions are out. So sometimes I keep clicking one at a time instead of all of them. Hey, it's Dead Game again. You know, Dead Game sure plays this game a lot. I feel like I see Dead Game almost every day. Yeah, he's still around. He's level 900. Which is not a small level. It's not particularly low. That's actually kind of high. Especially for someone with that name. Also, Carbonice is barely even more XP than Iron. I think we definitely stick with Iron going forward. I do need some amount of Carbonice just to bank it. But this is pitiful how much less XP this is. We were getting like 3,000 something off of Iron. Like 3,100, 3,200, somewhere around there. We're only getting 3,800 per Carbonice. For how much further the bank is, that is like criminally low. I'd rather just stick with AFK and Iron off stream. Now that we can do 888. I do need like 1,000 Carbonice at some point though. I want to see, how far can I put these? I want to see if I can get them over to this room. I think this might be overkill. Oh, take all. Yeah, never mind, you can. The only reason they already respawned is because I'm doing it weirdly this time. But yeah, you can bring them all the way over to that room. Alright, that's good. We'll test it on this next cycle, since I don't have to pick up the other one this time. But I'm pretty sure you can bring them to that room, and then we can start doing Carbonice running. Unfortunately, it is absurdly further from a bank than iron ore is. But it shouldn't be that bad. I was saying earlier it probably takes about a minute, but it probably takes less than a minute. If it takes a minute, it's like 10 gold per hour banking it. But iron ore is like 41 gold per hour banking it, so it's just way better. If you're counting only bank time. Not counting collection time. But just counting bank time, iron ore is anywhere from 41 gold to 50 gold per hour at tier 5. And Carbonice, assuming it's 1 minute runs, is only 10 gold per hour. despite being a higher ore. It's only counting bank time, though. Not the per hour rate that you're actually getting, but per hour of banking. I believe they fix the top soon so we can see someone gets banned. Oh yeah, did they change leaderboards at all today? I don't think they did they? I don't think they did. I went up a rank though, somehow. Not sure how. Did someone get banned on the top or just hiding? I assume it's just a hider. All them hiders out there. Oh, someone actually get banned? Oh, one more free rank. Or maybe 2 more free ranks, I can't quite tell. Oops, I accidentally did this wrong. I meant to drop earlier. No! Wait, let me fix it, okay. Oh, now I'm not going to be able to see if it actually respawns in time. I didn't realize it was at full inventory. Whoops, mistakes have been made. Alright, we're almost to the collapsing. The great collapsing. And then we'll go do the bank cycle. And then we have a bunch of things we need to go time on the bank cycle. Which I think we're just going to assume that's not going to despawn. Let me go set the timer to a 2-minute. Just so we can see how long it takes to cycle. I highly doubt it takes more than a minute, but in case it does. Oh, you know what? I should have waited before I grabbed the first one here. Because I wanted to see if they would respawn by the time I get back. And now they probably will just because this one's off cycle. I'm not going to be able to click it immediately. No! I won't be able to see it. Well, I guess next inventory I'll be able to tell. Because I still got to get 2 more sets of 20 before we get and do the run. And then we can time how long a run takes. Actually, maybe I'd go test how long a full run takes. Let me do a 10. Go do like a 10-minute thing. Because I'm going to test the full run. Because I did the same for iron, and iron came out to 50 seconds or less. I think you get it as low as like 40-something. Like 45-ish. But 50 is pretty generous. And that's all the way back to your starting position. So I'm going to see how long it takes to bank 5 inventories of carbonies. And time ends as soon as I get back to this tile right here. Alright, now we're going to have to collapse all these on the one tile. Oh no, people doing the AFK activity here is going to ruin this a little bit. It's kind of annoying. Luckily, there shouldn't be too many people there. Oh yeah, you can make it back in time. The iron ore hasn't respawned. So yeah, even going that far, you could probably go even further. Because it still hasn't respawned. Oh, maybe it has. You just can't see it from the angle. Never mind. Well, I'll test it on our next cycle then. Because even though this is like our 5th trip over there, I still haven't tested it a single time yet. Because we keep doing something to mess up something. It should finally work this time, though. Well, no, once we come back from over there. Because the main thing I'm trying to test is how far can I go before I need to be back for respawn. Because we want to go to as furthest of a tile as we possibly can without going excess. Alright, we're almost there. Alright, so this time we'll be able to go test the time on the respawn. And the next one we'll finally be able to start the timer to go see how long it takes to bank them all. And then we can figure out the gold per hour from it. Oh, I just realized, how am I going to do the potion thing? That means this run... Okay, we do make it back in time. Okay, that's as far as I can do it. Perfect. Whatever distance I just did is what we need to do then. The only thing that's going to be weird is I got to go grab one so we could do the shuffle of the potion again. But yeah, whatever distance we just did is a perfectly fine distance. It's a pretty much exact distance. So we can get it 2 rooms further, so that's not as bad. We got to get it from here to the other bank. We got to get it from here to either that bank, which I'm pretty sure is slower, or this bank, which oddly enough I think is quicker. Should be. I don't know, we'll find out. But I'm pretty sure Tentacle Road is quicker, just because you don't have to backtrack it. Though you do have the downside of the timer, though. I need to go grab 1 single iron over here, so I could drop my potion next cycle. No, these corrupted miners are kind of annoying, though. It's one thing you don't have to deal with in the iron room. There's no units that get in your way. And the reason we have to pick up the 1 iron is so dropping the potion doesn't despawn an iron. And now we can go do a bank run after this one. I do awkwardly have to go all the way over there to start the run, though. Since we're not doing it at the same location where we're ending the mining. It's not too big a deal. Oops. Thought I clicked on that already. I keep forgetting queueable actions are out. Sometimes I keep going back to clicking only 1 node at a time, forgetting that you can click all of them. We'll get used to that eventually, though. It is day 1. Pretty much hour 1. I'll eventually get used to actually clicking all of them. Alright, I need to go drop the potion and pick up all of our ore. And now we can start running it. I guess we start the timer now. Alright, that'd be good. So you can normally bank all of your iron within 50 seconds or less. Like 50 seconds is like the slowest you could ever go. I think 1 inventory is going to take that long. And that was 5 inventories when you do the iron. Well, 1 single inventory might be that time. It is very slow. At least you can deposit all on it, though, in like the rift. Alright, time to get used to Tentacle Road. Gotta click perfect this 1 billion times in a row. Alright, yeah, it looks like it takes about 1 minute per inventory. Yeah, there's only 10 gold an hour. It's barely even worth it. It's about 10 gold per hour. That's so bad. Oh, plus some of it despawned, I think. Oh, no, that's my potion. Never mind. We're fine. Yeah, it's about 10 gold per hour. It's so much easier to stall compared to the iron. Yeah, it's only 10 gold per hour compared to iron that's almost 50 gold an hour. Just counting bank time. So I'm probably only going to bank like 1,000 if even that. Because the value's pretty bad on Carbonies. It's just so far from a bank. Oh, I forgot to go store it too. Wait. Wait. That's funny. Wait. That's a funny mistake. That's something that will never happen with iron. It's pretty impossible to forget. Yeah, it would help if I teleport over here and actually bank it instead of just teleport over here. Whoops. Hold. But yeah, this is only 10 gold an hour. That is really low. Oh, yeah, don't start it yet. I don't know, if you would run when trading comes out, if you would be a runner for 10 gold an hour, I guess it's kind of worth it, though. But it's not, like, directly 10 gold an hour. It's, like, 10 gold worth of resources, not actually 10 gold. But yeah, it's super not worth it compared to iron. Honestly, we might just go back to iron or something, or just ignore carbonates. I barely even want to go bank 1,000. Just because of how slow it is and everything. Maybe I'll get like a couple hundred just to have it around. In case we need like a build occasionally. But yeah, I think we're just full skipping carbonates. I'll still do like one more set just for the sake of it, but just to test one more set. But it seems super not worth it compared to just sticking with iron. The biggest issue is how much little mining XP it gives too. Especially if you account for the banking time, it's actually substantially worse mining XP. But even if you don't, it's barely even any better. It's like 10% better. Also, his potions better not despawn. Should probably pick it up next cycle just in case. I don't think it's going to though. But yeah, it seems like it's about 1 minute per inventory. Based on what we got from that first one as well. Which means to bank all these takes 5 minutes then. Dude, you do get 120 carbonates out of it. I don't know, I can redo the math, but I believe last time we did it came out to 9.8 gold an hour. Counting just bank time. Are we not queuing? Oh no, we've been doing queuing. You just can't queue what we're doing right now. Alright, just in case, because I don't know what the timer's on right now. There we go. Alright, now we come back. Yeah, we're gonna do another set of 120 carbonates. I feel like it's not worth it though. Compared to iron. Timer's a bit off because I had to like shuffle the thing. But time ends when we get back to the node. And it should be 5 minutes. I think the only reason it's going to be slightly lower than that is because we had a weird mistake. That I did pause it for in between. But then I didn't start it back up quick enough. So it's going to be a little bit more in favor of the timer. But even then, banking of 120 iron takes 50 seconds. Not even. No! That one guy messed me up. I should have waited to that queue there, then move there, then go over there. I was trying to take a shortcut with him, but to save one tile. But it messed me up because it made my other tile one off. But yeah, timer ends when we get back to the first ore. But yeah, it looks like it's about 5 minutes. The only reason it doesn't say 5 minutes right now is because I think we started the timer a little bit weird when we paused it. But yeah, it looks like it's 5 minutes, like 1 minute per cycle. Because we saw based on the first one, it was basically almost like a dead center 1 minute. But yeah, it does seem like it's a 5 minute bank cycle. Compared to a 50-second bank cycle for iron. Which is way better. Like, way, way better. Depends how much you badly want carbonates. But I don't think it's worth it. It's way better just to stick with iron. Oh, checking info actually breaks your queue? Really? No way. That's funny. Checking your info on an item breaks your queue. Why? There's definitely a lot of things I wish they would tweak with it. That's definitely one of them. That and knowledge just instantly blocking you off. It just kind of stun locks your character. So you gotta make sure whenever you're queuing something that you're not close to a knowledge point. Or be aware when you are. Alright, so now we know we can make it all the way to the other room. So let's go do that. Perfect. Let's see. Does it stop my action right now? Yep. That is so bad. But yeah, a knowledge point will just stop your entire queue dead on its tracks the second it happens. On the list of things that are horrible with knowledge. +1. It doesn't stop your queue? Why did it just stop my queue then? If you click X, it will probably restart the queue. But the interface itself stops it. I haven't tried clicking X, but then you have to click X every single time, and at that point you might as well just be doing it manually. Yeah, it doesn't cancel your queue, but it does pause it. I guess that's true. It technically doesn't cancel your queue. It just pauses it completely. Which is about as good as canceling it. So that is technically true. It doesn't actually end your current queue. It just pauses it while the menu is up. Which is basically the exact same thing as canceling it, though. Because your queue just gets stopped dead in its tracks. It cancels your efficiency, yes. That's the main thing that's a problem with it. As it really hurts XP rate by a lot. Especially if you don't know it's coming. Yeah, there are some things where you will lose time using Q. But there are quite a few things that you actually is time neutral. Like what we're doing right now is actually time neutral. Pretty much any wall mining is actually time neutral. Because every single tile that it drags you to is a correct tile. But there are activities where it doesn't drag you to the right tile. Because it has the east-west priority. What we're doing right now, it actually does always drag you to the correct tile. Same as iron. Same as every wall ore. There's not a single wall ore where doing queueable actions would path you incorrectly. You can queue up a walk though, which is kind of annoying. Because that means there's a lot of stones you can't do. Because every stone has at least one manual walk. Not to mention there's only like up to 3 stones per room. So when it comes to stonemason, yet another way that hammer mages get gypped. Because not only can they not really use it properly on the other thing, but they also can't use it on, Like not only can they not use it on their stonemason thingy, because it's in a different room, so they can't queue up the bank. And not only do they need gas while doing that, but they also can't even queue stone properly. Because the pathing issue. Because every single stone has at least one manual walk, but you can't queue up a manual walk. Whereas all ore actually has 0 manual walks. Due to them being in a wall. Someone on alchemy table is at number 1? Nice. Yeah, I had a feeling someone would have been getting close by now. Yeah, alchemy has so many good things. I really need to go get it at some point. I've just been putting it off until we get like the gatherer grind done and the minefighter grind done and maybe even the foraging grind done. There's so many skills you have to train beforehand. We're almost up to the great collapsing. It's something we don't have to do with iron ore, other than for the first node. But we gotta do it with carbonese because of how weird it is. It's because of how much time it takes to bank. But soon we will do the great collapsing. Oh, that's weird. I was wondering why I was going slow, and I was just watching the replay. I was mash-clicking the node like I normally do, but mash-clicking it actually unqueues it if you're currently doing a different one. So you gotta be very careful to not mash-click any node. You gotta only single-click them. But if you mash-click, you can actually unclick it from your queue if you're doing it onto your next node. Which is something you didn't have an issue with before, but now with Queueable, that's a thing that can happen. Yeah, there we go. The great collapsing is done. And I just gotta go bank them all. It's annoying. You can actually undo your action by mash clicking. How come we're going so far away to drop the ore? Because we're trying to bank them. There's enough downtime to move them that far. So I'm doing that so they're closer to a bank. And the reason I have to pick them back up and put them on this stack is because they'll despawn otherwise. Because the bank is so far away. That takes like 5 minutes to bank them all. Which is so bad. But, I don't know, it's kind of worth it. It's 10 gold per hour. 10 gold per hour is both worth and not worth it. Because it's not like actual 10 gold, it's 10 gold worth of resources, which is different than actual 10 gold. 10 gold worth of resources and 10 actual gold are two very different things. I guess we'll do one more set and time it all the way from the beginning. And see how long a full run takes. From like a 30-minute timer. I think we'll try doing that. I don't think it takes that long to do that many. But I still want to have way more than enough time just in case. But yeah, we'll do that for next set. Yeah, it's about a 1 minute per bank. But the reason why I'm collapsing this like this is you have to bank one less time. Because we're doing 24s instead of 20s. Without having to do the extra bit of mining. Same as with the iron ore. The whole reason we do it is so we save one inventory. So we don't have to bank like 20 at a time or shuffle it in a different way. Because it's not worth mining 24 than banking. When every single respawn is in a 20 cycle. Gosh, I hate that these things are here though. Keep getting in the way. Those little zombie things. Technically, I think they're called corrupted miners. Because they drank from the water. Actually, you know what I should do? Instead of grabbing one, I should actually grab 4 so I don't have to walk all the way back there. That wasn't really relevant with iron because it was on cycle anyways. But we should actually grab 4 instead of 1. The reason I have to grab 1 is so I could drop the potion and not despawn something. But the reason we need to grab 4 is, yeah, we need 4 anyways. So I wouldn't have to walk all the way back over there. Alright, let me go bank them all and then we'll start the timer for a full cycle. I'll start the full cycle when we hit the first rock, though. I gotta remember to do that next set. Alright, anyways, let me go telly over. Telly over to the thing. Alright, let me go bank these. And then afterwards, we'll go check, the thing. Oh, so I want to double check. Did any despawn? There should be 120 in here if none of them despawned earlier. I want to check this just to make sure I don't despawn. I shouldn't, because I believe it grabs from the ones that are about to die soonest first. But let me just double check. There should be 120 carbonies in here. Yes, perfect. That's exactly what I want. No, don't drop! I hate that that's even an option. Why is there even a drop option here? I don't understand when you're at a storage rift or at a storage unit why there is even a drop button at all. I heard someone earlier accidentally dropped all their potions near the potion storage and despawned their entire stack of potions on accident. Because instead of deposit all, they click drop all. I don't understand why there's a drop all button there. Like, who on earth is going to a bank then clicking drop all while in a bank interface? But yeah, this is so much worse than iron in every way. The only reason I'm even still doing this is mostly for science. Since we got Queueable action and everything, I just want to kind of test it. But iron ore is just so much better. We're sticking with iron all the way till, like, the next thing. Whenever we need mining XP in the future. Okay, I'll test how long a full cycle is on the next one. That way we can get the gold per hour from doing this. Iron was anywhere from 2.8 to 3 gold per hour at tier 5. Counting everything. Counting banking, counting every downtime, counting like everything. It was 2.8 to 3 gold an hour roughly. It's actually slightly better than 3 gold if you do it like tick perfectly. One nice thing about this is you don't actually need the escape key for this method. You do for iron ore. Gotta spam it a lot, but you don't actually need it for this activity. With the way that it works, because you never actually over-encumber properly. And when you do, you just teleport instead of cancel. And you also don't need it for this since it has a deposit all button. That's the only good thing about banking carbonies, I guess. You don't have to deal with the escape key. You actually don't ever need to click it at all. Compared to iron, that you have to almost like mash it when you're doing the end goal. Or, you know, when you're doing the 1 minute of banking. Or the 50 seconds of banking. Yeah, that should be everything. I'm gonna go head back there and see what a full cycle is. So the cycle will start the second I get my first ore, and the cycle ends when we get back there, after banking everything, and then we can figure out how much carbonies per hour we can get. I think for iron it was a little over 500 an hour, so we'll see exactly how much carbonies this is per hour. If I had to guess, it's probably only like 300-ish. which is so much worse for how much a little extra XP gives. Whatever it is, it's not worth it, but I want to test it for science. And I'll move on to something else. So we just got to do one more set of 120. Hello, Onda. Hello, KY. Hello, Dracaris. Welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, combat achievements would be great for this game. Like the achievement diary kind of thing. Because it's already separated in a bunch of regions. So a system like that would work out really, really well. There's also RuneScape, and RuneScape 3 already do that. Every single region has like a set of tasks that you can go do. In like 4 different tiers. And you get like a cool armor piece with a bunch of different effects and a bunch of just passives in the area that help you whenever you do activities in the area. But yeah, I can see something like that working in Brighter Shores, where it gives you a transmog for one specific slot, while also giving you, you know, a bunch of perks. Who knows, maybe we would have a full alpha transmog. Since obviously they can make that part cosmetics and just make all the perks just always active, even if you're not wearing the transmog. Because that's how RuneScape does it for most of them. Some of them you do have to wear it for to get the effect. But around like 90% of the benefits you get from its achievement diary apply even if you're not wearing the item. There's a small amount that do, but I'm pretty sure if it was applied in Brighter Shores, it would just always be active. But yeah, this game in general just needs more things to go for. It's definitely very content dry right now, unless you like endlessly grinding. Luckily, I like endlessly grinding, so it works out quite well. But they definitely need more big achievement things to aim for. But you know, once we have bossing, once we have raids, once we have more skilling stuff in the game in general, once we have mini games, even PvP to some degree and trading. But yeah, we definitely need like more achievements to strive for that are actually like realistically obtainable, not like go get 490 foraging. Which skills do I see as most profitable when trading arrives? Bone rate. Bone rate, combat if you're a guardian, and what else? Bone rate, combat if you're a guardian, and probably alchemy are probably the 3 biggest ones. Combat if you're a guardian class, bone rate otherwise, or even if you are, and alchemy are like the 3 most profitable ones. If you're looking just for trading. Why bone rate? Because it's the most expensive and hardest to do one. Not only does it cost the most in material to make a item that every class needs, but it's also the bone rate class can just end up getting the armor outright, which saves the cost as well as the inconvenience of how bone rate even works. Why combat as guardian specifically? Because they get bone rate equipment just from killing things. While you can on Cryonite and Hammer Mage, the chance of getting bone rate equipment is very low, whereas it's very high on a guardian. Why not the other crafting skills? The other crafting skills are good, but the main reason why bone rate is so good, or bone rate equipment, is there's less guardians in the game. And because there's less guardians in the game, the resource is more needed. Tier 4 guardian equipment is going to be worth less than other classes, but Tier 3 is going to be worth more, which is a good bulk of what you're getting anyways. It's going to be kind of weird, because out of any Tier 4 equipment, Guardian's going to be the cheapest. But out of any Tier 3 equipment, Guardian's going to be the most expensive. Because every Cryonite and every Hammer Mage needs Tier 3 Guardian stuff. But only actual Guardians can use Tier 4 Guardian stuff. And due to it being the least populated class, it's going to be, as well as being the most annoying one to get in general, and the most expensive one to get in general, it's going to be worth more. Wouldn't less Guardians affect the demand? Yes, that's why the Tier 4s won't be as much. Because only Guardians can use Tier 4, so Tier 4 Guardian equipment isn't as relevant. Or, you know, there's not going to be as much of it in the game. But also less of a demand for it in general. But that's why the tier 3 will be so much, because every class needs it, but the supply will be way lower. Where do bones come from? They come from gathering. You can get a few from killing things in Hope Forest, from the scout skill, but you get most of them from doing gathering. Because you need to gather for them or kill for them, but gathering for them gives you way, way, way more. You can kill some for them, but like the amount of bones you're going to get from 200 gather is at least like 5 to 10 times more than how many you'll get from getting 200 scout. Like you do get bones from scout, it's just not a lot. I think there's only like 2 or 3 enemies that drop bones. I think it's the Raff, the Wendigo, and maybe one other that I'm forgetting. Alright, clicking X does restart your queue, but that means you'd have to click X every single time if you want your queue to work. Alright, let me go test this. Yeah, it still stalls you too much. Look at how long it takes for the window to come up before you can even X out of it. Yeah, that is super stally. You can't even, like, immediately mash out of it either. Let me try escape key spam. Is it me spamming escape key? Yeah, it takes forever. But yeah, that's really bad. Another thing that knowledge nerfs again. On the many, many things that get interrupted by knowledge. I just realized I forgot to start the timer. No! The whole reason I did this was to go, or one more time, was to go test the timer, and I forgot to even do that. Wisdom waits for no man. I completely forgot to go start the timer. How did I forget to start the timer? How do I even manage to do that? The whole point was to go time it, and now I didn't even time it. Now I kind of want to go do one more inventory. But at least that's the last of the carbonates I'm ever going to get, though. I'm going to put the timer away for now. Yeah, there's quite a few small tweaks that need to be done with knowledge. The most annoying thing is that it just constantly stalls almost anything you ever do. Also, banking it for later stalls you more than not banking it for later. Which is also really ironic. It is actually inefficient to ever use stall till later. Even though they added that mechanic to basically try to band-aid fix the problem. But it actually stalls you more using that than not using it. I like how everyone's doing more gathering today. I feel like every gathering location I've gone to has been so crowded. Whereas in the past, you'll see like a few people. But now every single one is packed. Because everyone's doing gathering with the new queueable action thing. That's really funny. So if you wonder why I collapsed the pile like that, it's mostly because these take so long to bank. That if we don't do that, they will actually despawn by the time we get back to them. And I just make sure they don't despawn, because whenever you have a bunch of stuff stacked on top each other, whenever you grab something from it, it takes it from the ones that are going to despawn next. So your pile will never despawn that way. So we just collapse 8 piles on top of each other, and then any piles that we do that would have potentially despawned within the time that we would have been banking, don't, because it grabs from the ones that are the most dead first, to make sure that the stack never dies. It's just a mechanic. It always pulls from the oldest thing in the stack. That way it tries, like it already has a system to try to make sure it doesn't despawn by pulling from the oldest first. Though the oldest are also the first to get deleted if you drop more than 100 though. But they're also the first to get picked up when you're picking them off the ground. Ground items last for 10 minutes. Normally I set a 9-minute timer if I'm really paranoid about them though. Just to make sure you can get back to them before the other minute goes. But yeah, they have a 10-minute timer. And you can hold up to 100 items on the ground. It's why we only drop 5. Well, actually, there's 2 reasons why we only drop 5 inventories. One is because the 100 ground limit, but also because 20 goes into... basically, 20 goes into 24. Like, we're trying to do something divisible into 24. And 20 is the lowest number that will do it. So it works out perfectly. As 100 is the ground limit, and we drop 100. But it's also the exact amount that is the lowest number that's divisible by 20. Or, sorry, divisible by 20 and 24, I mean. Is 120. And it basically saves us from having to bank once. Which is good, because that saves us a whole minute, because of how far the bank is. Due to how many miles away it is. Alright, let me grab 4. Let me remember to actually grab 4 this time. That's something I didn't do last time. I was only grabbing 1 because I'm so used to iron. But we gotta grab 4 just to make sure we don't have to go back there. It saves us 1 cycle. Alright, that means I can drop the potion over here if I want. Alright, I gotta make sure I actually start the timer though. When I go pick up the timer, I need to go and, or not pick up the timer. When I pick up the potion, I gotta remember to start the timer this time. So we can figure out how long this takes. Just for future reference. Because I do plan to make a mining guide at some point. And something like this I want to know the exact number for. I'm not sure when I finally will, though. I haven't really been covering any guide just because, well, for one, it's early access. Like, any day could just bring a update that just revolutionizes everything. AKA, queueable actions. But, I do plan to at some point. And mining, smithing is just one of my favorite things to do. Alright, no problem. If you have any other questions, feel free to leave it in chat. You're not convinced this is any faster than mining 20 and teleporting to the bank? It saves you 1 inventory. Because you have to teleport 1 less time. So it saves 1 minute. Because there's no downtime in between. So they should save exactly 1 minute. Or slightly less than 1 minute if making some mistakes and everything. But it should save on average 1 minute compared to doing 20 at a time. Like every single cycle of this, it's 1 minute saved. I'm not sure how long the cycle is. That's what we're going to be timing after this one. But it should save 1 minute every cycle. And by every cycle, I mean every 120. Wait, having that menu up actually stalls your action. Really? Your queue is stalled even if you open your own menu. That's not ideal. That's kind of funny, though. Alright, now we click to teleport. Alright, let me go bank them all. The main reason some people bank at 20 is because they're in a 10 cycle. That's the whole reason why we dropped them. Is so that we could do a 24 cycle while still doing the 10 cycle. Because banking is every 24, but mining is every 10. So the lowest number you can get that's divisible is 120. Which is why we do 6 sets. We do 5 drop 20s and then 1 extra 20 in the inventory. And that makes it so you could do all the numbers. You could bank every 24 and you can gather every 10 to 20. As it's divisible into everything. But that's why we're doing it this way. And ultimately it saves having to go to the bank 1 time. Which saves about 1 minute given how far this bank is. It saves 1 minute every 120 ore. Which isn't a lot of time, but adds up. There's enough downtime that's free, so it's not like you're wasting any time to save that 1 minute. Like, it's a completely free 1 minute save. It's also why we're doing these diagonals. If we do every diagonal correctly, it saves around, it saves around 2 seconds. 1 to 2 seconds. It saves about 5 ticks. Which is 1 point, something seconds? I forget the exact number. It's like around 1.7 seconds, I think. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but we have to cross through there 5 times every time we bank. If you count it over the course of an hour, I think it saves like almost, what, 20 seconds? Numbers around there. Doing the diagonals instead of not doing diagonal. And obviously incorporating any tentacle whenever they're available, if someone's attacking them. Because that can also save about 1 second per person attacking a tentacle. Actually closer to 0.7 seconds, but, you know, adds up. Like if this guy's doing a middle one, perfect. This saves about 0.7 seconds compared to the alternative. Just gotta be careful when someone retreats because it will auto-attack you immediately. Alright, now let me remember when we go do the other thing to actually set the timer. And not forget again. And that'll be the last set of Carbonies we run for today then. And then we'll go test something else. But yeah, iron is so much better. Off stream, I'm going to be doing so much AFK 8 mining. We're just going to do 8 iron, 8 iron, 8 iron, bank. And just AFK it so hard. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Should've just did the bank all. It's a lot slower to open up the interface. Gotta make sure not to make any mistakes when we do the timing one. I want it to be nearly tick perfect. It won't be perfectly tick perfect, but I want to get like close to it if we can. Because we can't have it be tick perfect unless we have like a bunch of people in those rooms properly killing everything. But that's not realistic because on average that's not going to be the case. So let's take whatever we get. Which is a lot more realistic to how it would normally go. And then the game just randomly lags all the seconds off. Yeah, I haven't actually had too much lag issue lately, but I do know what you're talking about. I'm not sure what that comes from, but the game sometimes just randomly lag spikes. Like over the course of like an 11-12 hour stream, it'll only happen like once or twice a stream. But it's really noticeable when it does. I'm not sure what causes it. I feel like it's happened a lot in Chronopolis. Maybe because this is such a big city. It has to load all the buildings and everything. But I feel like it's been most common in Chronopolis, particularly in like the main town square where you would do trading in the future. Alright, let me remember to start the timer this time. I do not forget to start the timer. I meant to do this the previous inventory, I completely forgot. But I want to know what this time is. Now let's see if we can do this tick perfectly as possible. Alright, let it begin. Alright, let's see how it goes. I want to see how long it takes to get 120 Carbonies. We're able to get a little over 500 iron ore per hour doing iron. I want to see how many Carbonies this is per hour. I know for sure this is worse by like such a high margin that you're never going to want to do this. But I still want to test it. Yeah, Carbonies is so bad in the current state of the game. It's mostly due to the distance that you have to go for a bank. The only time Carbonies is ever worth it if you're dropping literally all of it. But even then you're giving up a lot of gold per hour. Like when doing iron ore, you get almost 0 time bank. Nearly 0 time bank. And you're getting around like 3 gold an hour. If you count just the banking time, you're dropping about 50 gold per hour on the ground. If you drop iron compared to banking iron. Whereas Carbonies, you're only dropping like 10 gold to the ground per banking hour. At least with tier 5. Both those are tier 5 number. Obviously, it's even higher at tier 6. Or lower at lower tier. Tier 5 and 6 are the main two that matter, though. Tier 4 matters somewhat for 199s. But tier 5 and 6 are the two big ones. Oh yeah, I still haven't done the venture yet, did I? I did that again. No! Thanks for reminding me. I did one venture, but then forgot to do the other because we got into like a huge thing. Well, now I gotta wait. Because I gotta go finish the whole cycle on Carbonies right now since we're timing it. Oh, that's funny. I did one venture, but forgot to do the other one. Whoops, thank you. I wouldn't have never noticed that this entire stream. I did the same mistake the other day, too. I did one venture, got distracted, and never did the second one. Same thing happened a couple days ago. Yeah, this queue update's been nice so far. Oh yeah, what's the poll at? We do have a poll. Currently we have a poll with 33 votes. How much do you plan to use the new Queueable action feature in Brighter Shores? After 33 votes, we're at 70% for we'll use it a lot. We're at 21% for we'll use it occasionally. And we're at 9% for won't use it much, if at all. So overall, seems like people do plan to use it a bunch. For the most part. I do wish there was more things you could use it on, though. I wish it worked on production. The only production it really works on to any degree is, Also, going later on this is actually not punished anymore, by the way. Due to the new respawn system, which is really nice. Anyways, what was I saying? I already got distracted by that, because I keep getting distracted by whatever current thought is. But, I was saying something about something. I already forgot what it was, though. Wonderful. Anyways. Gosh, my train of thought sometimes. It just latches onto anything it's thinking of and then just does not go back. I was, hello, Pilkin. You see you passed you on gathering? Oh, did we? Yeah, we were going a little bit. I kind of stopped for now because I want to go upgrade my sickle before I get to 135. And since we're already almost there, I just kind of stopped doing it for a little bit now. So you have plenty of time to go catch up. Because now the Queueable actions are out and everything, I might go and try to get my woodcutting and everything up. Because now we can AFK Bramble Suave. So whenever I'm not AFKing iron ore, we can do the Bramble Suave. And the best part about the Bramble Suave is it's actually pretty much max XP rate. Alright, this guy doesn't know what I'm doing. He thinks he's gonna ask if I'm banking, but he's wondering how I bank so quick. Because I keep just going there and just coming back. I don't think he knows what we're doing. That's kind of funny. Because he sees us constantly going over there as if we're doing something. But it's not long enough to bank, obviously. Because there's no storage rift over there. So it looks like we're banking, but we're not actually banking, but we actually are banking. Oh, the MFS guy is actually at the same mining level as us again. I'm not sure why. I've been seeing him a ton whenever we do mining. I feel like anytime we've ever been mining, he's been at like the same range as us. I think he has a higher smithing than me, though. I think he has like a substantially higher mining than me. And he's like one carbonese already at tier 6. But I'm pretty sure he's not. Let me go check real quick. How do you check, Let's see if he's even on leaderboard. Yeah, he's at the same place as us. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, he's the same mining as me, pretty much, but his smithing is like through the roof. That's what I thought. Because I knew it was pretty high. That means he's been knowledging smithing. Actually, what has he been doing that isn't smithing? Wait, what? He hasn't even unlocked chapter 4. Wait, I never even realized that. I knew he was doing mining and has a higher smithing. But I didn't realize he did that. Like, he really went into smithing. He is level 0 gatherer, but still enough to have touched a resource. There's basically nothing anywheres. And then boom! Mining and smithing. He hasn't even unlocked chapter 4 yet. He's just going all in. And I'm pretty sure it's real because I've actually talked to him slightly. Like, he's done like actual like non-bot text. Like, not like one of those auto-chatting bot kind of things. Or maybe it is a chatbot and they're just getting really advanced. No, I don't think he is. It would be too on the nose because he's currently wearing the bot outfit. So there's no way he's actually a bot. That'd be way too on the nose. He's wearing the Old School RuneScape Starter Pack bot kit. As far as what the default model looks in that game. That's like really on the nose if he's actually botting. I highly doubt he is. His chat is too human to be not a bot. I mean, to be a bot, I mean. So what's the best way to mine iron? You'll need to do that soon. Basically what we're doing right now, where you do the 20 drop thing. Except you could drop it nearly on top of the bank. The main reason it's so much better is it's like 5 tiles from a bank. Whereas this is over 5 rooms away from a bank. Which are 2 very different things. Yeah, bank, like, one inventory of 24 for this takes like a minute. You can bank the entirety of your 120 iron in under a minute. When doing this exact same method for iron. It's just so much better. The only reason I'm even doing this carbonese is so I can get a time for it. Just so I know whenever he referenced in a video about how long it takes on average, roughly. Doesn't have to be tick perfect because not everyone's going to be doing it tick perfectly anyways. So whatever time we get from this should be a pretty average time as far as what it would take someone. Where do you start or finish? I normally do the 2 iron, then I do the other 8. And then I do that again and then drop them not in the portal room, but near where the portal is. You do it like right on where that corner is in the previous room. Hey, mining level. I don't know, we could maybe go do that next. Just for the sake of it, now that we have queueable actions just to mess around with it. It's pretty much what we're doing now though, but for iron. Strategy's pretty similar. Exact way you do it is slightly different. But the overall strategy is the exact same. Best way to play is have a wireless mouse and keyboard and play while laying down on the floor. Actually, I was convinced. I think I've finally been convinced to get a Steam Deck. I've actually been considering it just for this game. We've been talking about it a little bit. I just need to go get some money from the bank later. I just haven't had time to go to the bank. Because I want to make sure I don't overdraft my account because I don't have that much money in it at the moment. Because I need to go add steep funds to it and everything. But I need to go to the bank hopefully this Monday, and then I think I'm going to buy a Steam Deck and have it by like Thursday of next week. I just need to make sure I don't overdraft my bank. I'll be going there on Monday. But yeah, I finally convinced to go buy the best model Steam Deck. I think it's like $650. Plus whatever shipping is. I have no clue how much that will cost. Actually, did they even charge shipping? I assume they would. Because after shipping, this probably was going to be like $700. Which is not cheap, but I've finally been convinced to finally get it. I was holding off on it for a while, but this game basically convinced me to get it. And some other people as well. Also, the other thing that also convinced me is last summer I met up with a friend, and I actually got to play her Steam Deck a little bit. And one concern I always had with the Steam Deck is like the button layout always seemed kind of awkward and clunky. But after playing with it for a little bit while, you know, actually holding in your hand and everything, it's actually pretty good. It looks a lot clunkier than it actually plays. Like, it's visually clunky, but it mechanically works. Oh, while I'm here. I actually need 4 of these. You fell asleep with your laptop balanced on your chest? Oh gosh. Yeah, that's one thing that's always weird about this game. You always gotta remember to go to a passive activity. I don't feel like I've ever played a game that's been like that. Where you basically have to bring your character to a logout location. Because you know, need to do the passive. Like, there's some games where you want to log out from a dangerous area kind of thing. But I don't think I've ever played a game where you actively want to, you know, log out at a actual activity. Alright, how's the timer going so far? So, as far as mining all the ore, it looks like it takes about 12 minutes. That part should be pretty comparable to iron. The problem is the banking time. Which takes 5 minutes instead of 50 seconds, which is a huge hindrance. That's an extra 4 minutes of doing nothing. Just to bank it. And it's over 16 an hour then. Of minutes that you're just wasting doing nothing. Which means every hour you're probably wasting about 15 minutes just banking. Whereas for iron, it's less than 4 minutes to bank per hour. That means just 120 from this takes more time to bank than the entirety of an hour of iron ore banking. That's kind of sad. They really got to buff carbonies. Maybe not the EXP rate, but the bank location. Just please give us one closer. Every way that you do math on it is it's just so horrible right now. I'm still doing a little bit of it just because we need more than none. But this is probably the last inventory I'm ever doing after we get this time. I'm probably not touching it again in favor of AFK iron or actually power mining iron. Similar to old school RuneScape, it is still viable just to do iron instead. And even in this game, he just couldn't help but make iron viable. But yeah, bank time is just so bad for this. Oh good, we got a free shortcut. How do we unlock this magical banking method? You have to complete out the spider nest quest. Though, oddly enough, the way I'm banking right now doesn't require anything. Because we're just using a normal storage unit. But normally to use the storage rifts, you have to do spider nest quest. But this particular banking method actually has no requirement, oddly enough. Other than getting to chapter 3. No, this doesn't require any shortcut or anything. Though, a shortcut across that bridge would be lovely, so you can actually use the storage rift and not do what we're doing right now. Because the only reason we're doing it this way is because, this is the closest bank overall, because you don't have to backtrack the other way. But if they put a bridge, like, right over there somehow, it would make banking here so much quicker. If there was just a bridge across that river in that one room. So one thing I find kind of ironic are the two units that drop the best fear potion in the game, or I believe they're the best, or at least one of the best, at least as far as convenience and everything. The tentacles and the toads. You don't even need a fear potion for them. For one, toads aren't even aggressive. And tentacles are effectively not aggressive. Since you can just walk right around them. Because you never need a fear potion to go through this room ever. It saves you so few tiles, even if you can. Oh, please don't respawn, don't respawn. No! Ah, I thought I was dead. It respawned right as I was going by. Unfortunate. I guess that's a little bit more accurate for our timer, though. In case someone does get caught up or not doing perfect tile. Alright, time does not end when we go bank, though. Time ends when we pick up the potion. Yeah, we started with a 30-minute timer. Where is everyone? There was a bunch of people doing combat earlier. No, I misclicked. Hey, when I do that. Too many precise clicks. Occasionally mess up. I feel like that makes the timer more accurate rather than less, though. Yeah, let's see. So if we didn't make either tentacle mistake, that looks like 17 minutes, but there we go. If you made no tentacle mistake and did it tick perfectly, it would be 17 minutes. But it took us a little bit more than that. Which means, yeah, that's only about 450 an hour. But oh no, that's not awful. It's not particularly awful. No, it's actually slightly worse than that. Wait. Let me do the math. Let me see. I forgot to do the math for this. Because you have to divide that into the thing, then multiply it by your 120. So, divide that by 17. Times that by 120. Yeah, it's roughly 423 carbonies per hour. Compared to iron, that's a little over 500 an hour. So you're getting about 100 less ore per hour. Which means, yeah, I think this is worse XP then, isn't it? Sure sounds like it. Interesting. Oh yeah, also I don't want to do another set of these. I'm just doing the math. But yeah, it's about 420 carbonies per hour. Give or take about 20, depending on efficiency. It's about 420 an hour. Alright, why am I still here? Let me go do iron. Let me go bank these and do iron. I just might as well just walk over to iron. I'll do one instead of iron, just comparatively. I'll go get the timer going. But yeah, it is 420 carbonies per hour. Which, if we break that down for gold, 420, put that into this. So if we go to carbonies here, or just carbonies. I always call it carbonies, but it's carbonies, not carbonies. Let's see. It's 6.81 times whatever number I had earlier. Times 6.81. It is. Oh wow, interesting. Okay, maybe it's not as bad as it seems. It is the same profit per hour as doing iron. Maybe slightly worse than iron, but it's like 2.8. It's like 2.8, 2.9 gold per hour. You know what also 2.8, 2.9 gold per hour? Iron ore. How much XP were we getting per carbonies? Wasn't it like 3.8k? Let me double check what it was per iron. Alright, let me go time one set of iron again. We already have in the past, but I want to go retime it. Just while we're doing it with queueable action and everything. Not that queueable action makes it any quicker. But, just make it more convenient. Alright, let me go start up the timer again. Oh, do the venture? Oh yeah, I still have my venture not completed. The only reason I don't care about it too much, I will do it after this next set, is mostly because it's going to be reset at a time where I can't go do it anyways. So it doesn't matter if I do it like a little bit later. Because it's going to be like the dead of night. That's the only reason I haven't bothered. It doesn't really matter if I do it now or for like an hour from now, for the most part. These both are effectively the same. I do need to go do it though. But yeah, we will after we do this 120 set of iron. Someone said they wanted to see it, and I also kind of want to just mess around with it since we're still working with queueable action. I'm trying to think of anything else I want to go do today with queueable action. Oh, no, is there anything you guys want to see with queueable action? Let me know. Or anything broken that you guys found that I might not have already done. Because the two most broken one definitely seem like woodcutting and mining. But, not sure if there's some other, like, weird meta for something. I know smithing was pretty convenient, too. Smithing, bonewright, and stonemason got a bit of quality of life. Particularly bonewright and smithing because they take place in the same room. Whereas, the bank for stone is in a different room. Which is kind of awkward. Oh, can you queue the alchemy minigame? Oh, that's huge. Oh, yeah, I knew we wouldn't be able to queue alchemy. I didn't think about the alchemy minigame, though. Oh, I need to go test that. Oh, we need to do that after this set. I'm pretty sure that's not, like, exceedingly broken, but it's still really good. Hey, how much XP were we getting per rock again? Wow, 3.3? Oh, technically it's 3.2 because you just used the pot. It's only 600 less gold or XP per rock. Alright, let me go do some math real quick. Hold up. I want to do some quick math. How much, I want to see something. How much XP per hour is iron compared to carbonese? Roughly. So let's see, 3,000. I'm going to say 3,200 per iron, even though I'm boosted right now. Times 500. So 1.6 million. It's technically more than that, but let's just say 1.6 million. And carbonese is this times 3,800. That's hilarious. Oh, that's really hilarious. Carbonese is less gold and less money per hour, which we kind of already knew. Not much less. How much less it is actually really surprising. It's only like 5 or 10% less. But carbonese is both less money per hour and less XP per hour due to how far it is to bank. Unless you're drop alling it. In which case it's 0 money per hour, but more XP per hour. But assuming you're banking it, it is effectively the same EXP and money per hour as doing iron. That's kind of funny. Iron's actually slightly better. As you bank more per hour and you're also getting more XP per hour. Oh, hello, Mad Hatter! Welcome. But yeah, poor carbonese. It's just not worth it. The only thing I didn't test is the smithing XP banked per hour. But carbonese can't possibly be that much better. Plus, carbonese requires gas, which is a whole annoying factor. And just for that alone, I almost want to dock it like 1 billion points. Just the fact that you need gas to properly do it. But yeah, this is the magic tile that we do it for over here. And then we just bank it to that storage rift right over there. But yeah, iron's still the way to go. Poor carbonese. Might not even do anymore. We already have 480 banked. Like, I think that's enough, to be honest. But yeah, the gold per hour and XP per hour isn't that much worse, though. Surprisingly. But it's worse enough that you might as well just stay on iron for how much more convenient it is. Unless you really need carbonese because you need to build something out of it. But that's only relevant if you're a cryonite. And even if you are, unless special attacks are good, there's almost no carbonese item we really need. I think the biggest thing you get on carbonese is your ice throw weapon. So if you're going for a pure ice build, like ice on all 3, one of your 3 ice items are on carbonese. But beyond that, there is almost like no real need for it for the most part. At least currently, until special attacks and stuff come out. But if you're a non-cryonite, you can pretty much just ignore carbonese even exists unless you just want to power mine it. As far as banking it, it's just not worth it. I think is the final verdict out of all this. It's not as much worse as you think it is, though. But it's enough worse that iron is literally better despite being lower tier. But it's not as bad as it seems. It's only like a 5-10% difference. But it's 5-10% difference in the other direction. Like, it's a higher tier ore that's 5 or 10% worse than the previous ore. Rather than the other way around. Instead of being 5 or 10% better, it's 5 or 10% worse. And it requires gas whenever you finally do the smithing. I didn't actually do the math on the smithing XP. But just the fact that it requires gas already probably makes it worse. So unless you, like, directly need the material, it's just not worth it. Or if you're power mining it. I just can't... I refuse to drop stuff on the ground, though. At least this higher tier. If you were to drop all the iron while power mining iron, you'd be dropping 50 gold worth per hour. As far as effective banking. Not like every single hour. But compared to banking it, if you just count banking time, you're making about 50 gold an hour. Just banking iron. The actual full hour is only like about 3 gold an hour. But if you're counting just banking time, it's about 50 gold an hour compared to dropping it on ground. Whereas for carbonese, it's closer to like 10 gold an hour. Which is still a lot to some degree. Like 10 gold an hour is not a small amount. But it's way smaller when you compare it to like 50 gold. If you count just bank time. But overall, their effective per hour rates are almost pretty comparable, which is kind of scary. Iron's only about 5-10% better. So when you're comparing it from hour to hour, carbonese isn't horrific. It's just you wouldn't be doing it unless you specifically need carbonese ore. Or you're power mining it to the ground. But if you're actually banking, it's just worse iron. It's iron, but 5 to 10% worse. But yeah, doing the carbonese kind of reminded me, I can actually grab 4 items instead of 1. It mattered a lot more for the other thing, though. I don't think it really matters for this set, which is why I only ever grabbed 1 in the past. The only reason it mattered for the carbonese is because the pile was so far away. But I guess that makes it so I don't need to touch the pile 1 time, which saves like 1 second. So it's still relevant for iron. It only saves like 1 second, though. Because there's 1 less menu that you have to open and close. So not only do you stall yourself once to get to the pile, but then again for at least 1 tick in order to close the menu. So at bare minimum, you're wasting 0.7 seconds from not grabbing 4. If you only grab 1. So we definitely need to start grabbing 4. There's one thing that we did learn while doing the carbonese, if nothing else. Queuing is so good. Yeah, look how crowded this room is. I don't think I've ever seen this room so crowded, because this is where you AFK iron if you want to do 888. Which I will be doing off stream, by the way. Instead of doing like the method we're doing right now. With like the 2020, 2020, 2020 method. But, yeah, we'd just be doing AFK 8 iron. Doing 888 into a bank. Rather than have to deal with all this mess. Dealing with all this mess is way more efficient. But 888 is so AFK. You get like a 55 seconds of AFK every time you do an 888. It respawns exactly every minute. And then you just click all of them within a few seconds, and then boom. You go away for like 55 seconds. It's so nice. I'm also be doing that off stream because obviously we're actively playing right now. So there's no point in doing it right now. We were earlier when we were messing with Queueable. But, you know, we're not going to farm like that on stream. But anytime I'm mining off stream, I'm definitely doing the 888 method rather than what we're doing now. It's just the efficient way to do it. But 888 is the ultra chill, max AFK, almost 1 minute at a time AFK method. Which is going to be so nice. I'll definitely be doing that tonight to some degree. Alright, the cycle's gonna be slightly off just because I had to do the potion as well. Because we got the knowledge point. So one thing we actually want to go do is stall the knowledge. So that we can stall it on the room. So one new feature that came out today is all spawns spawn at the same time. Pretty much. So you only have to hit the first node on time. You don't actually have to hit the rest of the nodes on time. From what I could tell. Like, as long as we do the first node on time, all these other ones should also spawn at the same time. As they're going off the first node's timer. This mostly means you can use knowledge and a potion in between without being punished as much. If at all. The way that I just did it did slow us down. But this is because I wanted to get the knowledge point out of the way. But, you can use a knowledge point, like, right now. And these will still spawn at the right time. Or drink a potion right now, and this one will still spawn at the right time. Because now all their respawn rate is attached to each other, based on the first one, rather than being based on solo independent timers. Like every single room, same resource, basically share a timer now. So it's more so based on your first node rather than your last node. Because before, the longer you took to get to your last node, the more all 10 of your nodes would be punished. But now they all scale on the first one. So notice how they all respawn right now? At pretty much the same time. Because they're going off of this very first node we hit. Oh, I forgot. Clicking anything auto destroys it. I sometimes do a random right click. And that random right click actually breaks the queue. Even though it's not actually doing anything at all. Alright, now we bank. Wait, are we already at the bank? Wait, is this drop or bank? Are we already at the bank? Wow, this is so much quicker. Wow, this is so much quicker. Wow, that's broken. Yeah, we're definitely sticking with iron. Forget Carbonies. Sorry, Carbonies, you're dead. You're dead content. Till you get a closer bank, you're completely dead. Iron is just so much better. But this was the banking method. Someone asked about this earlier. This is how you do the iron bank. You set it up right next to the bank. Put them all in. Click escape key mashing, and just so you get through the menu. And timer ends when I grab the potion and get back to the first tile. And time. Alright, so it took other way around. It took 13 minutes and 10 seconds. Well, 12 seconds. Around there. Alright, let's do some math real quick. 60 divided by 13.48. That's the wrong number. Oh, no, I got the right one. And then times that by 120, which means we are getting 534 iron ore per hour. Alright, let's see. What is the gold per hour from this then? Did I do that for the other thing? Let me go see. What's the gold per hour for iron ore? Not the gold for effective hour banked, but gold for just an actual hour. So, like, the actual amount of profit we're getting. Compared to if we were buying it from a shop. Let's see. Because this is about how much it will go for in the market, roughly, give or take. Let's see. Give or take, like, 10%, depending on if someone wants to really buy bulk or something else. Or how many they need. But yeah, it's 5.72. So we times that number by 5.72. The number we got was, where is it? It's 534 iron an hour. And we times that by 5.72. And that comes out to 3 gold an hour. Technically slightly higher. Like 3 gold and 55 silver. But yeah, it's 3 gold per hour, which is what we already knew. Which is about 0.1, 0.2 gold better than Carbonies. So it's better XP than Carbonies per hour. It's more money per hour than Carbonies. The only difference is iron ore is going to be a lot more populated in the game compared to Carbonies. So if someone desperately needs Carbonies, Carbonies will probably sell for over 10-20% more. Whereas iron would sell pretty much at market, if not like 10% lower. So that's the only thing that's going to be a little bit different. Is mass selling iron ore is going to be harder because more people will have iron ore. Whereas Carbonies ore will be more in demand, so it'll probably go for like 20-30% more than market price. Like, you know, the price that you'd buy it from a shop. You can only go so high because mass people, or, you know, people who mass buy it from a shop could just mass buy it from a shop. Yeah, Carbonies probably goes for like 20% more than base price. Whereas iron ore might go for like exactly base price or like 10% less. But if you could go exactly at market price, or both of them were to, hypothetically, yeah, Carbonies is slightly worse. But because that's not the case, Carbonies probably would be worth slightly more. Just because so few people are banking it. It's just only Cryonites eat Carbonies, though. Like, every other class doesn't care about Carbonies ore. They'd be perfectly fine just running iron. Anyways, there we go. Alright, cool. I don't know, I kind of want to go queue up some bars now. Just so we don't leave all of them there. But probably just the iron. I'm not going to do both, though. Let me go bank this potion as well. Is there anything I need to go do while I'm over there? Oh, yeah, let me go do my venture, finally. Let me go do our venture. How do you use the new Q action? You click shift click, or you can rebind it to anything in the game. I highly advise just rebinding it to your left click. Because there isn't really anything in the game that really gets in the way of. But if you go to your options menu right over here, under controls, there's a whole menu with all of them in it. And you can just change your left click to Q first action. By default, I think it's shift left click, but you can just change it to left click, or right click, or middle click, or any click. By default, it's shift left click, though. But I do advise changing it to, like, anything else. Most notably, just make it your default left click. I haven't seen anything that's really punished that hard. The only thing it really punishes if you like mash clicking on a resource. It keeps queuing and unqueuing it. That's the only thing that's kind of annoying. But as long as you only click on things once, it should be fine. I think I'm done with mining for today. I'm probably still going to do some AFK iron mining off stream, though. But I think that's the end of our mining ventures. But we still got a lot more to go do. We're still going for about another 9 hours today. I definitely want to try the woodcutting bramble for a bit of time. I just wish I had all the money to go upgrade my axe, though. So maybe do a little bit of money making so we can go get that. And then go buy our axe. I don't know, we'll see. I want to do something that requires queueable actions, though. Oh yeah, let me go try the alchemy thing. People were saying that you could queue up the alchemy minigame. You can't queue up normal alchemy, but apparently you can queue up the minigame. Which is kind of cool. But yeah, let me go try that right now, actually. I need to go there anyways to go put this potion away. Let's go try the alchemy minigame. What potion do I even need right now? I need 12 of the chestnut and 12 of the other weird thing. I need to go check because I think I know what it needs. It needs that weird little green thing that looks like a pepper. And it needs the chestnut. I just want to double check. Are people still trading hats? Oh no. We just got a billion error messages in here. Oh no, people are breaking the game. I haven't seen one of those in a while. The second we walked in here. Everyone's breaking the minigame. Alright, let me double check what we need for this. I think I know what it is. I just want to double check so I don't grab the wrong thing. Not that one. Where's the other one? Wait, where is the other one? Oh, I need the bigger one. Wait, how do you check for potent? Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's chestnut in the thing that looks like a pepper thing. They should both be near here, right? Because the other one's chestnut. Oh, perfect. They're right next to each other. Alright, let's go test this. So supposedly, queueable action works on the minigame, but you can't queue, you can't queue the thingy, though. Though you might be able to queue into the minigame. Let me see. No. Yeah, you can't queue into anything for alchemy like this. But apparently you can queue the minigame itself. Supposedly. I haven't tried it yet, but we're about to. But yeah, you can't queue normal alchemy, unfortunately. Because if you click on this, it's not going to let you. Even if you click on this, it's not going to let you. It's just going to cancel your action. So you can't use it for normal alchemy, but supposedly you can use it for the minigame. Which I guess is the next best bet. Yeah, we'll get an alchemy level from it as well, probably. I do need to work at alchemy at some point. Just haven't really bothered yet. Really need to, though. I just want to get 200 Gather and 200 Mind Fighter first. Or at least 200 Gather, if nothing else. Alright, let's go try it out. Currently it's not working for me. I know, how do you make queueable actions work here? Oh, maybe it is. Hold up. It's just not showing the number. Wait, I think it is working. Okay, it is. It's just not showing the number. Which is kind of throwing me off. But yeah, it is working. It just doesn't show the number over top. But yeah, queueable actions are working for this minigame. Cool. Yeah, it's just not showing the number properly. Like, it does initially, but when you start actually doing something, the numbers go away. Yeah, it's kind of showing them, actually. It's just whenever you do an animation, the number goes away. But yeah, it is indeed working. You just can't queue the final one because you gotta wait until it actually activates. But you can queue the other three. That makes this minigame a lot more AFK. Is it even an active minigame anymore? It's nearly as AFK as doing the other thing. You just gotta have good timing on this. It's not as AFK but as the other thing, but you know, it's more comparable now. Like, it's definitely far less click well, it's still the same amount of clicks, but you know, it's far less intention heavy than it was before. It still is, but less so than it was before. Because you could do this triple click with like 15-second AFKs or so. Like a good 10-15 second. And you just wait for the potion. But this potion does have to be done on time. So it's still less chill than doing normal alchemy, but definitely a lot of quality of life. There's this whole section right here I'm not clicking at all, and it takes like, so at least a good 15 seconds of him just acting on his own. Whereas before you'd have to click every few seconds in between. But yeah, it's nice quality of life. It's not huge, but it helps. Oh, we're gonna get alchemy level from it. Hello, Julia. Welcome, welcome. Hello, John. Welcome, welcome. So does this mean that you can smelt ore as well? Yes, you can also use it on ore. I'll go show that after this because I need to go do some that we were doing earlier as well. You can't do it for all at once, but you can do sets of 6 automatically. Yeah, I can go show it for ore next. Because we just mined a bunch of stuff, so might as well. I need to go process my iron anyways. I don't think I'm going to do all the carbonates right now because we need gas for that. I already have the gas, but I just don't want to do them right now. But I will go do the normal iron. Because that's like a more manageable amount. I think we only have like a couple hundred. I'll go show that as soon as we finish the potions. And hey, we got an alchemy level. But yeah, it's really nice for doing ore. It's particularly good for ores and bones. It doesn't work as good for stonemason. You can still do it for stonemason, but there's no bank. So you can't pre-queue a bank. But you can actually pre-queue a bank for both smithing and bone right because the bank's in the same room. It's not that big a deal, but you can still do the triple for stonemason. You just can't queue the bank afterward. As the bank is in the subsequent room. So if you guys haven't already, definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps a lot and is greatly appreciated. And if you guys want to subscribe, we do stream Brighter Shores here on YouTube every single day for about 11 hours or so, 11 to 12 hours. Including today, we're probably going for about another 9-ish hours. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Alchemy level. Pop up. There we go. Hey, we can make a useless forensic potion. Nice. Now let me go bank all this junk. Alright, let me go do the ore next. What's the max amount of actions you can queue? 9. We tested it earlier in the room that has 12. But yeah, 9 is the most you can do. There's only one room I'm aware of that even has more than 9. But, yeah, only lets you do 9. And the room I'm thinking of is the 3 kelp, 3 shell, 6 fish room. The one where you go to in the tutorial to pick up the kelp. But yeah, 9 seems to be the max limit. But in all fairness, it's more than enough to do pretty much every activity in the game. Very few activities use more than 9. But yeah, the way that you can do this is you can queue up the other 2 things. You can't queue up your next iron. You can queue up the start of your next iron, but you can't queue up your next iron. So like right here, he'll go automatically do his little bellows thing. Then he'll go automatically grab the bars. And you can also queue him to go back and to go put the iron back in. But he won't put the iron back in. He'll only move there. You still have to manually click to redo it every cycle. But it's still pretty AFK. Like, I'm clicking nothing right now. And he's still doing everything. Oh, sorry. Yeah, he doesn't actually do the other thing. So you can only queue 1 set. He doesn't even go back for the iron. But as soon as you go and put the iron in, you can just click all 3 and then just go away for like, 30 seconds. So it's somewhat more AFK. It's not ideal, but it's better than it was before. Like, I'm clicking nothing right now. I'm just sipping on some soda. And he just auto moves the other 2. And this works for bone right. It works for stonemason. I've only been really messing around with it with smithing today, though. That's mostly because we were doing a lot more mining. And as soon as you put the ore in, you just simply click everything and you're good to go. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Definitely not perfect. Ideally, there'd just be a right-click make all button. Would be the most ideal world. But this is like the next closest thing. This is like the in-between from a right-click make all to what we had before. It's not quite as good as a make all option, but it's a nice in-between if nothing else. Not sure if they're ever going to add a make all. I sure hope they do. But this is an okay alternative for now. It's like a make 1/4 instead of a make all. It just saves you from having to do the correct timing on everything, or clicking early, or accidentally not putting in 6. That's one thing that it's really good for. You're never going to accidentally not put in 6. It's actually guaranteed that you'll put in 6 every time. You're never going to accidentally move like slightly early. I think that's the biggest thing that's actually really nice about this queueable action for this. Is it is physically impossible to ever do 5. As your character will not move away until they've done all 6 of them. It's better than nothing? Yeah, it's definitely better than nothing. It's pretty nice. It's not the best case scenario, but it's a nice bit in between. It's still really, really great. You completed help, the Rachiello quest? Nice. How many more do you still have to go? Is this something I hope they add soon? I know they were talking about it. I think they're planning on adding a 3-star quest soon to Chapter 1. It's the only chapter that currently doesn't have a 3-star quest in the current marking system. And who knows, maybe we'll finally get our portal there too. It'll likely require foraging because no quest currently uses foraging. Though if it is a 3-star quest, it likely wouldn't require above like 40 foraging, even less. Unless they make it higher than a 3-star. Because it's not guaranteed that it's a 3-star. The only reason I say that is because, you know, there is no 3-star for Chapter 1. But, you know, it could be a 4-star, could be a 5-star. But if it is a 3-star, you should only need like 40-ish foraging. Did they actually confirm that the duel arena is coming soon? Or whatever they're doing for it? Did he mention that on Twitter? When is Chapter 5? They mentioned like 5 to 6 months last I recall. It's a good while from now. Chapter 5 is like probably the last thing they're trying to get in before launch. So we still got a while before it happens. It's probably like the last of the last updates. Like every single other thing will be in the game probably before Chapter 5. Probably because they're trying to launch with it. They're going to launch like pretty much either with it or around the time of it. But did they actually mention on Twitter that they're doing PvP next? Let me go check. Did they mention anything on Twitter today? I haven't checked it all morning. Or Twitter X, whatever they're calling it these days. I literally only check it to see what he does. Oh, he only posts the patch notes, but maybe he posted a reply to someone that gives us info. Let me go check all his replies. No reply. No reply. No reply. No reply. Actually, you know what? It'd be way easier if I check all his replies instead of just doing it one at a time. No, he hasn't replied to anyone. All he has is the patch notes. That's what was posted on Discord or something. The only thing on his X is the patch note. When staking does come into the game, it's going to be in Act 1. Oh, gosh. I don't think the quest would activate that. Though you never know. Because he's probably going to quest lock a lot of things. Like when special attacks come in, you know, you're going to have to do a quest probably to unlock them to learn how to do them. When, you know, we get a new portal for Chapter 1, it'll probably be locked behind a quest. That's the one I hope for the most. They never confirmed that it will be it, but gosh, this Chapter 1 needs a second portal so badly. I don't care where it is, but it needs one so badly. It's the only zone without one. Or I should say without two, but you know what I mean. Without a second one. Alright, we're almost out of iron. I'm not gonna bother doing all the carbonice right now, no worries. Though I do want to do like one set of carbonice just to see how much XP it gives. Plus that will get us to 219. So how about that? We'll do this until we get 219. And I want to do one carbonice just to compare the XP rate. Because if we compare it to iron, how much are we getting per inventory? We're getting... I need to keep track of whatever this number is. I'm just going to put it into the calculator. The amount we get per thing is 11,778. Alright, good to know. I want to see what it is for carbonice when we head over there. Just want to finish whatever iron we have left real quick. Which is only 2 more sets. We're almost there. And then we're just going to run one set of carbonice just to see what the XP difference is. Because we already tested everything else. We might as well go all the way and check the XP difference as well. I mean, the, you know, smithing XP. We already checked it for mining XP, but we haven't checked it for smithing yet. Yeah, how far does this calculator save back? Because I need those numbers from earlier. Yeah, we were getting 423 carbonice compared to 534 iron. So that's what I have to multiply it by when we consider, there we go. When we consider the XP from it. I'll technically have to divide that number by 6 and then multiply it by it. Because that's every 6 ore, not every 1. But I really love this queueable action. This is so clean. Now, when's the next big update? I need more now. You can't just tease us with an update this good and not give us more now. Now, every single morning, I'm going to be like, oh, is today the day they drop something as good as queueable actions again? That's the only problem with them doing updates again. Now I want more. They're just kind of teasing us with an update right now. Now I need like 1,000 more. It's the only problem with having gone like 3 weeks without one. Is now I kind of expect them again. Bannable actions next. I wish we did have like a menu entry swapper thing. That'd be really convenient. I'm sure if he's ever going to get around to it. There was something after his time. It was actually never in RuneScape at his time whenever he was developing it. But it basically allows you to change anything's left click. And that'd be really good with queueable action because you can set something, like for example, if I queue up the ore bank, the only option I have is to open it up. There is no way to deposit all. Like I can't rebind the first action to deposit all. It is just stuck at open. So if I wanted to go and, for whatever reason, do what we're doing right now, and do it with a deposit all queueable action instead of an open, you can't. Which is one of the biggest things that would be used for with queueable actions, because now you can default it to anything if you were able to do that. But currently you cannot. It would also help a lot with trading, because the default right now is not trade. It is to open the menu. But if you had menu entry swapper, you could just switch it to trade whenever you left click on them. Same as how for this, you could like change it to make it so it's deposit all. For exactly what we're doing right now, it's actually better for it not to be deposit all. But if you were doing something where you did want it to be deposit all, you can make it that way. We're always in a rush. I don't think I'm normally in a rush. I'm pretty patient when it comes to most things. It's just if we're going to be doing something already, we could be doing it quicker, we might as well be. It just saves more time. There's a lot that I do in that is not because I'm necessarily in a rush, it's just to save time overall. Yeah, not really rushing. Yeah, rushing and efficiency are two kind of different things. Like, I'm not trying to rush leaderboards or anything. But, you know, I'm trying not to be particularly inefficient either. Whenever I can. Because I'm not like trying to rush to rank 1 or anything. But the time that I am playing, I'm trying to generally play a bit more efficiently if possible. Unless I'm just like really relaxing and not bothering. So I don't think we missed a single aggro skip today. I've accidentally walked into enemies. But I haven't actually missed an aggro skip at all. Yeah, rock stats in the mining. I think he's rank 2 for Mines of Batubin. He's really, really high. Alright, I just want to test how much XP this is to compare it to iron ore per hour. Because I want to see if it actually banks more smithing XP. Because if it doesn't, it's worse than iron ore in every possible parameter. And even if this does do slightly more, it does have the downside of requiring gas. I'm just going to do one inventory here. I'm not going to do all of them, though. We could. We only have 492. I don't think I'm going to, though. I definitely need to sometime today, though. Just don't feel like it's right now. Oh! Oh! That's something I didn't consider. Hold up. I didn't actually put that into consideration. I don't have the smithing level for it. It's 220. I'm at like the edge of 219. Never mind. Whoops. Oh, that's funny. I can't even do that today. Well, there we go. I can't even do that. Oh, that's funny. I didn't even put that into consideration that I don't even have the smithing level for it. I just kind of assumed I did. But no, it's 220 when I'm at basically 219. It would take too long to go get the level, so we're not doing that today. Well, I'll find out what the number is later, I guess. Alright, let's go upgrade our axe and try doing some brambles. I'm going to do the normal hatchet, I think. And go test the Suave Bramble. I mean, Bramble Suave, I mean. 8 Bramble, 1 Suave. Or Suave, or however you say it. 1 Suave, 1 Suave, 1 Suave. I think Suave is my favorite one. I know it's not how you say it. But it sounds cooler than the other two. I think it's technically called Suave. But I call it Suave. Yeah, let me go upgrade my axe. I think I want to get 10 upgrades on it. I hope we can get to 20. It's all annoying me to no end if we can only go to 19. I'm going to upgrade the axe as far as we can go. We're not going to do this for like an extremely long amount of time. I just want to try it. It's the main one they showed off in the trailer. And the main reason for that is it is one of the better options. Also, I just realized the enchant item default thing is actually the hatchet. It's kind of funny. Her actual default for upgrading a tool is a hatchet. Or maybe this is the last one you did. Does anyone know? Is this icon always a hatchet, or is it based on the one you last did? Because I'm currently upgrading a hatchet and it's showing a hatchet. I'm not sure if it's showing the last item you did, or just it is always a hatchet. You've asked devs for picking your enchant level and it automatically levels to 20. Yeah, enchanting is so slow. They're eventually going to add like a buy 5, buy 10, buy X number. Or something like that. Or even buy up to your whole cash stack. So hello Joey, welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's really slow right now. You gotta do each one individually. We've already done like over 200 enchants one at a time. It is very slow. We're almost there. We're just getting it to 20 for now. I do plan to get to 25, but we can't afford it at the moment. We will later. Just not right now. It's not like we're camping it. I'm just trying it for a little bit. It's not like we're going to be camping it for the next like 10 hours or something. I just mostly just want to try it a little bit since it's new. Or, you know, the activity isn't new, but the queueable action on it is. Loving a new update? Oh yeah, it's been a lot of fun so far, Joey. We've tested, I think, everything we could. If anyone knows of anything we haven't, do let me know. We can go mess around with it. But I think we've done, like, literally everything. Because you can't do it on combat. You can't do it on cooking. We did it on fishing. We did it on foraging. We did it on alchemy. You can only do it for the minigame, though. You can't do it for normal alchemy. We did it for gatherer. We did it for woodcutting. I'm about to do even more woodcutting. You can't do it on carpentry. We did it for bone right. We did it for mining. We did it for smithing. I technically didn't do it for stonemason, but I assume it works the same as the other two. The only reason I didn't do it for stonemason is because I don't have any spare stones in the bank at the moment. Because we used them all. And every other skill doesn't work on. Unfortunately, leatherworker does not work on. Sadly. As broken and fun as it would be to queue a whole inventory of leatherworker, it unfortunately does not work on leatherworker. You know what? I'm actually going to chant this all the way. I don't need the spare funds. It'll annoy me that it's not 25, but might as well do it now rather than later. But I will need to upgrade the rest later, though, to 25. We already committed this far, might as well go all the way. I think it's the last one we can get for now, until we scrap together a little bit more gold. Actually, I might be able to do one more. We're gonna be like dirt poor, though. I gotta save at least enough to buy like one inventory of hide. Need at least like 50 silver remaining. Yeah, how much is it? Yeah, it's enough. Alright, we'll get it. I'll need to get 2 more upgrades later, but it's a later issue. On top of all the other billion tools we need to go upgrade. But the first one will be the 2 levels on this axe. Alright, let's go test it out. We did do this a little bit earlier, but I want to actually farm it a bit. Oh yeah, let me go grab a potion. I want to go get, actually, do we put this in the gathering? I'm not sure what I should level this with. There's a couple different things we could put it onto. I'm actually leaning towards gathering, though, because I don't really need tier 3 femurs. Like, I don't need that many of them. We'll just put it into gathering instead of bone rate. I'm heavily considering it. Gosh, every time we walk into this room, it has an error message now. That's the second time now. All those people queuing up those actions, breaking the game. But I'm just going to use these potions, just put it into gather, I think. While we're doing woodcutter. It's either that or put it into carpentry. Let's see. Alright, we're out here. Okay, hope forest time. Actually, it's quicker to go from the top. Oh, did you see your question about detective? Oh, sorry, what was it? For detective, you're at 28, but your watchman is 58. Do you get reduced raid XP because your combat is so high? Yes, I believe you do. It's actually based on your combat rather than your other thing. Oh, wait, how are we going to do this? Okay, I think I see how now. Oh, it should be fine. Barely. Alright, let me go to the Suave room. Alright, good. No aggro's. Perfect. Alright, Bramble Suave time. Oh, this is going to be so chill. Let me just drink a potion, put it into Gatherer. So we can start getting to tier 4 already. Alright, let it begin. I did make sure I go do it in the correct order for the next cycle. Because the order I just did is extremely incorrect. Oh, so you know what we should actually do? We should actually start with the Suave tree. Because its respawn seems to be worse than the other things. But then its respawn is always going to be worse, so I don't know. The big issue with Suave is that it doesn't spawn at the same time as everything else. So I'm going to take the 4 right here, then take 1, 1, 1. Just so we minimize how much we have to walk. Disintegrate doesn't really matter too much, though. But I'm going to take all 4 adjacent here, and then grab the other thing. And then grab these 2, and then grab that one, and then grab the tree. The problem with the tree is it doesn't spawn until all the way at the end. It just shares a different timer than the Bramble. Also, this is so chill, by the way. Bramble Suave is even more broken than it already was. It's not any better EXP per hour, but the convenience of it is so high compared to before. Like, the convenience of doing the activity is so free. Even though it's still the same amount of XP per hour. Yeah, you can just do anything right now. Take a sip of water, stay hydrated, talk to someone in the room, talk to chat and look at chat instead of being constantly active at the vines. And our XP pot went down. But yeah, that's one bad thing about Watch Person to Detective. Is if you're over leveled, I believe it does hinder your Detective XP, so you kind of have to keep them both pretty even. That's one of the reasons most people have a pretty close together Watch Person to Detective level. Like, normally they're not ever further than like 10, 20, 30 levels away. Oh, we technically do U-trees now. I feel like U's would not work that well with queuable action, though. Also, I don't even think you can co-op queue them. That'd be funny if you could. I don't think you can, though. Since you can't change your left-click option. But you can even co-op the U's with Q. You're about to head there. You need 4 more levels for the mission. Nice. Oh, which one? The one that requires 45 woodcutting? Yeah, we got that done on Thanksgiving Day. It was actually the last quest we ever did, Forgotten Things. It's 45 woodcutting, 50 carpentry, and the ability to kill level 60. Which we killed at level 30. You could probably kill it at like level 20. You could safe spot it behind a chest unless they changed it. But the chest counts as a wall. And you stay stationary after you start the fight. So, yeah, you can just keep hiding behind a chest. So as long as you can kill them within like 20 heals, you're pretty much good to go. Since you can heal without them attacking you. Yeah, this is so free. He doesn't even move for 4 of them. You just click all of them and you're good to go. I could definitely see myself AFKing these off stream as well. I'll probably do iron because I need the material more for smithing XP and everything. But these are not bad at all. The only problem with doing iron is it's 20% less efficient. That's the only reason that's kind of keeping me away from iron. Like, it's so good, but it's 20% less efficient than playing it actively. Whereas this is actually max efficiency. Assuming you have enough time to grab the Suave each time. You're getting max rate while doing this. And you pretty much never need a bank, and even if you do, the bank is right there. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tiles away. The bank is 10 tiles away. Worst comes to worst, you could drop them if you really don't want to walk 10 tiles. I'm going to be banking them all, though. But if you really don't want to bank, it's a 10 tile walk. I mean, if you do want to bank, it's only a 10 tile walk. Technically 20 because it's 10 there and back. I feel like that's worth it for 23 logs, though. Especially if you're at the higher tier of Suave. Right now we're only doing tier 2, but you know, it's still better than nothing. I love this so much. I see why they showed Brambles as like the main thing to showcase it. Because Brambles are just so free now. I don't think there's any skill that's been more buffed than woodcutting Bramble. You just max efficiency it while AFKing for like 20, 30 seconds at a time. Actually, I could test. I haven't actually timed it yet. How long can you AFK this for? Obviously, that's way too much timer on the clock, but we'll still be able to get a time for it. I want to do it from the first click. See about how long it takes per cycle. And then timer stops as soon as the respawn hits. Now, let's see how much one cycle is. I'm also checking how long one AFK is. So currently we are, what, 15 seconds AFK? I guess minus 1 second because of the clicking and everything. But yeah, it looks like it's a solid 25 second, almost 30 second AFK. Yeah, it's 30 second AFK. Even if you count all the clicking time. Almost 35. And then you have to click once for the Suavi. But yeah, it looks like it's about 35 second AFK. Even counting the time to go do all the clicks. And it looks like each cycle is going to be about a minute. Some other iron, or does it spawn a bit quicker than that? Timer stops the second anything spawns. That's a weird time. 49 seconds? Could have been off because of the click thing. But, yeah, it's about 49 seconds a cycle. Could be off by a second. Might be 50. But you get a solid, what, 35 seconds of full AFK. You do have to come back to go click the Suavi once, though, unless you want to skip the Suavi. But you're missing out on whatever your Suavi tree's XP rate is whenever you do. Which adds up a lot. Plus you get to bank some logs rather than none. Because this is a pretty notoriously lack of carpentry XP kind of method. So you can normally offset that by, you know, at least getting a couple that you can end up running. But yeah, it's like 50 seconds per cycle. Whereas iron is every minute. So technically iron is far more AFK. But this is pretty much max efficiency though. Whereas iron is 20% less than max efficient. If you're camping one room for the 8. Whereas this is pretty much the full rate. The only reason it wouldn't be is because you're not taking the Suavi because of, you know, AFK-ness. Or if you start your cycle lower because of AFK. But if you're keeping up with it the entire time, it's 100% max efficient. Like, nothing about this is slower than normal. Whereas iron is about 20% slower if you only camp the one room. But the iron is also more AFK than this. Like, at max, you're getting like 35 second AFK here. Whereas iron is close to 55 second AFK. So it really depends on what number of AFK you're looking for. If you're looking for like a mid-range one or, you know, slightly bigger one. Because yeah, it's about like 36, 37 second AFK. You say like 35. But iron's a solid 55. Or depending how quick you click. How quick you click. How quick you click, it could be as low as like 58 seconds, or as high as, I mean. Which is almost a whole minute of AFK. Who ended up... Oh, so hello, PM Twisty! Hope everything's been going well. Welcome, welcome. Who ended up voting that we didn't end up going... Or, oh yeah, that won't use it that much. I think there might be some people who are not using it at all, who aren't playing the game as well. Because I didn't put like a no, not playing game currently option. So it could be the people who currently aren't playing. Because there are some people who watch us that aren't actually playing the game. Actually, a surprisingly high amount. So it might just be someone voting for that because I didn't bother putting a fourth option for it. Oh, you got the Gennard soup for the thing? Nice. Yeah, the boss fight's pretty easy at the end. I can't wait till we get some actual real bosses in the game. Because a lot of the bosses currently have been pretty much pushovers. I really like the concept of the Toad boss that was in Chapter 2, though. It just needs to actually have more mechanics that can actually, you know, do anything to you. Because as it currently is, it's just like a free auto-scroll almost. Like, it's basically a zero damage boss. Soup for the win? Yeah, we did the soup grind as well for the quest. It's definitely not worth it compared to doing just contracts and knowledge alone. But yeah, we did do the soup grind. We did like a whole stream of just soup. Like literally nothing but soup for an entire stream. And like a few contracts there and there. Oh, so are we doing this for any kind of goal right now? Ash logs are kind of interesting at 71. It's our first tier 3. Honestly, I'm about to start putting this knowledge into, woodcutting. Because we're in such a dead zone for woodcutting right now. We're still at tier 2, not even at tier 3 yet. We're still stuck in tier 3 for gather as well, but we're almost out of it to tier 4. Thank you, PM Twisty. Yeah, we've been going quite a bit. I think we're rank 17 right now. Well, rank 17, quote unquote. It's not actually 17 because of, you know, hidden people. But eventually that will be fixed. Did they ever mention about when that's going to be? Because I know they were considering, and probably likely soon doing, making it so the leaderboard will show invisible people. Or, you know, it won't show them, but it'll show your correct rank. So if there's like 2 invisible people ahead of you, it'll show your correct rank. But yeah, eventually it will show the correct number, though. So even if people do opt out, we'll know exactly what it is. I'm not sure if I'm still going to bother maintaining top 20 after that. We've been doing it just for fun because we had it since Leaderboard came out. But I don't really care too much if we drop below it. It was a cool milestone to go for, though. Also, by the way, this is actually really good knowledge per hour, what we're doing right now. Suave Bramble, other than combat, I'm pretty sure, not counting combat or forager, it is the highest knowledge per hour you can get. So, like, the 3rd highest you could do in free-to-play. And I think the 5th highest in the entire game. Because I think the only thing in member areas that's quicker is merchant. So this is what, the 5th highest? 4th highest? Because this is only behind forager, merchant, and combat, if you're, like, potting and using good gear. So this is like the 4th best knowledge per hour from what I'm aware of. Potentially even 3rd, depending on how you're going about doing combat. Because not all combat is better knowledge than what we're doing right now. But I've kind of been neglecting woodcutting. It's mostly because we're still at the, like, the dead tier of woodcutting. Also because I don't have the tools upgraded. Which is why we've been trying to money make for the tools. Which is something I kind of want to do more of this stream. It's just, I don't think there's any moneymaker you can do that uses queueable action. Everything that uses queueable action doesn't really make money. Is the only problem. Like, they do save you money, but they don't, like, directly give you gold. They give you theoretical gold value, but not, like, the actual currency of gold that we need to go enchant everything with. But yeah, it does look like they did some amount of ban waves when they came back today. After the holidays. Yeah, we'll go until we get one more woodcutting level. Which we'll probably go until we fill out these Suavies and then go do the U tree just once for the sake of it. Since we unlocked them, might as well do like one inventory of U. And that's probably all I'm ever grabbing. I'm gonna do one inventory of U and then ignore their existence forever. Just for the first time bonus for woodcutting and carpentry. I don't plan to farm them, especially with a level 0 two-hand. It's also not worth doing the co-op method for it. It's way too clunky for the XP rate we'd be getting. I am curious if they're going to retweak co-op a little bit to actually be worthwhile. I think by design they don't want to make it too overpowered though. Because they don't want to make it so it feels like you only have to do co-op. They want it to be like an in-between where, you know, it's still better technically than doing it solo, but not so much better that you have to do it co-op. Because that's where it currently stands right now. Like, if you do it really, really efficiently, it is going to be ever so slightly better than doing it solo. But the problem with that is, yeah, it's just not worth doing. Because it's so much extra effort just for barely anything better. And if both people aren't, like, perfectly in sync, it even slows it down more than just doing it solo. I'm curious if they are going to tweak it a little bit in the future. Would it be funny if the people that got banned and still playing gonna make a third-party website with a top leaderboard for banned users? That'd be kind of funny. Yeah, KP screen does stop the queue. We saw that a couple times earlier. It's really annoying. It's something on the long list of things that is awful with the knowledge system. That they really need to fix at some point. There's like a whole laundry list of small issues with the knowledge system. Mostly all the stalls that occur because of it. And that's one of them. It actually happens regardless of what menu you have open though. Even if you have like a teleport menu open or something, it'll also stall it. Or if you have your map open, it will stall it. Like literally having anything open at all will stall your queue. Like if I open this, he won't go to his next action. Oh wait, he did that time. Wait, what? Brambles are an exception? Why didn't it work for the other thing then? That's weird. Oh, I think it was when I had the menu open. Ah, yeah. You have to go a menu into a menu. A menu doesn't stop it, but a menu on top of a menu does stop it. Aha. So me opening up this doesn't stop it, but me opening up this and then the teleport menu would. Because that was the issue I had earlier. Yeah, a lot of weird things stall it for some reason. Or like completely freeze it. Like it doesn't end your queue, but it stalls your queue. Like doing this, it doesn't. But if I do this, I'll just stand there doing nothing. Until I close it. Did they change merchant with the last update? Supposedly they nerfed a couple things. But I talked to one of the top few ranked merchants and they said it seems about the same XP rate. Like if you compare the amount of time you save from the shortcut and everything. They did say at some level range it's like better or worse. But yeah, it seems like it doesn't really affect merchant that much. But yeah, merchant did finally get its first nerf. But also a buff simultaneously. The verdict isn't in overall if it's more of a nerf than a buff, though. But this might be officially the first nerf to ever come to Merchant. But if it is, it's really, really small. Well, basically what happened is they made the shortcut one-clickable. The one in the top left. But they scaled down all the tasks that are near it. Supposedly. By a small amount. Alright, let me go do one inventory U tree and then we're out of here. Alright, let me go bank these. And then we'll go do the U's real quick. Wrong teleport. It is quicker to get there, right? I think so. I'm not sure if that teleport's even needed. It might have just been quicker just to walk there now that I'm looking at it. But oh well, we already teleported. What are we working towards now? Honestly, I'm just kind of messing with queueable actions still. I don't really have anything we're currently doing. I'm just messing around with queueable actions since it came out today. What we should be doing is making money. The problem with that is not a single moneymaker I want to go do uses queueable action. Because I kind of want to go do Leatherworker. But you can't queue anything in Leatherworker. I'm only gonna do one inventory. I don't plan to camp that many of these. I just want to get one inventory then never touch them again. Can you queue smithing? Yes. But you can only queue it for one set of 6. You can't queue 24. But you can queue 6 at a time. Like all the actions for all 6. So it's better than it was before. You just can't queue up the whole inventory at once. It's still a big improvement though. Alright, is the first tree respawned, or do I have to grab a leak or two? Oh, the first tree is like super respawned. Wow, these things take forever. You know what? I want to test something. It takes so long. Can I grab all the trees and leak at the same time? I want to see something. Can we just camp this one room? I just dropped a leak on the ground. Because I think the trees might spawn quick enough that this might actually work. That moment of truth. It'd have to respawn. Yeah, it does! Oh, that's some tech right there. Oh, the leaks might not respawn properly, though. Because the trees spawn quicker than a leak. Then I'm gonna do 3 tree, all leak. I just dropped the leak. The only problem is the leaks do spawn slower, though. Can you queue fishing? Yes. Though you gotta be really careful not to misclick, though. Because if you misclick a walk, it ends your entire queue. It's also really hard to queue fish that are on top of each other. Because they're on top of each other. But yes, it does work on fishing, but it's really clunky. Oh, when's the leak gonna spawn? Come on, any second now. That's the problem. The yew tree spawn and the leak spawn are kind of out of sync. Because the trees spawn so much quicker. I guess we could do these 3 and then drop. And then the next yew tree should be spawned by then. Because I don't think we have enough time to go grab the other one. No, we don't. Yeah, so it's gonna have to be 3 yew into 3 leak and drop the leak. I want to do in 1 inventory. And then we're never touching a yew tree again. Yeah, it's 3 yew, 3 leak, then drop leak, and then repeat. Or bank leak if you want a bank leak. If you don't have a potion in your inventory, it is perfect. 24. You would bank 12, you would bank 12 yew logs and 12, leaks. But we're just here for 1 inventory of yew. And then we're never touching these things again until tier 3 or 4 or something where it's actually relevant. It doesn't really get relevant until tier 4. You can start making some 199s out of it. Even tier 3 I'm probably doing exactly what we're doing now. We're barely grabbing any. But we're already here, so I forget to grab a few. Free XP. Which this thing spawns so quick, though. What's the best way to make money? Generally the most consistent way to do it is just merchant into leatherworker. Combat at a really high level range does make money, especially when trading is in the game. The problem with combat is you don't really start to make in the green until like post 200. And you just start making like really, really good money until like 300-400 plus. Alright, any moment now. Yeah, there we go. Alright, we're out here. Final 3 trees. Unfortunately, can't queue up a walk. What do we go for next? I don't even know. Let's see. Fishing we did. Never did the manta ray into the foraging thing, though. I just do a drop all on it. We could try that. I think that's like the last thing as far as like every single activity that we haven't actually tried yet. Let me go do it. Actually, I can just tele over there. Because we're gonna already pass a bank. Oops, wrong bank though, or wrong teleport. Yeah, let me go try the manta ray into foraging in the manta ray room. Because this is gonna be a drop all infinite loop. Because it's too far from a bank to bother banking it. At least at tier 1 anyways. Maybe the higher tier 1 you would. But the lower tier 1 would definitely be a drop all. Oh, so hello, Mr. Z. Yeah, let me go and get our potion. Which one do we even want? I guess technically mining XP. And then we'll go bank the U logs when we go over to the fishing thing. But yeah, I think at this point we've tried pretty much everything. We tried the one that has 12 of them in it. The only reason I want to try this manta ray room is I want to see how much downtime there is between grabbing everything. Because I think there's 3 foraging and 6 fish. And I want to see if we could full cycle. Like, take 6 fish, grab 3 foraging, and see if the 6 fish are respawned by then. And just drop everything on the ground infinitely. It's also the highest level fish we can catch right now. Because I've heard manta rays are a good offset for jellyfish and the other thing. The only problem is you make no money during it. But you're already making so little money that it doesn't really matter that much. I'll take the beach scenic route. Are 5-star weapons going to come with bosses? Probably. Either that or raids. First time bonus. Gosh, I hate how far you have to go for fishing. The other thing that's annoying with this is it's not going to fish the closest fish to you. It's gonna fish the fish that you last clicked on. And that fish might be a mile away compared to your next fish that you're going to. The only thing that's kind of awkward with Queueable action with fishing in this big of a pool is you gotta walk a mile sometimes. And he might walk to one on the complete other side when there's like another one next to him. But I think this does perfect cycle though. It just is really RNG based what your XP rate's gonna be though. Because of all of them just moving around. But I think this might perfect cycle. And you just drop everything. And then repeat it again. Yeah, it does look like it perfect cycles. Ooh. Okay, that's not bad. That's kind of clean. If it wasn't for the fact that this menu comes up occasionally. Bone ray. Alright, let's go queue them up. Just gotta be careful not to misclick. I gotta get their hitboxes just so I know where their hitbox is. If you misclick, you will queue up a walk and cancel everything. It's the only annoying thing with queueable action with fishing. That and the fact that your queues are so out of sync. Like, I'm passing 2 fish that are closer. Just to grab the one I clicked first. And I was gonna go all the way over there when that one's closer. Because it does in what order you click them in, not in which order is, like, closer to you. This is pretty AFK chill, though. A lot of downtime. It's also an infinite loop AFK. And then you just click drop all when you're done. And then we go right back in the cycle. And then we'll wait for the fish that should spawn any second now. Come on, fishies. It should be based on the first one you grab. Yeah, this is really chill. No, I queued a walk. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that. Honestly, if I'm doing this method, I should go disable walk. How do you disable every walk? I want to go do it real quick. If we were to ever AFK these in the future, you would definitely need to. Alright, let me go catch all the 6 of these first, and I'm gonna go disable walk. I'm gonna disable literally every walk functionality on left click. So I can't ever misclick a walk. It's like one of the few activities you would actually want it for when you're fishing with Q. Because if you accidentally do a walk, you end your entire queue that you build up. So let me go disable it real quick. Just temporarily. Controls. Left click walk? No. Disable it completely. Alright, now I shouldn't ever be able to misclick it. Yep, I'm mass clicking right now and it's not disabling it. Perfect. So now if I accidentally misclick a manta ray, it won't end the entire queue. So you definitely want to consider that if you're doing fishing. Just completely disable your left click from walking, or whatever button you're using to click them all. But if you do that, you can never end your queue. Like right now, I'm mash clicking. It's hard to tell, but I'm mash clicking the ground right now. And our queue is still going. And if you don't do that, a single walk will cancel the entire thing. And it's really easy to accidentally misclick since the fish are always moving. Honestly, I like this. This is actually really chill. This might be my new favorite fishing method now. Drop all manta ray. Also, I still have middle click set to walk, so I can still walk when I need to. And it's perfect cycle as well. With capes, when you buy the 50 and go to buy the 100, do you keep the 50 or does it just add to it? You get to keep it. I eventually want to get a collection of all of them. I just didn't want to waste the gold on it yet. But, yeah, you get to keep all of them. I have a 50 smithing cape, a 100 smithing cape, and a 200 mining cape. But yeah, you can keep all of them. You can also skip all the way to whatever one you want. Like, you don't have to buy them in order. Yeah, you can't currently queue crafting. Hopefully that's something to add down the line. But currently it is not possible to queue crafting. The closest thing you can do is currently like smithing bars and stuff like that. You can queue up some of their cycle for it. You can also queue up potion making, oddly enough, the minigame. You can queue the minigame of the potion making, but you can't queue the normal one, like the more AFK one. It's kind of ironic, because the less AFK one is actually the one that's queuable. It's still less AFK than normal alchemy, but it's just kind of funny that that one got a little bit extra AFK compared to the other one. Oh yeah, here's one of the big issues with doing this. The one that I clicked first is all the way on the other side now. And now that one's also going to move all the way to the other side. It's kind of annoying. It's really luck-based. Because you can't, like, change your path midway. Like, you're locked into whatever you queued into. So now I'm going to go to one side and have to walk all the way through the other side. That is so slow. That is so absurdly slow. Those things already spawned. It's so slow. It's so slow, the fish are about to, like, respawn as soon as I catch a slug. Yep, they did. Wait, is the other one also going to respawn? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got chipped one. My 6th one didn't respawn. How's that going to work now? It just took so long to catch him that the other one's already respawned. But the 6th one hasn't yet. Yeah, unbinding move makes it better to fish. Because you can't ever misclick a walk. Because right now I'm like clicking and it doesn't move me. I still have it set to middle click, so if I ever do need to do a manual move, I still can. But as long as you set everything off your left click, it won't cancel your queue. Oh, wait, that's some tech right there. Wait. Oh, what about a stagger respawn? Oh, wait, that's some tech. Okay, I'm gonna grab all but one. Wait, you could do a stagger respawn. Ooh. I wonder how close to the end you have to do that for it to work properly. That's interesting. Because all of them respawned based on that one I got earlier. So now I'm gonna go get this and see if that will set the new respawn to be based on his timer. But still getting the old respawn for everyone else. Oh no, they already spawned. It doesn't matter now. But that was interesting. We were able to reset the respawn based on the last one. Rather than the first one. So we're able to get a respawn on top of a respawn. That's kind of weird. I need to look into that more later. Because we basically forced respawn early. Because I keep forgetting I can click early. I keep not clicking immediately, thinking like, oh yeah, I can't click. But then I keep forgetting, it's like, oh yeah, Queueable action came out today. It's gonna take a while to get used to. The fact that I can click immediately rather than having to wait. Because I'm so used to have to wait after you do each action. But now you can just preemptively click them all. But yeah, this is so chill. I actually really like this room now. Also, a lot of people have the same idea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 counting us. Up 9. Oh, I think just doing a foraging route though. And the manta rays are already back. Yeah, I like this. I like this a lot. Fishing just got a lot better. The only thing that's annoying is it doesn't auto, like, queue whatever one is closest. So you can get some really bad manta ray or anything RNG. The bigger the pool, the worse it's going to be for RNG. Like, this room and that one all the way at the beginning are, like, the worst, too. Because the pool for them that you have to catch them in is just so large. So you can get so much distance on you. Like, look at how far the other one is going to be. I guess I could technically re-queue them right now. Let's see if I cancel that and then do that. Oh, no, I can't. Never mind. I think I can. I just might have misclicked there. Because I know you can unqueue them. I think it was because we were at the end of the current one. They didn't let me. Oh, I got a stuck number 2. Oh, no, I glitched it. Oh, no. Whatever I just did glitched them. Alright, now he went away. I made like a number 2 just stay there. Just hovering in the air. The floating 2. But overall, I've been enjoying this a lot. Great quality of life today. Still a few tweaks that needs to be happening to it, but overall, it's pretty nice. Though I am a little bit disappointed that you can't use it on carpentry and leatherworker. Because that would have made carpentry so much less worse. And leatherworker would have been like the best activity to ever exist in the whole game. As you could like 4-minute AFK an entire inventory of money. I was like, I gotta keep using the sense bar just to figure out where their hitbox is. Because they're constantly moving. They do the same thing for the eels as well. Like those little gas eel things. They don't move as much of these things though. But it's still the same premise because you're going through a slow moving area. while having to pick up a bunch of things. Well, I guess in this case spearing them, but same difference. Effectively the same thing. Water boots when? I know, right? Double movement speed while walking through water amulet. The amulet of flippers. That's the thing that made you move quicker in the other game he did. But we need like an amulet or something that makes you move like normal walk speed in water. Because that reduced walk speed is so bad. It's the main thing that's really hinders fishing right now. Because your movement speed is basically cut in half while in the water. Hey, burn rate level. Hey, a new bow I don't need. It would be nice to sell the leather at the merchant from your leather bank rather than the inventory. Both are about the same distance. Normally when you want to sell, it's not too much further to go to, you know, just sell them outright. Also, you will eventually be able to sell to players. And they will probably sell for even more instantly than what they sell for at the thing. And the main reason for that is people who need it for Armor Maker. When Armor Maker comes out. Like, when trading initially comes out, they might not hold that value. But, they should go for about 10% more than what you sell them for now. Or at least some percent more. Because the bare minimum line is, you know, how much you sell them for. So, they can only go for more than that. They can't go for less. Because otherwise you could just sell them to the shop. So if you hold on to them, they sell for about 10% more, and you can sell them instantly to players. Anywhere from like 5 to 20% more. It really depends how much someone is hoarding them for Chapter 5. But you can mass sell hundreds or thousands of them instantly when trading comes out. We just don't know how many people will be collecting them preemptively. But on average, you should be able to get 5% more than what you can sell them for now. If not more. Because it's impossible to get less. Since you could just be selling them at that point. So it would have to be some percent more than what you can sell them to the shop. Yeah, this whole area in general needs another teleporter. I'm really hoping when this place gets another quest, it's a teleporter quest. It's the only zone with only one teleporter. It needs one so badly. I was mentioning earlier, you know where they should put one? If we ever get a quest for it? That room right over there. The one right above there. Where you end up getting the Gennards. Like, one room above that should be where the teleport room is. It's like in a nice in-between of everything. Without being, like, super, super broken for Forager. It'd still be very strong for Forager. But it would mostly help with fishing. But it would allow some new routes for foraging that wouldn't exist before. But they did mention they're working on another quest for Chapter 1 soon. We don't have like an exact date, but it might be this month. And while the reward for it hasn't been confirmed or requirements or anything about it, I really think it's going to be the teleporter finally. As it's the only zone in the entire game with only one teleporter. And other than Chronopolis, every single teleporter has been locked behind a quest. The only reason it wasn't for Chronopolis is because it's a trading district. And wanted everyone to be able to immediately go to trading. For that mechanic that doesn't exist yet. But in every other chapter, it's quest locked. The second teleporter. Also, by the way, I do not need foraging or fishing XP right now. The only reason I'm doing it is because I'm actually really enjoying this method. That's one thing that's actually nice about fishing in this game. While it is probably the most useless skill in the game right now, it is just so chill. And Queueable action has made it even more chill. I have no need to get foraging or fishing up right now. Foraging a little bit so. Fishing I have literally no need to go get up though. But here we are. We'll go for maybe, I don't know how much longer we'll go. As you can see, maybe we'll go for one more level. I might though. I don't really need to for any reason I don't think, but we could. Yeah, we don't have anything good coming up. I guess we have the Gnard. I don't think Gnard has any foraging in that room, does it? Oh no, it does. You can do the other thing I see. But you can do the same thing that we're doing now, actually. Okay, that's kind of cool. So that means every single one of these big fishing rooms have the same method. One of them even has 12 nodes to go grab. So you have like 2 different ones to choose from, or even do a bunch more foraging in. But every single one of the fishing rooms has at least 3 foraging nodes you can also grab in between. So they have pretty nice infinite loop then. You grab 6 fish, grab 3 nodes, grab 6 fish, grab 3 foraging nodes. Keep doing that over and over again. Because you can do that for every beached fish currently. Every single one has 6 spawns and 3 nodes on the beach. With the one exception being the what's it called? The flounder thingy. The flounder has 12 instead of 9. So it's technically even better. Yeah, not bad. These methods were already kind of iffy if they were worth it or not. But they definitely became a lot more worth it, that's for sure. After today. Now that you can just kind of click everything at once. And everything just kind of respawns by the time you cycle. It's definitely not the most efficient way to be fishing, that's for sure. But gosh, is it so much more relaxing. This is so much better than the alternative. Eel pufferfish still seems like the best though. But at the level range where you kind of have to do manta ray, this kind of works out. I'm sure how much better this is than just doing eel puffer though. But there are some level ranges like that we're at right now where eel puffer isn't as good as doing mana. The only thing that's kind of annoying is we're getting no value from it. We're just dropping it on the ground. But I guess at this low of a level it doesn't matter as much. Since they're already worth basically 0 anyways. Oh, I just realized something funny. Other than my combat, I now officially have every skill above level 50. From when we did base 50s. The only exception are 2 combats I'm ignoring until the combat rework. But every non-combat skill is now level over 50 now. Fishing was the only one that wasn't at that point. But we just got a fishing level a little bit ago. We're getting there, slowly. In a few months, we should have base 200 all. Not in a really rush to get to. I know people already have it, obviously. Actually, how many people have 200 all right now? Is it only Patricio? Can't remember if Meadow got it yet. It might actually only be Patricio. I know some people are getting really close, though. I should have it before Chapter 5. That's my goal. I'm not sure when Chapter 5 is coming out exactly. But I want to have 200 all before Chapter 5 gets released. So that we can then 200 all in a new chapter. And then from there, we're pretty much free to do whatever. Obviously, there'll be other things in between that. As far as leveling grinds, you know, 200 all is basically when the game starts. Truly starts. Technically starts at 220 all. After you get done with, like, the tutorial levels. But, the game truly starts at 200 all. No, I do feel like most people are going to be from level 20 to 200 overall in the game. The only people who are really going to be, like, doing post-200 stuff are people with way too much time. For the most part. Just because of how long it takes. Like, we're talking, like, hundreds of thousands of hours rather than, like, tens of hours. Like, by the time we have 8 chapters, getting 200 all would take over probably, like, 2,000 hours. By the time we have, like, 8 chapters in the game. Actually, probably already takes more than that now. Like, over 1,000. So maybe even close to, like, 2,500 hours. Though they might add better XP rates and other things by then. Plus, trading would speed it up a little. But yeah, by 8 chapters, it's, like, over 2,000 hours to get 200 all. Like, it is absurdly high in a number. It's gonna feel weird after 200 all. Like, the period before Chapter 5 comes out when we actually are 200 all. It's gonna feel weird because we then have to be forced to spend knowledge on post-200 skills. Currently, right now, it's optional, and I haven't been. Just because there's so many I have below 200. But, at 200 all, you'd have to. You still use it the same way you otherwise would, though. You could even use it right now if you're, like, a level or 2 away. Like, for example, when I do a little bit more mining later down the line, for the last level or 2, I might end up knowledging it if it's near a threshold that we care about. Like getting the new AFK thingy. Or not the AFK, but, you know, the new venture. Because I'm going to be doing a lot of iron mining AFK. So in, like, a couple days from now, by, like, next week, by probably, like, Wednesday or so next week, we're going to be at the point where I would probably knowledge the final level or 2 on mining. It'll be the first time I ever dump knowledge into a skill above 200. But it's because it's close enough to a goal that we really need. It would save us a bit of time. And we don't have to throw knowledge at it for like one day, like Wednesday stream or Tuesday stream or something. And it should get us to 231 mining. Assuming I keep doing iron AFK off stream. Now that we have queueable actions, because that's something we could do. We were doing this some earlier just to show it. Obviously I'm not going to like completely AFK it on stream. Not the way that you would do it off stream, that's for sure. Where you just do 8 and just stand there doing nothing. This is somewhat AFK what we're doing too right now, but it's like a slightly more active AFK. Whereas Iron, you click and wait like 55 seconds. It is so long. I wonder what skills will be in Chapter 6. Yeah, they haven't teased it yet. They teased the name. But as far as skills, I don't think we know a single one at the moment. No single skill has been officially released, I don't believe. In any capacity. As far as us knowing about it or anything publicly. How much worse off are you by just doing a full inventory than banking? You're not sure how much you like the idea of dropping and juggling and stuff? Well, it comes down to what you're doing. Or what tier you're doing. A lot of low tier stuff you can kind of just drop on the ground and not worry about it. It's at tier 4 and higher when you would kind of start caring if you drop it or not. Tier 4 and higher is when things start to actually become pretty valuable. But it's only like a tier 1 mana ray. We don't really care about these that much. I think each one is like a silver or something. Like a silver and a half. I would say the threshold for something being worth it is if it starts being worth about 5 silver. I would say that's the threshold for something being worth banking. Though you also have to ratio it to however far the bank is. Because Sage, for example, is about 5 silver. But it's so far from a bank that you might as well just buy it from the shop. Because it's the furthest resource in the entire game from a bank. But generally speaking, anything like 5 silver around that or more is worth banking for. If you're doing combat or if you're doing like any activity. Or at least that's where I would put the threshold overall. 5 silver value or more. And by 5 silver value, I mean either 5 silver as far as how much it costs to buy from the shop, if you otherwise would need to buy it, or 5 silver as in that's how much it sells for. Like an armor piece that sells for 5 silver or something similar. That's generally my threshold for doing them or not. Actually, how much is that? Let's say it takes 1 minute to bank a full inventory. How much is a 5 silver at that? Let me see. So the effective money per hour for banking something that's 5 silver, if it takes you 1 minute to bank, which is a pretty far bank. Let's say it takes you 1 minute to bank. 24 times 5 times 60. The effective money per hour of banking something that is 5 silver or more is 7.2 gold an hour. Not every single hour are you getting 7.2 gold, but if you're counting just the bank time, it is 7.2 gold an hour. Which is not like a lot, but it's quite a bit. You have to keep in mind, that's assuming you get no XP or anything over that hour though. That's an hour of literally no XP or knowledge. And it's only counting the walk time of the banking, not the actual activity. But it's effectively 7.2 gold an hour. So it's kind of the threshold where it's like starting to get a little bit worth it. Like 7.2 gold an hour is not small. It's not like insanely big, but you know, it's starting to get to the point where you're starting to make money. Of course, that's not how much you're actually getting per hour, though. That's how much you're getting for 1 hour of banking. Which is basically like if you were a runner for someone. Which I'm curious how many runners there will be when trading does come out. Because that's one of the reasons why runners will be viable. Because that number keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Like, that's the lowest end. Is like 7.2 gold an hour. That number only gets bigger if you go to higher tiers. Like tier 5 or 6. Oh no, they're gonna make us go all over the place. Oh no. Oh no. Oh wait, he's coming closer. Oh, we didn't get trolled too hard. Do you want to spawn? Why is the spawn so long? I think I've seen it take that long before. But we'll keep going until we get one fishing level. Then from there, I'm not sure where we're pivoting into. I kind of want to keep doing queueable actions all stream. But, oh no, all of our goals are, we need hard cash. And the problem is every hard cash method does not give you queueable action activity. Because the main thing I need right now is to go finish upgrading our axe. We got to 23, I need to get to 25. Then I need to get the other one upgraded. Then I need to get the other one upgraded. There's so many things we need to go get upgraded still. Why does the catching make a sound like you step on a fish? Once you hear it, you cannot unhear it. Does it? I don't know, it doesn't quite sound like stepping on a fish. Sounds like squishy noise. But not like in a stepping squishy noise, just like a squishy noise. Like, it's definitely a squishy noise. I don't feel like it's like a stepping squishy noise, though, but it's definitely a squishy noise. But it doesn't sound like a stepping squishy noise. Not sure if that makes sense. Like, it is definitely a squishy noise. But it's a squishy noise in like a squishy noise sense, not in like a stepping on something squishy noise sense. Oh, we're almost gonna get a foraging level from this too. What is my foraging goal right now? Oh yeah, wall plant at 59. I need the upgraded tool for that though, and I haven't even touched it yet in upgrades. That was one of the reasons I also put off foraging. I want to have all 3 tools to 25 just so we can do whatever we need. Because right now I feel a lot more limited with only 1 tool upgraded. So one of the other reasons we've been putting on the back burner. And there's 3 other tools I want to go get upgraded first. The sickle, and the 2 woodcutting ones. Once we get those upgraded, we're going to start upgrading foraging tools. We just haven't had the spare funds. We really need to go do merchant leatherworker. I almost feel like doing leatherworker today. I just really wish Queueable actions worked on it. If it did, I would not stop until we got like 200 leatherworker today. But today I'm just going to do some of it rather than go all the way. Also, I don't have the final discount yet either. There's one other discount that you can get for 196. Because I can do the 190, but I can't do the 196 at the moment. And I would definitely want to have that unlocked before we go power grind it. So if I do leatherworker at any point soon, I'm not going to go above 196 until we get that. It's going to take a while. I gotta get to 211. So we can AFK to 216, so I can then manually do it again to 222. And then we're good to go. That's a process that, yeah, we haven't quite gotten to yet. We definitely need to poke at it at some point, though. Maybe a little bit to stream. See how badly they nerfed the shortcut. Because we haven't actually tried the shortcut yet. We read about it in the patch notes, but I haven't actually done it. So maybe we do that after this. Go check out the new shortcut. It's not a new shortcut, but they made it 1-click now. I wish they would have just removed it. But they made it 1-click now. There should be the reward for completing that quest. During the one cutscene that happens during it where they storm in, it should destroy the gate forever. So you never need to deal with it. Instead of it being a left-click option, they should have just destroyed the gate. So you can just walk through normally. At this rate, we're going to get a foraging level before we get a fishing level. With all fairness, we already get a fishing level. This will be our second fishing level. The manta rays already. Oh no, please don't go too far. Alright, good, good, good. But we're making some pretty good manta ray RNG. Like, we're getting RNG that's almost as good as if we were doing it manually. The last couple times. You can tell when we get good RNG because anytime we get good RNG, the foraging isn't spawned yet. That's a good sign that we got really good RNG if the thing isn't even done yet. If we're actually having to stand here waiting. There we go, 56. Forger level. 3 more and we can start doing foraging again, except I need to go get the tool as well. And I believe it makes healing pots. I think it's like the 28%? Or the 25s? I think it's the 25s. The 25% heals we can make from the thing. Which, they do save us a bit, because I'm mass buying them for like 5 silver each. So every single one we make, even though they're not the highest of level, they're relatively AFK to make, and they save us 5 silver each, which isn't too bad. It's money we would have otherwise just spent, so it's kind of worth it. I said, hello, Nightmare! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. There we go. New AFK method that we're never going to do. Other than for the one-time bonus at some point. But I hope this game does get more completionist goals over time. Because we do have like that little card system, but we definitely need way, way more than that. As far as like random completionist goals you can go do. Alright, everything's been going good on my end. New Year's been going great so far. Off stream, been catching up with a lot of people too that I haven't talked to in like ages. I always do that every New Year's. I'll get re-contact with like everyone. And then like a third of them will contact me back. And then we'll catch up on everything. It's been going good. Alright, let me go use our thingy. Boom, boom, boom. Give me that XP, thank you. Gosh, the mana rays are already spawned. I don't think I'm going for the 3 foraging this time. Let me go right back to the fish. I don't always have to grab all 3 if they're already spawned. It's more so just to make sure that there's enough time for them to spawn. A few more trips and I think we're done. Would have gained 1 foraging level and 2 fishing level. Not too bad. Overall, this method's pretty chill. It's probably worse than doing it manually, but it is so much freer than doing it manually, that's for sure. So much less frustrating. Just click on them all and just don't worry about it. If it takes a little bit longer to walk, it's fine. The annoying part is when you're doing it manually and you don't know if you're going to have to wait like a few seconds or like almost 20 seconds because it walks all the way to the other side of the map. But when they're already queued, it doesn't matter as much. I could have technically taken that one and then get a triple spawn. It's something to keep in mind too if you have a spawn that isn't spawned. There's actually some interesting implications you could do with that with cycles as well. Because all spawns in a room are based on your first spawn. So if I don't take this one, we can actually come back to it and use it for our next thing. And that's going to be interesting when you use multiple rooms. Because there might actually be a strategy where you like double pluck from a room. Like, let's say a room has, like, 6 nodes. You might grab, like, 3 nodes, then grab another 3 nodes, but then also be able to grab, like, another 3 nodes on top of that. Because it respawns all of them. Or you can, like, double cycle or respawn. We had it happen earlier with the manta ray. It's hard to kind of align right now, but there will be some tech around it in the future. Especially when you're wide farming multiple rooms. There's definitely some kind of weird respawn tech that you could do. It's a little inconsistent to set up right now because it's so new. But there will be a way that you could do a stagger respawn in order to get more spawns quicker. Not sure how many methods it will be meta for, but it's definitely a new strategy that came out as of today that will increase XP rates. Not to mention, it's also increased XP rates due to, it's kind of weird because the patch does not increase XP rates, but there are multiple ways where it is. You can stagger spawn now. You can also use a potion and knowledge in between without actually ruining your XP rate as well. Assuming you're just camping one room. Because everything's based, every spawn of the same node is based on the first one you take, rather than the last one you take. Because before you'd have to wait all the way for the very last one, but now it's based on the first one. So it doesn't matter how much time you take in between. It'll still spawn based on the first spawn. Because before, any amount of delay between spawns would have hindered how much you would get. But now it's not the case. Alright, we're out here. Should I grab any of this on my way back? I guess I'll grab the shells. I'll grab like 23 shells in case I ever want to make the potion or sell it when trading comes up. Oh, I forgot. My click doesn't click. I'm like clicking like, why is my click not working? I forgot. Let me go open controls. Left click to walk. There we go. Alright, anyways. Drop all. Take all these. Or just take all work. I feel like it's going to grab the mana ray. Oh no, it didn't. Perfect. Alright, we're out here. Alright, what do we want to go to next? You know what I'm tempted to go do? Oh no, we can't. I was gonna say I almost tempted to do the carbonies we got earlier. Actually, can't. You need 220. Oh, so hello, Isabel. We need 220 smithing, so I can't do that. I still kind of want to do something that uses queueable actions, but we're almost out. I guess I could do the bones. I haven't really tried it on the same vat to see if it works properly. Yeah, we could try the bones real quick. Deposit. Deposit. I'll go to the bones. Time to go to the bone zone. We have a bunch of these banked. I can't remember how many, but we have a bunch of bone spikes that I haven't processed yet. I'll go do those real quick. You know what else we could do? We can get 135 Gatherer. I need to get 135 Gatherer so that we're at the sickle point, the sickle wall. Because at the sickle wall, we need to go make money. But for now, we're not actually at the sickle wall. We can still go a few more levels before we hit it. But yeah, let me go try queueable action on this and see if it works the same way. Because it works perfectly on smithing, but smithing functions a little bit differently than how bone rate does. I want to see if you double click on the same middle one if it will still work properly. I assume it will, but it might glitch out a little. We'll find out. It should work just the same though. I don't see why it wouldn't. But you're gonna have to click it after though. Alright, that's one thing that's kind of awkward with it. It will work, but you have to do it after this. You can't do it before. Yeah, okay, so you can do it, but you can't queue up as much as smithing. So smithing gains the biggest benefit from it. Because you can't pre-queue the middle when you're still doing the middle. Like, I can't queue this up as a third, because we're currently using it. So that means Stonemason has the same issue. Long story short, smithing gains the biggest benefit from this update, compared to the other two. Cryon Knight's winning again. But yeah, you can't queue it up until you do the other thing. It's not that big a deal. You still get to preemptively queue it. But you can't queue all three. You can only queue two and then do the other one. It's still better than before. You just can't triple queue it like you can with smithing. Did Brighter Shores get the update yet? Yes, it got it earlier today. They added queueable actions. As well as a bunch of other things. They ended the Christmas event. They end up adding reworking Merchant a little bit. They ended up, what else ended up coming in? I keep thinking of just queueable actions, but they actually added quite a bit today. Yeah, queueable action. Basically, you could do any action and just like queue up another one. You can queue up to 9 of them. Some things more useful than others. Oh yeah, we can also queue up the bank here when we go and do that. That's something we could do after he starts going to this lever. So as soon as he goes to the lever here, we can queue the bone, but then also queue the bank. And now I'll do this. He'll go there, and then we'll go straight to the bank. It's pretty nice. Make sure that there's no downtime in between all this. And then he goes to the bank. Still have to manually bank, of course. And then we go right back to it. Yeah, a lot better than before, that's for sure. It's not as good as the smithing one, but it's still pretty solid. But yeah, he should be back to updating the game every week now. If not multiple times a week. The only reason he didn't for those 2 weeks is because of holiday. But he's already back in full swing. You're up until 7 a.m.? Oh gosh. Playing Power with Cookie, that's why you're so late. All good. Yeah, this is what happened to me on New Year's Eve. I ended up, well, not playing Power World, but actually I haven't played Power World since the big update. The Fade Break or whatever it's called. But, what was I going on about? Oh, yeah. But, yeah, on New Year's Eve, I don't think I went to bed until like 6 a.m. or something. Like something absurdly late. Because I just ended up sleeping in that day to just catch up on sleep. I wonder how long I'll stay up tonight doing Queueable actions, because I'm probably going to be doing iron for like 3 hours straight tonight. Because I kind of want to make the 231 mining push, but I don't want to do it all on stream. Otherwise, it'll literally be an entire stream where all we're doing is mining. But I want to try to do it with the Queueable action off stream. It's 20% worse than doing it normally. But it's like 55-second AFK, which is really solid. What was I grinding last night in Brighter Shores? Good question. I actually forget. I think I was doing the AFK raid dens. I'm pretty sure I was doing AFK raid den. But now we can start actually AFKing gathering off stream. Most likely mining whenever I do. Because mining's not that bad. It's not as good as our raid den. Raid dens are like 2 to 3 minute AFK. The current ones we're doing almost 3 minute. But 55 seconds isn't that bad. What are we doing in old school RuneScape? Oh, we're still trying to get beaver pet. We are still so dry, by the way. Let me go bring that up real quick. Let's see. Where's the little tab for it? Let's see. How dry are we right now? Where's my woodcutting XP? 1 second. Let me go queue up the other thing and I'll show it real quick. But yeah, we still don't have the beaver, which would also technically be a bird pet because it has a transmog that they added the other year when they did forestry. But, yeah, there's my woodcutting right now. We're at 63 million XP, almost 64. The pet is on average probably every 20, 25 million or so, give or take, depending on what you're doing. And we are basically 3 times over drop rate right now. That's 63, pretty much 64 million. Still don't have it. Yeah, I've been doing that almost the entirety of Brighter Shores, not counting the leagues. That's basically been our entire AFK during Brighter Shores, and I still don't have it. Which means we've been grinding that thing for over 1,000 hours and still haven't gotten the pet. I'm not sure what I'm going to do when I finally get it. Because it's literally been the only thing it's been doing for the last, like, 3 months. Even before Brighter Shores, it was still AFK in that. Hello, 13 Faces. Welcome, welcome. You're doing Arctic Pines? The only problem with that, Arctic Pines don't really get used for much. The main reason I'm doing redwoods is so I can arrow shaft them. And just because the AFK per click is way higher. Redwood tree has a 5-minute AFK per click. Whereas I think Arctic Pine is like under 2 minutes. Or 1.5 minutes for somewhere around there. Yeah, we're almost at 131 bone rate. Yeah, I think after this I might just do some gatherer. Because we finally got femur shard. I don't think I've even gotten any yet. We could finally do them. I'm pretty sure we have the bone rate level to go do them too. I just haven't bothered yet. But we unlocked femur shard at 130 and I haven't even touched them. Yeah, you can tell because I haven't even done the first time bonus on them. I haven't even gotten the femur shard yet. But yeah, we definitely got to go do that to 135. 135 is when we hit the wall. The dock leaf wall. Because I want sickle for that. I'm actually going to collect them and bank them. Is it worth collecting and banking them? Probably not, but we're still going to. I want the 7% pots for carpentry. My need to skip 2% of carpentry outweighs the lack of efficiency of banking them. So yeah, I'm actually going to bank them all. And I'm just going to buy the sage from the store. Or, you know, from the guy that sells it in the marketplace thing. Because sage is just too far from a bank. And while Dockleaf isn't ideal, it's not that bad. You basically have to teleport to a bank and then you teleport back and it's only 2 rooms. So it's like 4 rooms total, but you have to teleport twice. It's not that bad. Definitely not the most convenient thing to bank, but it's far from the worst. You're 2 away from green log and gotten all of them under 99. Oh, that's kind of crazy. Wait, does that include the Chinchompa pet? Because I was considering skipping that forever because I just hate doing a lot of Chinchompas. Because that's probably the most annoying one to do other than the farming pet. Farming pet's annoying because it's time-based. Chinchompa's annoying, you know, because of, like, it's basically timer-based. Like, you have to check a bunch of timers every day and everything. So you can't just, like, rush farm it. But Chinchompas are annoying just because you have to do so many of them. Like, if you go on drop rate, I think you're already at, like, 50 mil XP or something. If not higher. And that's if you only do them in no other hunter method. Like, it's nearly the equivalence if you got, like, a cosmetic at, like, 300 something in this game. Compared to the average skill giving it to you at, like, 180. Or, like, 250. It'd be like if you didn't do it until, like, 350. Oh, so we do need more stuff like that. Cosmetics other than the capes that you can get from doing various skills in this game. Even if it's just pure RNG while doing something. It's always a lot of fun just randomly getting something. Because right now, obviously, there's no, like, RNG that would just randomly get, like, a cool extra bone. That's even more fortified or something. Or a pet, or the bone pet. Could you imagine? Oh, I hope if they do add a bone pet, we get, like, a wyvern or something. A little mini bone wyvern. It's something I'm still really hoping for from Mines of Matubin. I really want a bone boss. Like an animated bone boss. Where you end up needing Mine Fighter, mining, and bone rate. I really want some kind of animated bone boss. Ideally with a bone pet. But more so just a bone boss in general. There's a big animated bone creature. Has he said anything about his thoughts on pets? I'm not sure what his thoughts are on pets or followers. Obviously, he was one of the people who added summoning back in the day. So he's definitely not completely against it. What his modern take is on it, we don't know. Like what his thoughts are on how pets are handled in like Old RuneScape, for example. But he did implement summoning. Like obviously not just him, it was his team at the time and everyone else. But he was still partially responsible for summoning back in the day. How much of that was him or his overall team, we don't really know. But, you know, that was partly him. So he's not 100% against it. It just really comes down to how he would implement it in this game. I do assume they would be cosmetics. And if they do help you, it'll probably be like a small amount. And they'll probably help you on the skill where they correspond to it. Like, you know, if you get a fishing pet, maybe it'll make you a little bit more efficient at fishing. But it'll be like such a really, really small amount. Like, it won't be anything like absurdly strong. Because honestly, I would love that. If you get pets, but those pets actually make you more efficient at doing the skill. Not more XP per hour, but more resources per hour. Like, imagine having a pet that follows you, that when you're fishing, you occasionally get, like, a second fish. It'll be, like, a small % chance, like maybe 5% or something. Or just, like, as something a little bit extra. Obviously, it would make some banking cycles kind of awkward, though. Plus, you wouldn't even need it if you're just doing it for XP and not for the actual fish itself. You know, something small like that. Because that's what Old RuneScape was actually going to do. They were going to release Taming. Which is basically like following pets, but they will give you like some small skilling effect. Basically just nerf down summoning. It didn't pass the poll though. Instead, Sailing one is in development hell for the last few years. But Old RuneScape is actually going to add pretty much exactly that. Just in a more balanced... It basically was just going to be more balanced summoning. I don't think he would ever make summoning again as strong as it was, though. Even if your followers have some kind of benefit, they are going to be, like, really, really small benefit. I assume he would have learned from how broken they are in RuneScape 3. Like the pack yak and stuff like that. Like, they were so broken, they basically defined the game. Just because of how much they were basically required to use for everything. At least back in the day. I'm not sure what modern RuneScape 3 is like in that regard. But I know from the 2008 to 2011, like, Pack-a-Yak was, like, the thing. It basically allowed you to hold, like, an inventory and a half extra. Like, instead of having, like, this 24 limit, we could have, like, an extra 40 in the Pack-a-Yak or somewhere around there. Alright, all the bones are done. Alright, let's go do some Gatherer then. Let me just go get our XP pot. And off to the Gatherer grind. And I'll probably put all my knowledge into Gatherer as well. Just to speed it along, because I don't need that many femurs. I don't plan to get a lot of them for tier 3. I was gonna get like a couple hundred, and hopefully just never need a tier 3 shield. I don't know, we have all the level ranges around it, we'll be fine. How often will we really need a tier 3 shield? Alright, let me go get our potion then. And then I think we're gonna go do Gatherer to 135 then. Except I'm gonna dump all knowledge into Gatherer while doing it. Though I could also put into woodcutting. How close is woodcutting to its next best threshold? Oh no, Bramble Suave's so free AFK though. Because we need to get to 71 before we can really do it again. As well as upgrade the axe. That's a lot that we'd have to do it for. You know what? Maybe I will, actually. I'm gonna knowledge woodcutting. Alright, let me go head over there. Yeah, we'll do 135 Gatherer while knowledging woodcutting. It's not gonna be enough to get it to 71, but we'll get it closer to where it needs to be. And after that, I'm not sure if I have any other queueable action thing we need to go do. I think we have officially depleted every possible option. Other than just, like, endlessly farming one, like mining. I think we would have, like, fully done, like, every single possible thing we could do at the moment. And then the rest of the stream might just be money making then. Which, unfortunately, I can't use queueable actions on. Just want to go do a bunch of mining queueable action or something. Try for that. Why is everyone here? I know this was the place he recommended, but gosh. There are other locations that are good for this. This is not the only one. I want to go check. Is there still 0 people in the other room? In the more efficient room. Is there 0 people in the more efficient room? Because there was earlier when I was doing it. There still is. Why? That room's literally better. Oh wait, why am I going here? I forgot, we're not doing Bone Spike. We've upgraded ourselves to femur. Oh, I just realized I actually gotta turn queueable actions off. Oh, I just realized something. Oh no. This is actually a turn it off angle. Well, let me go do it real quick. Yeah, even though we have queueable actions, I don't need it for this. Oh no. And the main reason for that is how many manual clicks there are. Why wouldn't it let me, Wait, what? Oh, wait, now I'm confused. Oh. Alright, there we go. Whoops. But yeah, there's so many manual clicks here that, we actually can't queue the actions. There's too many manual clicks to, queue here. I kind of forgot about that. I came here because I thought we'd still be using Queueable. I kind of forgot. There's so many manual clicks you have to do because you can't queue a walk that, unfortunately, we actually have to disable it. I gotta rebind it to a different key. This activity just has so many manual clicks in it. Yeah, currently I'm using... What am I using middle click for? I'm currently using middle click for walk. which is why I don't have anything else on it. I should have bought more just to go boost this while we're doing it. There's enough downtime to drink a free potion for that juicy 5% bonus. It's not a lot, but it adds up. Oh yeah, all these bones spawn at the same time now. Oh wait, that's a problem. My other method doesn't work anymore. That one method that saves a few tiles. Because they all respawn at the same time. Oh no. The first one respawns slightly late, but the other one spawns slightly early. So I can't do the method I was using before. Actually, it doesn't work anymore as of today. Because how the respawns work. So you can't save that one extra tile anymore. It seems like the first spawn is taking longer for some reason. We'll go see on this cycle. Yeah, I completely forgot about that. They all spawn at the same time now. Yeah, let's see if this is delayed. Hopefully it gets there by the time I get there. It should hopefully spawn before I get there. Barely. Yeah, this method actually got worse. It is now worse to do femur shards as of today. There's a small, like, half a second delay before you can click on the first one. And you can't do the tile skip over here anymore. I didn't think about that, but the new respawn system actually kind of ruined femur shards. It's not ideal. It didn't, like, ruin them, but, they're worse to do than they were before. Not by much, but they are slightly worse now. It's probably one of the only things I've seen so far that's actually been nerfed due to the new respawn system, rather than buffed. But yeah, they got like a 2-tick nerf. Definitely it's a 1-tick nerf. But that's almost a whole second of time loss every cycle. Which means every inventory you're losing about 2 seconds compared to pre-patch. It's not a lot, but yeah, it is ever so slightly worse than it was before. Not by much, though. So it technically only affects you twice per rotation. So at most you're losing like a second and a half. Which isn't that bad. It's just kind of weird that this method actually loses time rather than gains time. Because most other methods have been neutral or got better. It's the first instance I've seen where it's actually worse than before. Not sure why. Because that one should still be spawning at the same time, but it's not. Well, you know what I might start doing then? I'm gonna grab the double tree. Remember when we saw Patricio doing the double tree earlier because he wanted more woodcutting XP? I wasn't doing it before because, you know, there was enough time that we're still in cycle with just one. But I'm gonna start doing the double tree because I actually have to in order for it to spawn on time. If I only take one, it's not going to. But yeah, we're just to fix the problem. All we have to do is just do double Suavi instead of single Suavi. Before you could perfect cycle with single, but now you just have to do double. It's not that big a deal. You just gotta add an extra Suavi tree to offset the timer. And do 6 femur into, or sorry, 8 femur into 2 Suavi. Whereas before you did 8 femur into 1 Suavi. So it's a slightly worse gather XP per hour, but you're offsetting it by woodcutting. So it's not really worse now. You're just slightly lower gather and slightly better woodcutting. So it's technically not worse. It basically just requires you to go for 2 tree instead of 1. But it's still pretty much the same thing. So it's technically not nerfed. It's just the 8-1 method is, but the 8-2 method is the exact same as it was before. You just need the extra delay that the second law gives you now. Whereas before it was optional if you would take it or not. But now it's actually required. And I will be banking every femur shard. Oh, so I believe I could dunk these two, can't I? 126. Yes, we can. It's actually the highest bone we can currently dunk. And then we hit the foraging wall. I'm still not sure if I want to go skip the sickle ones or not. I've still been deliberating if we should or shouldn't. The pros of skipping sickle is I don't need to upgrade sickle for a very, 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 very long time. The downside is we bank basically 7% pots for this area. At most, I'm going to bank 23 of each. Just for the first time bonus since we're already there. But honestly, I'm considering that. The only other big downside of it is that basically means I have to do femur all the way till a big number. That's the main reason I kind of want to do sickle. Otherwise, we're stuck with femur forever. Like, we're stuck with femur, unless we want to go and just put knowledge into it. We're stuck with femur all the way until something. I don't know, maybe we do just knowledge push through it. We're stuck with it till 148. Unless we just want to knowledge push through. Or do sage while dropping it to the ground. Or both. But I am considering the sickle skip. Because when is the next time you need sickle? I don't believe it's for a while. You don't need sickle again until 248. You know how long it's going to be before we bother getting 248? It's going to be a while. Like, that is not something we're doing anytime soon. So yeah, we might do the sickle skip then. I do eventually want to get upgraded, but I believe for the current range that we're at, we're going to skip. And just grab 23 when we do them. They'll still give us a couple pots we can use for carpentry. And just save them for when we double knowledge. See, I think that's the game plan. Because that allows us to focus more on our axes and eventually into foraging. For when we go get 200 foraging. It'll allow us to start the 200 foraging grind earlier, basically. It costs us some 7% pots for chapter 5. I mean 3. I mean 2. I thought you said the right chapter. Alright. 1 level, almost there. 4 to go. And then after this, I think we're going all in on the money-making pivot. Start getting a leatherworker rolling. I think I might actually go for the goal of 196 today. I'm really considering it. The 196 foraging grind. I mean, not foraging. I mean, the 196 leatherworker grind. Because we really need the money from it. So we can go finish upgrading our tools for chapter 2. Finish doing the axe 2 more levels, and then go get our saw all the way to 25. That way we can actually start doing woodcutting, so we can actually start doing carpentry. And the reason I need that is for when we do get 200 all in Mines of Matubin, we're still going to need the carpentry component at some point. So we might as well get it now, rather than later. It'll be something nice to have. And off-stream with Queueable action, I'm definitely going to keep poking mining. It's going to be like my passive or active AFK like almost always. It's already been our passive, because now my passive is switching back over to blacksmith tonight. Especially because I need 220 to even go do the carbonese ore we got earlier. But also because, you know, we're trying to get to 226 so we can get to the AFK from the 215 mining we just did. But those are our biggest 2 priorities as far as off-stream. Oh wait, that was for us? Oh no. I didn't realize he was aggroing me. It was weird because he never looked in our direction. So I didn't think it was actually after us. Yeah, they should bank several hundred. I'm not sure if we're gonna get 1,000 or not because we're only doing it for a 5-level range. Some of it which already gather or boosted as well. I do believe I'm putting all these on woodcutting though for a future woodcutting grind. Because I really need to get our woodcutting to tier 4 already. Same as our carpentry though. That's gonna be a nightmare. Oh gosh, carpentry. Oh no, carpentry. The worst part is queueable actions confirmed do not work on it. I'm hoping we just randomly get a patch next week that makes it so it does. Because then we could do leatherworker properly, we could do carpentry properly. Stuff like that. But no, we'll have to wait and see. But it's really unfortunate that queueable actions don't work at carpentry at all. Because I was really hoping that it would. That'd be like the one saving grace to carpentry. Is being able to like mega AFK it. But it doesn't work currently. That is subject to change though, of course. It feels weird having to click on every node again though. After messing around this entire stream with queueable actions, it feels so weird not queuing up anything. Gosh, this place is so ominous with no noise. That's one thing that I always hate about this area still. Even though I like some of the gameplay loops that exist in these like corrupted area. Particularly the other one with the Bone Spike Suave. But it feels so weird not hearing any in-game music. It's the only place in the game that's like completely silent, just with like small ambience in the background. It works really well during the quest line, just feels kind of weird post-quest. Because you never start hearing noise there ever. It always keeps the same ominous noise. I just realized we're going to have to do that the entire time. Next trip. Because I can't get a free potion until the in-between. So we're going to have to do that like for 9 nodes in a row. Hopefully they'll eventually fix how knowledge works though. But for now we're going to have to do it that way. It's the only way we could do it without it stalling us at all. Because if we bank it, it's going to stall us twice. If we ignore it, it doesn't. It's basically the bottom line. So we're gonna have to get like 9 pop-ups here. But eventually it'll change this, hopefully. They keep putting band-aid fixes on it. We're almost there. 2 more pop-ups. Alright, 1 more pop-up. Technically 2 more because it will cancel it with the other thing. There we go, the final pop-up. Gosh. Any more pop-ups? There we go. At some point they'll fix that. So we've been making some pretty good progress today. We're doing like a little bit of everything. Or should we get more patches like this that encourages you to do like a lot of different skilling? Or even just a lot of different activities in general? It's something we mentioned a long while back when someone was mentioning XP weekends. I was mentioning I hope he never brings them back. But one thing that would be kind of cool is if there was like an event in an area where you got like slightly better rate for. Like let's say it's a Hope Forest week. And during that week you get like 5% extra XP in Hope Forest for anything you do. Like it's not so much that you feel like you would have to. But to make it so a lot of people would be in one area. And it beats like having a 2 times weekend. Because 2 times weekend is just so broken beyond belief. And I hope he never does that again. But you know, like a 5% week for a given zone or for a given activity could be kind of cool. Like let's say mining has like 5% for a week, or Hope Forest in its entirety has 5% for a week or something. Like it's not so high that it's broken, but it's not so, or that you feel like you have to do it. But it's high enough where it's like, oh, I should probably go there a little bit. Or just something I need to grind there. Was there already a 2 times week in Brighter Shores? No. There's never been an XP weekend or XP week or anything like that, no. But in his previous game, there was XP weekends. I forget how often he did it. I think it was like once a month or so. But his other MMO did have XP weekends. I can't remember when they started. I want to say 2007, 2008, somewhere around there. I think it was like 2008 or 9. Not sure how much that was his doing or the rest of the company at the time. But it was still when he was like, you know, still running Jagex and everything. So he's partially responsible. Just not sure how much though. Yeah, the biggest issue with a 2 times weekend in a game like this is I feel like the total XP is actually pretty low to get to. Like, I know getting a 500 is hard, but it's not as hard as some games. Like, 200 mil in Old School RuneScape is definitely harder than 500 in this game. Like, way, way harder. Like, as much as the XP system gets a lot of criticism in this game, it's actually not that bad. It just seems a little bad in early game and when you first get to 200. Like, when you get past the tutorial level and you get to, like, you know, level 21, 22. Right there it feels a little bad, because every single level from 20 to 200 is basically the same amount of XP. Or, you know, as far as how much time you have to do the skill to get to the level. And it also feels a little bad the first few levels you do above 200. But after that, you know, it's pretty much just smooth sailing from there. Every level after 200 is the same. Some levels, like at level 400, would actually be quicker than the levels at like 200-ish. As far as how long it would take to get a level. But the biggest issue with 2 times weekends, or 2 times XP in general for any amount of time in a game like this, is you could just hoard production material. That's the biggest problem with it, is you'd basically never... The big issue with 2 times XP, and why 5% isn't as bad, or no, like a small percent kind of thing, is you would never, ever, ever run any super hard to train skill at any time other than during a double time. That was the biggest issue it has. Like, you would never train alchemy or carpentry or smithing, stonemason, bonewright You wouldn't train any of them unless it was a 2 times weekend or something. That's the biggest issue with them. Is anything where you can buy something in order to get EXP, it becomes only efficient to ever do it when you're getting double. You would never train them at any other time. That's the biggest issue that having a mechanic like that does. It also makes the cost of every material assume you're getting 2 times. Because the assumption is that everyone's just going to run it at 2 times, so its value is based on the 2 times rather than the 1 times value. Meaning you would actually lose money a lot of times when you do the 1 time. Yeah, I've been banking these. The main reason I'm banking these is this is the main one I'm using for the shield. Whenever I want a shield upgrade, I'm using Femur Shard. And out of anything that can make a shield, this is actually the closest one to a bank. As long as you aggro skip the shades, it is the closest bone to a bank that can be made into a shield. Because Bone Spike, despite being on top of a bank, unfortunately is only weapon. And while weapon covers almost everything, it doesn't cover shield. That's the only reason I get the femurs for. And we get the aggro skip on the ghoul, or the whatever the thing is, the Wraith. How does enchanting work? If you enchant your 1-star pickaxe, will the enchant carry over to the 2-star? Yes, the enchant always follows it. Enchants just give you a flat amount of extra XP. The first 25 levels give you 0.4. 25 to 50 give you 0.2 extra XP. And 51 and above gives you 0.1%. So generally it's ideal to get it to 25. Because that's the final level that gives you 0.4 per level. And you should never, ever, 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 under any circumstance, get a tool above 50. As the diminishing return by that point is just so bad. That you'd be better off just putting it into, like, better XP pots. Like, you'd basically be better off buying 6% from the shop rather than 5% over getting a tool above 51. Or above 50, I mean. But the highest tool I have is only 30. I normally only want to go up to 25. As the diminishing value just kind of falls off a cliff at that point. But 50 is pretty much max level tool. As no one should really ever be going higher than that. Unless they add some kind of extra effect to the tool percent beyond EXP. Like if there was an extra chance to also get a resource post 500, then maybe it would matter. But in the current state of the game, it's never needed to have over 50 tool. Even a 25 is enough to go all the way to 500. The only reason I did pickaxe a little bit further is because it gains the most benefit of any tool. It's used for over 80% of every method possible, both passive and AFK. I think it has more than double the next best tool in the game, as far as how many use cases it has, as far as a percent of the total skill. Because for passives and AFK, it has, I think, like 85% of use case. Because it's used for nearly every mining AFK. The only mining AFK it's not used for is Pennant Gold. And it's used for every active except for minecart and blast mining. But every other method in the entirety of mining, AFK or active, it is used for bonus. I think the next closest is Axe from woodcutting, which covers like 30%. Between the passives and the actives. And pickaxe is over 80%. When do XP pots make a difference, by the way? Post 200? Pretty much always. I don't personally do it a lot, because I'm waiting until they're wieldable before I really start spamming them. But technically, you should be chucking them every 2 minutes. The 5% at least. And bare minimum, you should be using it for every knowledge point you ever use. That's like the bare minimum of bare minimum, which is pretty much what I do most of the time. That's what this potion is for on the ground. But technically, the 5% are so cheap that you should be chucking them whenever you do anything. I personally don't a lot of the times, but yeah, they're pretty cheap enough that you just can be if you want to be. It's a lot of free XP for almost no cost. I will be doing that whenever they're equipable. Hopefully they will be in the next few weeks. I just find it really annoying when they're not equipable and you have to keep juggling them over and over and over again. It's already bad enough for juggling the one. Alright, so far we haven't been calling out by the shades yet. That one got close, but he didn't quite get us. Yeah, they affect your knowledge points. I believe they also give you more knowledge per hour. I believe the 5% also affects not only when you use a knowledge point, but I believe it also affects your knowledge gained by 5%. Because it's really hard to tell because you're gaining like so little knowledge every time and it's a decimal that you can't see. But I believe it's also increasing the amount of knowledge, but also the amount of XP you get when you use a knowledge point. So not only is it 5% more on whenever you use a knowledge point, but also 5% more knowledge per hour. Assuming you're boosting the activity that you're doing. Like if we use a chapter 2 pot while doing these trees and bones. It's 5% more XP for when we gather a resource. It's 5% more XP when we use a knowledge point in this chapter. But it's also 5% more XP, I believe, to your total amount of knowledge gained. That one's just really hard to tell, but I'm pretty sure I boost that as well, as I recall. Instead of dropping the pots, you can drop one item you gather after to pick it up. Yeah, that's pretty much what we're doing now. Like, just juggling it that way. The only reason I keep picking it up is I accidentally despawned like 40-something here the other day. So I'm a lot more paranoid about doing it every single banking cycle. Because if you forget one banking cycle, it despawns. And we lost like 40-something. I think I've lost almost 100 total potions now to despawn. So I'm just so paranoid with them. Because you don't get to see the timer of when they are. Sometimes we bring up a timer, but I don't really need one at the moment. Because then you have to keep resetting the timer. Just a lot of work for just something that should just already be a feature. It will be soon, though. Give it like another week or 2 or 3. It's probably high priority on the quality of life list of things to do. Or I sure hope it is. Is that any quality of life I could think of off of my top of my head? Potions being equipable is probably number 1 on that list. I know it would be hard to code, but they'll eventually code it. It's not like a simple fix, but when they do fix it, it'll be so nice. Especially with fear potions. Fear potions I don't even bother with, because you can just aggro skip and everything. But there are a few activities where fear potions are pretty much required, like collecting monument pieces, or collecting any resource that's in an auto aggro room. So why is this room so crowded today? I don't feel like Queueable Actions helps this activity that much. It's a lot more crowded than normal. And one nice thing about these all being on cycle is we can do a knowledge point without wasting any time on the respawn. Because they're all respawning based on the first node, not the final node. Before you'd have to wait for all of them to spawn, but now they're all attached to the first one. So anything you do between the first and the last is on the same timer. There's also some seemingly oversight exploits you can actually do with that as well. Where you like juggle the timer. We accidentally did it on mana ray earlier. Where we like early spawned all the mana rays and like double spawned them. Because it goes on the first one that you take, but you can kind of use that to abuse the respawn system slightly. I'm not sure how to do it consistently, because it requires really precise timing. But you know everyone on top of Leaderboard is going to be utilizing it. Making a guide on it's going to be kind of annoying, though, because I'm not sure exactly how to do it properly. I don't think I would, but we did see it earlier. Someone will look into it, though. I'm pretty sure it's going to get patched out, though, which is why I don't want to abuse it. Because it seems far more like an exploit than a feature. But there is a way that you can use that to double spawn a room. Not like double, you know, 2 spawns on everything, but you could basically like insta-spawn it. Which seems like an oversight. What other games do I play right now? Mostly Old School RuneScape and Gems of War. Gems of War is a game we've been playing for like 10 years straight. It's like a match 3 RPG mobile game kind of thing. And Old School RuneScape is basically, you know, Andrew Gower's other game. Well, you know, he doesn't run it anymore, but based on his original other game. And we have a Max Hardcore in it that we made last year. Which I guess at this point 2 years ago, given that it's the next year already. But it's almost 2 years old. But I would say those are the main two. There's a couple cozy games and casual games I play here and there for other things. The main game I'm looking forward to this year is definitely Slay the Spire 2. As far as other games I might stream, it'd probably be Xenoblade Chronicles X as well. I'm not sure if I'm going to stream it or not. I'm definitely playing it, though. But it's a JRPG. It's one of Nintendo's better series. And it's technically a remake of one on the Wii U, but basically no one, including myself, bought the Wii U. So it'd be the first time I actually get a chance to play it. The only problem is it's like an 80 to 100 hour long RPG. It's absurdly long. Like pretty much every RPG. Like the basic amount of content with no side quests or anything is like over 80 hours. It is very long. I say as we already have like almost 800 hours in this game. You know, for a single player game, that's pretty long. For like a purely single player experience. 80 to 100 without doing any side content. But a lot of RPGs are set up that way. Oh no, he did a bad angle. No! We finally missed an aggro skip. He got us. Unfortunate. That was a really bad, unfortunate angle. Yeah, I've played Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and 3. I haven't played 1 or X yet. X came out between 1 and 3, I believe. I mean, 1 and 2, I mean. So I've technically only played the more recent ones. I haven't played, like, the OG ones. Because X, I think, was the second one in the series of the 4 games. I only played the 2 more recent ones. 2 and 3. But never played 1 and X. You max in almost 2 years? No, I max in almost 1 year. The only thing that stopped me from doing it within 1 year is I kept putting off Slayer to go do collection log. But it took me about like 1 year, 4 months, I believe. It would have been 1 year if I would have stopped putting off Slayer. Because Slayer is definitely my least favorite skill in old school. By like a mile. It's also so slow. Like, imagine if Bone Rite took 5 times slower. That's basically what Slayer is. If we're talking about, like, XP rate. It's basically Bone Rite, but 5 times slower. Not the gameplay of it, but the time to level. And the inconvenience of leveling. But yeah, we have a lot of playtime on the hardcore, though. Though a lot of it was AFK. Like, literally right now, it's AFK as well. We actually looked at it the other day because someone asked. We actually have 7,000 hours on the account. Though keep in mind, like, 70-80% of that is, like, fully AFK. Like, right now, we're playing it right now. And have for, like, every second of Brighter Shores. But just because it's idling a lot. So the number seems really big. It's actually way smaller than that if you count, like, active time. The Old School RuneScape's one of the few games I have over 10,000 hours in, like overall throughout its history. I think I'm currently at like 40, 50,000 hours in Old School RuneScape. Across like every account ever since 2003, or technically 2004. I started either like really late 2003 or really early 2004. I don't know the exact time. I haven't been playing that whole time though. About 10 of those years I wasn't playing the game. But the years that I did, I like really played it. Even if it was like 80% AFK or so. I said, hello Kush! Welcome, welcome. Oh, is this on a 40-second cycle? I actually wasn't paying attention to it. I know when we did mining earlier and we're checking it, iron ore is exactly a 1-minute cycle. I checked a couple of them. I didn't bother checking everything that we were doing today, though. To see what their new respawn rate is. Or not even that it's a new respawn rate, but you know. That's how you would actually time it in order to go do a double spawn. If you want to do the current double spawn glitch slash feature slash exploit that's currently in the game, you'd have to time the, or you'd have to know what the respawn thing is and then time it out. And then do it based on that. The problem with that is if you're wide farming, you have to do it for multiple different rooms. So you'd need to mentally keep track or have multiple different timers. That or have like a perfect cycle that works for it. Someone's eventually going to make a perfect cycle foraging route that utilizes double spawns. Though it's probably going to get patched out. And I don't want to use it just because I have a feeling it's going to get nerfed into the ground. And possibly banning people that use it. That's my biggest concern with doing it right now. I did it on accident earlier. But it increases XP rate by a lot. And the patch notes mentioned that they were trying not to increase XP rates, but they definitely did. So I assume they're going to patch that out soon. Soon we will never need a juggle potion again. I can't wait till that day. Honestly, who needs trading or special attacks when you have wieldable potions? That is like the one quality of life patch that we will like celebrate the entire day for. I will chug every potion in existence on that day. We're going to use fear potions pretty much for the first time ever. We're going to chug every 2 minutes the XP pot. Gonna go all out. There's not going to be a single day we will drink more potions than the day that potion equipping exists. We're going to drink all the potions. We're never not going to have like perpetual buffs. The guy's name is Moon Moon, but surprisingly it's not number 1, it's actually number 2. Not sure why I find it funny that there's just 2 next to that. That means there'd be a second person who wanted the name Moon Moon. But then he wanted Moon Moon so badly that he hasn't changed it. Instead of just being like Moon number 16, he wanted to be Moon Moon number 2. Alright, we're halfway there. We're almost done with Gatherer. Then after that, what's our biggest goal? I guess it's money making. I still gotta go finish the axe that we started. And then start working on the handsaw. Because the next tree we gotta go do is handsaw. Actually, even the tree we're doing right now is technically handsaw. I am tempted to put this in the Gatherer, though. The only problem is we're not really rushing to anything with Gatherer. Because we really don't care if we get to Dockleaf or not, like, now or later. I just want to get to there, so when we do get there, it's like, okay, we can kind of decide later. But I don't actually plan to do any Dockleaf. I might just do one inventory just to see what the cycle is like. Also see how the respawns are now that the new respawn changes hit today. It shouldn't really be different than any 8's other spawn. Should be the same as any other premise. Also, hey, since that other ban or whatever happened earlier, we are technically ranked 17. Until it goes down to 24 when they finally fix Leaderboard. Also, Casey's almost back on Leaderboard as well. He has the most amount of 500s of anyone in top 20 when he was. By the time he gets back on, he's going to have 4 500s. Oh yeah, that's something else we haven't tried yet. I gotta do a very small amount of merchant. I'm not gonna drop anything on the ground. You guys don't want to deal with that today. But we gotta try a little small amount of merchant so we could try the new gate. That's like the one thing with the patch I haven't tried yet. That and the nerfed EXP rate because of the gate. They buffed the gate, but they nerfed everything around the gate. So I assume they nerfed doll, pumpkin, what would be everything? Doll, pumpkin, the rhubarb or whatever it's called. Clockwork and banana I think were all nerfed. Not sure the full list. They didn't actually mention a full list. But they said they just slightly tweaked the EXP because of the gate. But yeah, the gate's one click now. But they did a small nerf to merchant to do it. Yeah, I have seen that being mentioned. Like, it's not that noticeable of a nerf. Because my LCS was doing it earlier, and they said, it seemed like pretty much the same rate. They even said, from all they could tell, it seems like it's buffed. But I think they mostly said that because they got near, like, a new item recently. So it seemed like it would have been higher. But yeah, whatever the change is, it seems pretty minuscule. It is technically the first time Merchant has ever gotten nerfed, though. But it's like a very, very mini nerf. Which means I think he thinks Merchant is actually perfectly balanced then. If he did that small of a nerf, I'm not sure if he's ever going to, like, mega nerf Merchant. I think just definitively forever just going to be strong. is out of every single merchant tech that's in the game, and the fact that it's gotten so much better since launch, I'm really surprised it only took until now for him to do a mini nerf. And the only reason he did was he was mini nerfing all the things that got better because of the improvement he made today, where you can one-click the gate. Is there a good Discord where this stuff is discussed, or are you just chatting with friends? I generally don't use Discord to chat in, like, chat rooms like that, for the most part. So it's mostly just on the stream. I'm pretty sure the official Discord for the game, you know, if you want to get, like, info, there's probably some people there. But, I never really use Discord for that. I barely use Discord at all. During anything we mentioned, like, strategy-wise, is always on the stream. I just haven't really covered many guide videos because, or actually any yet. Just because the game is just so early in early access. Chronopolis is perfectly balanced. Yeah, it is. Yeah. No, it's not that the balance of Chronopolis is bad. There's two big things that are kind of outliers in Chronopolis. Actually, a good handful of them. Watch person's pretty normal. That's fine. Detective is way too weak. Leatherworker prints money better than anything. And merchant is a little too strong. I'm not saying that they should nerf it. I'm just saying that it is better than everything in the game. Which is fine. You can keep it that way. But it is just definitively better than every other skill from a knowledge perspective. But it's also a high intensity skill, so it's kind of balanced out. It's a really, really high intensity skill. It's not like you're just doing a simple loop over and over again like we're doing right now. So you're basically getting rewarded for how difficult it is. Because it's by far the most difficult skill by like a mile. It's not even close. So you're kind of getting rewarded for how much more difficult it is. So that's kind of where the balance comes in. And that's really high intensity, but you get rewarded for it properly. So in that regard, it is kind of balanced. But no, if there's anything that needs balance in Chronopolis, I feel like it's Detective. Detective is way too weak. Raid dens give you nothing. Catching thieves is way too weak and inconsistent. And doing the detective things, or, you know, detective work, whatever it's called, investigations. Doing investigations just don't pay enough. Like, everything with detective is pretty bad. The only reason people even get it high is because just how free and AFK the EXP is and knowledge from it. If it wasn't for that, Detective would actually be one of the worst skills in the game. If Raid Dens did not exist, Detective would be a worse skill in the game from, like, what it's trying to do. Not in its fun factor or its unique factor, but as far as the payout of the skill, it would actually be the worst skill in the game if raids did not exist. If all those shortcut raids and all the XP rate that you get from them just wasn't in the game, it would be the worst payout of any skill as far as the overall skill. It'd still be fun because there's a lot of unique things going for it, but the only reason anyone does Detective is basically the raid dens. Everything else is just weaker version of another skill. There's plenty of skills that make more money. And, yeah, that's basically it. It's the same issue cooking has. And fishing has. And that it has no utility beyond making money, but it's not the best way to make money. And has, like, no secondary, effect. Like, you get a secondary effect from Detective up to level 83. Because of the raid dens, but then after that, you don't get any other benefit. You could technically stop doing Detective at 83 and never do it again, and you wouldn't even notice. Like, you don't need it for anything. Like, you basically have it maxed at level 83. It's basically the equivalent of having it at 500. Oh wait, that actually got me? Really? That did not look like he was supposed to get me there. I think he clipped me on the corner because we were double tiling. He got me on that corner trap. That's why you always get caught when you go to that one bank. Because you have to cut a really weird corner. And he normally diagonals you through the corner. That's basically what happened there. Because the next tile we were pathing to is a diagonal from him. There's one thing I still need to get used to. The fact that you can diagonal everything in this game. You can in his previous game with something like a salamander. But most things in old school RuneScape, or you know, OG RuneScape as well, weren't really diagonalable. Or at least melee-wise, they weren't. And everything in this game is. There's not a single melee weapon that doesn't have a diagonal. Or a single enemy that's melee that doesn't have a diagonal. So you always have to factor it in when moving around. Alright, 2 more levels. We're almost there. We're gonna have to this level, 2 more level. Unfortunately, we're gonna be a little bit short on woodcutting, but we could worry about that at a later time. Because we need 71 for our next log. But I also need the saw anyway, so it kind of works out. Kind of like the same reason why getting slightly higher foraging doesn't matter too much right now. As we get walled off at 59. Honestly, we really need to go make gold. We really gotta go do the merchant leatherworker grind. We'll do a little bit of merchant, try to get like 1 level. Test the new merchant changes that came out today. The buff, the nerf. And then once we get that level, we'll probably doing leatherworker the rest of the time, to be honest. Because I really need to go print more money. Because we're bottlenecked out of so many skills right now, getting them up properly without the money. I need 2 of them for woodcutting, I need 1 of them for gather, I need 2 of them for forager. And after that, we should be good for a while, but that's almost 100 gold right there that we just mentioned. And we are currently at 2. We are, sorry, 0. We're at 0 gold right now, actually. 157 silver. Our cash stack is not even measured in gold right now. It is so small. But we need like 80-ish more based on how much we've upgraded. And then we never really need to worry about gold again until trading comes out. That will hold us over all the way till trading, pretty much. You're about to hit your first platinum? Nice. What did you get the money with? Oh yeah, merchant, duh. I'm asking that as if that's a question. Yeah, you've been on that merchant grind. Obviously it's merchant. Oh yeah, what do you think of the changes today, by the way, Kush? Did you mention it earlier? I think you may have. Oh yeah, you did, never mind, you already mentioned it. The problem with the breadth and depth system now is the only reason to go for is for reskins, leaderboards, and capes. I feel like the main reason to grind right now is mostly for future content, I would say. Like, most of my grind since day 1, well, initially it was to do all quests. Well, as you know, to do main storyline, and it pivoted to do all quests. And then after that, it kind of pivoted to just new updates. Like, things we already knew. Like, for example, 4-star weapons, which is why we went so heavy on Mines of Matubin. And then also trading coming out. So we were trying to get a bunch of other skills up. But the main thing that I was grinding Mines of Matubin for was for the 4-star 199s. So we can eventually make that and have that for when trading comes out, and just to have it for ourselves for combat and everything. And to make sure that we can make a 199 4-star for every weapon when special attacks come out, mostly. So you can mess around with them and see what they can do. But that was always kind of the initial grind. And that, the most recent time, now that we're getting so many 200s, we've kind of pivoted just to 200 all. And after that, we just slowly work towards whatever 500 seem more enticing. Oh no, I could infinitely grind this game even with no updates. There's enough goals right now to still keep going. But a lot of my goals are based on future updates right now. Why a 199 instead of 200? The rarity curve falls off after 200. Similar to how the leveling ranges work, there are also 3 rarity curves. 0 to 19 where you get the best rate, 20 to 199 where you get the middle rate, and then 200 plus where it falls off a cliff. So you generally want to make a 199, as a 200 has almost the exact same stats. Now anytime you start making higher than that is like a 210, 215, 220. It's not really worth making a 200 or a 202 or a 205. There are not enough extra levels for how much rare everything is. These are about 4 times rarer after that point, if not exactly 4 times. Which is quite a lot of more resources you gotta burn in order to make anything. Oh, you meant for detective? Oh, yeah. Detective has a big problem with its unlock. Same as cooking, same as fishing. And that they're all basically primarily money-making skills, but they're not the best money-making in the game. So they are basically completely redundant and have no purpose at all. Like, they're fun skills. Like, fishing's really chill. Cooking's really chill. Detective probably is the most fun variety of any skill in the game right now. But their main payout is bad. Because everything else does it better. Most notably Merchant Leatherworker. But even combat can outpace all of them as well. And that's even without trading being enabled. Once trading comes out, combat gets even more powerful. Whereas fishing, cooking, and detective do not. The one weird tech with cooking is you could technically buy pre-cooked dishes from people. Not sure how viable that's really going to be. But one weird interaction you could do with cooking is you can actually just buy your cooking contract from people in the room. Almost like it's a natural restaurant, which would be really funny. You can literally just say what your order is and wait till someone gets to you with it. If you don't have any supplies, you can just AFK stews while spamming your order. And see if someone will cook it for you. It'll be like an actual restaurant. Like you'll have like your 4 bounties or your 6 bounties and you'll just be calling it out to everyone in the room. And then eventually someone will take your order. It's gonna be so funny. Oops, I thought I could get by. Apparently not. Should have walked under. Because even though you can only trade your bank in Chronopolis, you know, around the tower, you'll still be able to trade the 24 things in your inventory anywhere. So you could just place an order for your entire message board. And just have other people cook it for you. While you just like AFK some stews or something. Obviously we would lose money, but it would be worth it for the cooking XP. If you're doing it just for XP. Also, I still can't believe we've almost been going for 6 hours already. Wow. I lose track of time way too much when we play this game. That's the only problem with playing this game. It just consumes the entire day, every day. It feels like we've gone over this for like an hour or two, and it's already like nearly the 6 hour mark. 5.5. I lose track of time way too quickly while playing this game. Yep, the woodcutting level will probably come in from the Suave. Perfect. And we can start putting knowledge back into it again. Because every time you gain a level, you get slightly more XP into it when you put knowledge into it. So work out perfectly. I just realized we can get the upgraded tree loppers. I haven't actually used these yet, though. Tree loppers are only used for the AFK, and the AFK is only really worthwhile post 200. Also, there's something else that the patch did confirm today. That the post 200 AFKs are scaled correctly. Because I mentioned during the patch notes today something about the game better notifying that, you know, they're basically like 4 times stronger post 200. It's actually rather interesting as, yeah, it's 100% confirmed. Like, that's one of the things we already knew. That, you know, it's probably intentional. But, yeah, it is 100% intentional that the AFK activities are so good beyond 200. Got you this time. You're not gonna get us twice that way. I learned the first time. Oh, you know what else I actually remembered now that they ended the event today in Brighter Shores? I still haven't done the event for Old School RuneScape. The Christmas event. I think it's still going. I hope it is. They still haven't done it yet. I heard the event this year was pretty bad, so I've been putting it off. I just haven't gotten around to it. It only takes like 5-10 minutes, so it shouldn't take that long. Should probably go do it tonight before I forget, because I definitely will at some point. And then they'll update it, and it's like, oh no, I forgot to go get it. I think you get party hats and stuff from it. Though it's on an Iron Man, so it doesn't really matter. I still like to collect them for the fun of it, though. Alright, we also never ended up going for Dragon rank, by the way. I am still going to be finishing with Rune rank, which we're still a little bit short on. But I was calculating out the time, and I'd have to spend like another 80, 100 hours to go get Dragon rank. I just don't feel like playing it that much in the next like 3 weeks. That's just too much time to put into it. For like a little trophy upgrade. We already got most of the points we needed. I do want to finish out the Rune rank, though. I think we need like 7,000 more points. But just for maxing and going for a few easy tasks, I should pretty much get there. There's a lot of easy ones I haven't done yet. I've just been AFKing it off stream, so I only had like an hour to play basically every day. I'll just throw it randomly at night. But I never realized the first time around how hard it is to actually get to Dragon rank. Because I had a lot more free time last time it was going on. Because we were basically streaming that as much as we were streaming Brighter Shores, so it was a lot easier to do when you're doing it like 10 hours every day. But doing it only 1 hour a day is actually really hard to do. It's because a lot of the objectives take forever. Even with like 5 times boosted rates or 16 times extra XP. Even with that, it still takes forever to do some things. Especially if you go dry on a drop. Which is the main thing that discouraged me. We were like 4 times, 5 times over drop rate on some things, so I was like, yeah, I'm just done with this. Not like done, but done trying to get Dragon rank. If we're gonna get that unlucky on everything. Oh, so these next knowledge points, I might put in together. I think we have enough bones at this point. Pretty sure we've gotten almost 1,000. However many bones we have right now is probably enough. I wanted to get some, but we're actually going to have way more than enough right now. These are only for shields. It's not like I'm going to be needing them as much as the weapons ones. Also, thank you, Isabel, for the $10. Greatly appreciated. Belated Christmas present. Thank you so much. Yeah, that is huge. Thank you, Isabel. I guess I'm putting it towards the Steam Deck. Because, yeah, you finally convinced me, as well as a few others as well. For just your chats over time. I'm just waiting until Monday to go put the money into the bank and everything, just so I don't overdraft my account. Because I don't even think I have 700 in it at the moment. At least not my bank account anyways. I have more money than that. I just don't have more money than that in my bank account, so I don't want to overdraft it. But yeah, I'm finally getting it. I'll be ordering it probably on Monday. Sometime on Monday. I just gotta shuffle my money around a little bit so I don't overdraft. Yeah, I'm getting the best OLED model. I have the Switch OLED, and honestly, OLED screens are pretty nice. I hope that's the default on the Switch 2 as well. They better not sell like an upcharged separate model. I hope that's just a default feature on the next Switch. Or whatever they're calling it. Because on the Steam Deck, it's an upcharge as well. Which is kind of annoying. Rather than it just being the default model. But yeah, we'll be playing a lot of Brighter Shores on it, that's for sure. The amount we can AFK off stream is going to drastically increase, especially with Queueable actions. That's going to be so funny. Obviously, I'll be using it for things other than just Brighter Shores, though. And also, every indie game I ever get will probably be my indie game simulator then. Since normally I do that on the Nintendo Switch. But now we'll use the Steam OLED thing. A Steam Deck thing. Oh, I did the wrong one. I thought it was the other guy. Whoops. Mistakes have been made. I thought his was the one attacking me. Walked on the wrong tile. This place is so quiet. I feel like I talk a lot less whenever I'm in one of these areas as well. The silence consumes me. I wish there was an option to like opt-in music in this area. It throws me off so much that music doesn't actually play here. No queuing bones? I actually need them to be unqueued for all the manual walks. I thought we would originally need queuing, but then I forgot how much manual walking there is in this activity. So I turned it off. There's just too many manual walks that queuing is inefficient for here. I think you lose like 5 tiles if you queued all of them. Like the first one you lose on is this one. You lose 2 tiles because it drags you right there when you should be going right here. So you lose 2 tiles right there. Actually, then again, now that they switched the other thing, I think I only lose 3 tiles. You use 2 tiles right there, and then you use 1 over here. Because the other ones that you save, you don't actually save anymore due to how the new respawn system works. But yeah, in this one, you would lose 1 if you were on that tile over there rather than this one. So you only lose 2 tiles, or sorry, 3 tiles, if you queue them all. But 3 tiles is like 1 second. So every inventory, you're losing 3 seconds, which is not a lot, but you know, it adds up. You're losing 3 seconds per inventory if you queue them compared to walking. It's not that big a deal, but I'm trying to get the grind done a little quicker. I don't mind a few extra clicks. So unfortunately, we're not queuing this. I was planning on it, but I forgot how many tiles you lose when you don't do it. Because so far, most of the activities we were doing today loses no tiles. Like Bramble Suave loses none. Iron Ore loses none. Honestly, any wall ore doesn't lose any. But unfortunately, this activity does lose 3 tiles for using it. Which is quite a lot. If it was only like 1, I wouldn't mind. A 3 is pretty hefty. Yeah, we keep doing the Suave for the knowledge. Because we already get plenty enough logs through other methods when doing everything else. So these I don't mind dropping. Even if these are tier 4, 5, or 6, I would still drop them. They're just not worth banking compared to the bone. We're going to get more than enough Suave than we ever need just doing Bramble Suave while doing Bone Spike Suave. Between those, we're already going to have more than we're ever going to need by quite a margin. So there's no need to bank the ones from here. Even if these were tier 6, I still wouldn't be banking them. It's one of the few exceptions where I actually would drop a pretty high level material. Just because the bones are worth even more. Even if this was a tier 5 or 6 Suave compared to like a tier 3 bone, I'd probably still keep the bone over the Suave. So what are we doing after this then? We could either dunk all the bones or, I guess start doing the money making. I think we start going to money making then. So we could try the new merchant update. I haven't tried the new merchant update today. They buffed and nerfed it simultaneously today. But so far everyone who's doing a lot of merchant said is barely noticeable. Because we talked to a couple people who are like top 10. And they don't notice it, so I assume we won't notice it much either. It seems to be very small impact, if any at all. Well, it's definitely some, but it's like such a minimal impact to it. There we go, one more level to go. And we get to Dock Leaf. I'll do one inventory of Dock Leaf just to see. I mostly just want to see what their respawn times are like. More so than anything. But I'm not sure if I'm farming Dock Leaf. I'm still not sure what the plan is on that. If I'm getting the sickle upgrade and farming Dock Leaf, or if I'm just ignoring them and sticking with what we're doing. Or still doing them and just dropping them to the ground, I have no clue. I kind of wanted to bank them though. They're worth about 4.5 gold each. Which is like right at the threshold of being kind of worth banking. What nodes are worth doing if you just want EXP from low-level mining? How low level? Like pre-20 or like what level are we talking? Generally speaking, you should be doing the highest activity you can ever do. However, pre-20, you can literally do minecart level 10 all the way to 20. But more often than not, you should just be doing whatever your highest node is. So at 32, you should be doing the 3-star quest if you haven't already. And if you have already, you should start doing blast mining as soon as you get to it at 34. I think it's at 34, right? Never mind, you should be doing blast mining right now. And if you haven't done the quest, go do the quest, because it's really good. As far as all the rewards you get from it. And one of those is that you can start doing Deathstone mining. Deathstone mining is really worth it early on. Later on, it's a lot more questionable because you have an upgraded pickaxe and everything. But earlier on, especially with no upgraded pickaxe, it's pretty good. But yeah, generally speaking, you should always be doing the highest activity for mining. I think there's almost no exception for this unless you want to bank more ore or compared to stone. But unless you're trying to get like more smithing XP or slightly more stonemason XP. Otherwise, you should just be doing whatever the highest node is that you can do at any given time. So after you do Deathstone from 32 to 40, you could do drop Carbonice. Then you can do Adestites and either bank or drop it. Then Platinum or ideally banking, because it's close enough. You know, then minecart, so on and so forth. Pretty much just whatever your highest activity is. Because at that level range, you can get away with just doing whatever highest is. Pretty much the entire time in mining you do. There are very few exceptions to it. And it's mostly if you want to prioritize smithing over stonemason. Or vice versa. That's something I actually haven't checked yet today. Has anyone messed around with mining stone today? It shouldn't be any better. But they did rework how stone works. As well, you know, with all the respawns. And there's one in particular that's kind of interesting. Granite. The reason why granite is interesting is the way that it's laid out. You mine 1 granite in one room, then 3 in the other, then 2 in the other. It's actually laid out in a way where the other respawn might actually happen. Where you do like a weird U shape. Where by the time you get to the other side, it might actually be respawned. Because it respawns the whole room at once. Which is going to be really, really, really weird. I feel like granite in particular. I need to go try granite. I feel like this cycle on granite is going to be so weird compared to what it was before. Just because of the all room respawn at once kind of mechanic that came into the game today. Like, you won't be able to use queueable actions for much on it. But the weird new respawn system should benefit granite a lot. It's the only one that it should really benefit. The other ones don't really gain that much of a benefit, if at all. But granite should actually be a lot better as of today. Because now you do kind of like a C shape, or backwards C. Because by the time you get to one side, it would have already respawned. Because you started the timer all the way from the other side in the same room. I kind of want to try that after one inventory of dock leaf. I feel like the other ones won't really gain that much of a benefit, but granite in particular should be a lot better as of today. Like, so much so, its XP rate is probably higher. Or is every other rock should be pretty neutral with the change. Whether not any quicker or slower. But granite might actually be slightly quicker. Hey, that reminds me, I actually need to remember to go do smithing AFK tonight instead of the mining one. Because I've been doing the mining one so much recently. But we actually got bottlenecked out of smithing today. Because the carbonies that we got up to, I didn't even think about it at the time. But the carbonies we mined earlier requires 220 smithing. And, yeah, I don't have 220 smithing. I went to go smelt it thinking like, oh yeah, we'll definitely be able to. Because I was just going to go test the number. And then it's like, nope, denied. Do not have the smithing level. What's this final one here? I'm going to probably put on to gatherer instead of woodcutter. Because it should pretty much push us over the edge. Because we should have enough of these femurs. I only need it for tier 3 shields. We don't need like a huge amount of them. How often are we really making a shield? Especially at that level range. I want to have them for if we do need them. But I really don't need a crazy amount. No, I accidentally clicked on the shade thing. Luckily that didn't punish us. I accidentally clicked to attack it rather than move. We still moved far enough so it worked out. After this cycle, I need to go turn the lights on. It's like pitch black out and it's not even 6 o'clock yet. And I forgot to turn on the light earlier. Because, you know, there was a bunch of natural lights, so I didn't think I would need it. But now this room is absurdly dark. Yeah, I'm gonna go fix that real quick. Oh. Oy. Okay, there's no light. We can now see things. Not that we couldn't before, but now we can really see things. Oh, now I need to get re-comfortable in this chair. You can queue up the potent potions. It just hides the interface occasionally when you do. But they are queuable. You can queue everything except the final step. But yeah, you can triple queue and then walk into the thing. The struggles of a chair. I can somewhat set up... If I wasn't doing mic, I could easily set up this desk as a standing desk. The problem is setting up my mic to work while I'm standing is the problem. Even though this isn't a standing desk, it's set up in a way where I could technically stand at it. But I can only do that off-stream, not on-stream. And I do it sometimes off-stream. But, especially if I'm, like, exercising in a room or something. While still doing something on the computer. But, yeah, I can't really do it while I need to, like, record into the mic. Or, you know, like where we are right now. It's because my mic doesn't really adjust that high. Yeah, you can use them on potent potions. You can only use it on the 3 on the left, though. It doesn't work on the 4th. Because you have to do it at a particular timing. But yeah, you can queue up the left 3. The only one you can't queue up properly is the actual potion thingy. All the way to the right. But everything else can be queued. Yeah, it's really simple now. Not that it wasn't already simple. But now all I have to do is just triple sync the other 3. And then just click the potion when it's ready. You do have to pre-walk to the potion, though, just so you get the potion a little bit quicker. So you still got to pre-walk over there. But the first 3 clicks make it so it's like 15 seconds AFK or something, or almost 20 second. A lot more AFK than it was before, that's for sure. Like, it still requires a lot of attention, but it requires a lot less attention now compared to before. Go stand for like 5 minutes, want to lay back down? Oh gosh. Yeah, that's the only problem with like stretching is then you feel the need to like keep stretching. Like after your body gets it, it's like like you almost like re-cramp the second you sit back down. So I didn't go for a walk this morning. I normally try to. That's the other problem right now. Didn't like stretch this morning. Oh, it's the halfway mark. Old School RuneScape just got 6 hour logged. I always love that feature of whenever we're doing a Brighter Shore stream. I can tell the exact halfway point by when we get 6 hour logged in Old School RuneScape. Happens every time. Oh, did I miss a bone? Oh yeah, the guy that one's over. Oh yeah, that's one other benefit of this now. Oh! Oh, that is so good! If you sequence break your thing, you don't have to wait anymore. I didn't even think about that new feature they added today. If you accidentally take the wrong order like I just did, normally you'd have to wait a little bit for it to get back into sync. You don't need to do that anymore. Oh, that's so nice. I didn't even think about that buff they did today. Because that's the first time it's happened all day. If you accidentally grab a bunch of nodes in the incorrect order, it doesn't even matter. Because they reset so quick on the next cycle that you'll just be able to do it correct the next time. Without having to wait like an extra 5 or 10 seconds like you did before. Oh, that's a nice buff. He's accidentally grabbed it out of order, but they're going to respawn so quick that it doesn't matter. Because now I can just do it in the correct order. He's accidentally grabbed that one first compared to that one. And in the past, you'd have to keep doing that over and over again. Like, I would have to go do that one, then that one again. The further one. But, yeah, they've respawned so quick now, because they all respawn at the same time, pretty much, that if you make a mistake like that, you're right back on cycle, the next cycle. You don't have to wait like 5 seconds, 10 seconds to reset the cycle back to normal. Oh, that's really nice. I didn't even think about that earlier. Because it only really helps if you make a mistake. But it's really helpful when you do make that mistake. It took us 6 hours before we made one. I'm actually kind of surprised. I feel like we would have made a mistake by now. But it took us 6 hours until we did. It's not too bad. Is content creation our main source of income these days? Yes. Aside from like a few investments and stuff like that, this is what I do as a full-time job currently. Well, yeah, we'll put that together. There we go. It's not my only source of income, but I do it like a full-time job currently. We're doing it like over 80 hours a week. Actually, between everything, I think it's like almost 90 hours a week. If you count like everything. Though a lot of it's like literally playing a video game though. So work is a very light term in that sense. As a good like 80% of the time is literally just normally playing a video game. Yeah, we're almost there. We should be able to get it on this cycle. Gotta remember to actually get the Hope Forest potion back up though. There we go, 135. Okay, time to go to Dockleaf. I'll finish the cycle though, just while we're at it. Actually, maybe I'll just pick up the swabs. How many swabs do we have here? 10? I'm just gonna bank those, I guess. Actually, let me grab the other 2 bones. It's gonna drive me crazy if I don't. Actually, it would be 3 bones. That's fine. Just to make it a little bit more of an even number. But then again, that's divisible by 6. I'm actually gonna pick those back up. Never mind. wait. Scratch that. Just give me that 1 swab and we're out of here. Alright, now how do I bank this? I guess we just use the normal bank. Hope for Central. Alright, let's go try 1 inventory of Dockleaf. Alright, so these are for the, where am I going? We're going to the north. But yeah, these I've actually never done since the quest, because you need 135 for them. And we just got it now. But the 5-star quest ends up giving you a new resource that you can go and gather, called Dockleaf. And it's the first time we've ever been able to do them. But you get this from the 5-star quest of Forgotten Things. And these are needed for the 7% XP potion in this area. They're also worth quite a bit. If you were to buy them from the shop, they're about 4.5 silver each. This is where you do the boss fight. And there's the chest that's a safe spot. Yeah, I'm not sure how perfect their cycle is. There's not anything you can do in between, so if this doesn't spawn immediately, we got a little bit of a problem. Is there anything I can do with this repaired box? Probably not. Info, no. Yeah, let's hope their respawn is good. Because there is nothing I can do but wait. You remember the cheese? Which cheese? Which cheese strategy? Alright, these might not be worth it. That's a lot of downtime. Because there's no tree that we can knock over here. These look like they're trees, but they're actually not trees. They're fake trees. I'm not sure why they're fake trees, but they are fake trees. In the area where pretty much every tree is cuttable, this area is composed of nothing but fake trees. Like, I could understand that for other chapters, but why is it in the chapter where, I wonder if they were originally supposed to be something and they just never did. But this whole area is just fake trees. Like, all 4 of these rooms have nothing but fake trees in them. Despite this being the woodcutting chapter. So I can't multitask at all in these rooms. We gotta simply just stand here and wait. The overall verdict on the dock leaf, not worth. Definitely not worth. But we're doing 23 and 23 at least. So at that point, I might just not even upgrade to sickle then. Because I won't need it for until the higher tier. The only problem with that is how do I get the rest? I guess I just have to knowledge it. Time to start knowledge and gather like crazy. Because I gotta get all the way out of the dead zone and get to 148. So we gotta knowledge this thing for 13 levels then. That's not too bad. Yeah, we do get Sage later. I'll do 23 of them, but I don't think I plan to do more than 23. They'd be worth it if you drop them. But not beyond that. Alright, I think it's time for us to go to Merchant now. I'm not going to do it for too long, but I do want to try the new Merchant update today. Yeah, there's a one-click door that you can go over now. So what did I come here for again? I came here for a reason, I don't even know what. Oh yeah, I was gonna put away my 2 potion, I think. Oh yeah, those chestnuts for 80, yeah. I might actually consider getting them. I almost forgot about that. I was originally gonna dodge both of them and not do them. But yeah, there are classes that are gonna need them a lot. The chestnut and the other thing around that level range. I was originally planning on skipping them, though. I think it's off the catkin and the chestnut. The chestnut at 156 and the catkin at 171. Originally, I was going to skip them, but yeah, I forgot. Aren't they used for like the best arbory potion in the whole game? Which isn't really too relevant to me, but is pretty relevant for the class type. Or, you know, guardians. Alright, what am I doing? I don't think I need any potions. Let's go do some merchant run. Oh, do they take place in the fair rooms? Yeah. That's gonna be annoying. I'll probably just be skipping them for Bone Spike. Bone Spike's just so good. Alright, time to do some Merchant. So they did update Merchant today. They both buffed and nerfed it on the same day. The nerf I've heard is pretty small. The buff is also pretty small, though. Also, I'm not going to do any floor dropping today. We're not going to overly try hard it today. Alright, what do we even want? I don't know, a lot of this is like bottom route. I'll probably go for a bottom. Oh yeah, I need to go get timer. Quick. Alright, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Alright, where are our tasks at? There we go. What else do we... That's not a task. Let's see. Alright, looks like we gotta run. Oh, can I drop Doll for anything? I really don't want to do Doll if I can help it. I can hold on to Stew or something. Oh no, Doll's already on cycle. I just won't turn it into cycle. That's fine. Alright, let me go over there. We can still do Doll. I'm just not going to turn in Doll. Oh, I just realized something. I can't do Burger. Oh no! I can't do Burger. Oh, time to abandon Burger, I guess. Because I'm going to have double Doll and double Carrot on me. Make it unable to turn in Burger. Because my inventory is going to be full. Also, I'm taking a path with a shortcut where I would even path through Burger either. Unfortunate. Wait, it's only going to be a 4 turn in. So I wonder if Doll is giving less XP. Does anyone know? Has Doll been nerfed? I'm not sure everything that's been nerfed that goes to top left. Like, it sure looks like it's giving a little bit less. I could have sworn Doll was a little bit better than that. Because Doll is one of those that is technically affected by the new system they added today. Because it's on one of the sides of the fence. So it could have been one of them that got affected slightly. Oh no, I forgot to set it on repeat. Oh, I hate when I do that. No. That's kind of unfortunate. Gotta reset the timer when I go back there. We'll probably try for like 1 merchant level today, I think. If we just keep doing 1 a day, we will eventually have like infinite merchant level. Hey, is rhubarb nerfed? Oddly enough, I think that's still the same price for it. Oh yeah, let me go reset the timer. The only reason I'm waiting here is I want to get timer back on sync. And make sure the repeat button is on this time. Because that was the problem that happened earlier. If you don't click the repeat button, it doesn't keep repeating. I'll just do it once and end. Yeah, I knew the Catkins were saved. I didn't realize the second thing of Chestnut wasn't, though. Didn't realize it was that close to the thing, but it makes sense because that's where they were when we were doing combat on them. For whatever reason, I just always thought there was a 3rd room. But yeah, it only has 2 rooms, so you do have to go through the room then. The aggro room. Alright, what do we need here? Pumpkin for sure. Goes down middle. Then we double burger into, a lot of that we just don't need, though. Yeah, I'm just gonna take something for later. Give me a pizza, I guess. But it doesn't look like that much got nerfed. Alright, let me go to outskirts. I'm not seeing that much of a nerf on anything. So whatever numbers were tweaked, it's like so small. It's pretty much trivial. Oh yeah, this is the first time we get to try the patch. This is the whole reason why we're doing this right now. But then we need the money. But you can now 1-click the door over here. I wish they would have just removed it completely. But you can 1-click it now instead of 2-click. Alright, here we go. The 1-click shortcut. Oh, so good. That's the main change they made today. That's it. Then they nerfed a couple things to accommodate for that being better. That's like so minuscule. But you can 1-click the door though. Not as good as removing the door, but better than nothing. This is probably not worth going to middle just for this. But I kind of already half committed to it, so I guess we're going for it. Probably even buy the pizza wall over here. But it's pretty much the only change that happened to Merchant. But hey, still a change. Then they nerfed a couple tasks to make up for it, but it's like such a small thing that's like not even there. Alright, let me go buy pizza while we're here. And then we'll tell once we turn in burger. I probably should have gone pumpkin and burger on the next cycle, but oh well. We're turning them in now. Well, not the pizza, but a double burger we are. He's gonna steal. I'm not gonna catch him, but he's gonna steal. He didn't steal. How could you? I think we'll go until we get 1 merchant level. If we just keep chipping at 1 merchant level a day, it'll eventually be 500. Just gotta wait like a year. Merchant you don't enjoy as much? Oh, it's definitely my favorite skill in the game. It's just hard to do for a long period of time, so if I just do 1 a day, you'll eventually get there. It's not 1 a day because I hate the skill, it's 1 a day because it's very taxing on my mental capacity. So I just realized how small those things' wings are. I never noticed. Like, the spikes on their back are almost bigger than their wing. Yeah, I haven't done any of the AFKs for Merchant yet. We get our first good one at 211. And I plan to do it all the way to 216 so we can get the better rate. And then I'll probably be encouraged to go do more Merchant. Once we get that really good XP rate. So what do I want to put this XP into? I'm not sure what I want to dump my knowledge into while we're doing this. I might just put it into Alchemy AFK for down the line. We're going to need it eventually anyways. For post 200. It's one less thing we need to do later. I kind of want to unlock... You know what I actually want to do with Merchant going forward? I kind of want to lock every AFK activity. Has anyone actually done this yet? Have you on your main account, not your alts or anything, but on your main account, gotten every single possible AFK activity unlocked? So whenever you get a knowledge point, it just drags you all the way to the bottom. Because I'm considering doing that just because we're so close. Because it gives you a free drag all the way to the bottom. Plus you're eventually going to need them post 200 for every skill anyways at some point. Every skill has at least 1 dead zone. If not multiple. Because I've actually been considering that with our merchant grind. Just so we don't have to carry around a potion or anything until equipable potions come out. You just unlock literally every AFK activity for every skill up to the level that we could do it. Because once you do it, drags you all the way to the bottom, so you don't even need to click anything when you get a knowledge point. It just brings you straight to the XP. Not to the screen of the XP, but you know, you just click on it and then you're good to go. You don't have to like double click. Oh, so I still have these dolls in my inventory from earlier. What even is this route right now? The problem is a lot of this just does not have any synergy with each other. Because that turns in the middle. That turns in all the way to the right. That turns in to there from left. That's all the way top left. I don't know. We'll try it. There's a lot of this has no synergy whatsoever, though. Is this we have to backtrack to go turn it in? I don't know. I'll just wait and see. There's a lot of stuff I just kind of want to get rid of here. I see a pretty good top left to middle angle, though. If we could just drop these two for anything that's good. If we can get like a doll, a second banana, one other thing. Double drop all the plates and everything and just go straight to there. That is not quite what we want to see. Actually, you know what? It's not what it is, actually. Because I could do that. And then I'll buy this and turn it in later. Actually, I could buy curry while I'm there. Hold up. Oh, but I got a pre-center. That's fine. Yeah, I got a double center. Wait, let me grab curry. We're gonna be by there anyways. Since we're doing no floor method right now. No floor method's a little slower, but for my brain right now, I want to not drop anything. Keep it simple. I'm not gonna drop anything on the ground. It makes it worse, but not that much worse. I think dropping's about 10 to 20% better. Depending on how much time you waste on it. Picking it back up and everything. But it's probably about 10 to 20% better per hour. But you can still do it without doing it. Like, it's not required to do merchant to drop stuff on the ground. It just helps a lot. Like, a lot. I could do the juggle, couldn't I? I could actually pre-buy vase right now. It actually leads to an interesting implication. And I can actually buy curry right now and just telly. And then do a top left sweep next cycle. I just double turn in vase right now. See, who needs a floor? Your inventory is your floor. You get to keep 4 little mini floors in your inventory. The only problem is it takes up your entire inventory. Ah, we gotta... No, why? That's so good, it's almost worth going over for, to be honest. I think we do. It's too good to not do. Alright, we'll go back to middle just to buy another pizza and soup. But then we get a absurdly good turn-in. Oh, where am I going? Oh, time to go test the shortcut again. We're getting a lot of value out of that shortcut today. That's the main thing I wanted to test. But we're getting all the value you possibly can out of that thing. Like every other route is going top. Top to middle. Or even just top only. Oh, he's going to the rock thing, AFK. Interesting. I did that for one level. It's one of those ones that you do when you're in like that weird in-between trying to get to 219 raids. Helps fill the hole. Oh, I just realized I can't buy both. Oh no. Oh no, yes I can. What am I saying? Duh. Because they both turn in here. Yes I can. I get more than buy both. I'm not going to pre-buy any, though. I'm going to do no pre-buys beyond what we need. Unless I know for sure I'm just going to keep in my inventory. Which actually, there's one pre-buy I want, then. Give me that. I want to try to do this whole merchant without dropping anything. Until we get a level. And then we're probably heading to Leatherworker. Oh yeah, I did want to go test that one granite method though. I'm not sure if it's actually a thing, but I want to go test it. It's something that likely came out today with queueable actions. Alright, why is all this so bad? I know, curry's somewhat en route. Depends what you consider en route. Steak is free with banana. Just gonna wait a moment. Good hydration break as per usual. Drink it too quick. Let's see what we get here. I guess this is a middle route. Sure looks pretty middle-y. Boom. Anything here with really small turn-in? Yeah, let's go middle route that. I do need the second steak, so you know what? I might actually have to drop some of these. Oh no. Actually, I technically don't need any of them. Not this run. Well, we gave in. We finally dropped. It's only for one run, though. This sets us up nicely for the next one. How close are we to the level? Alright, we're halfway there already. Gosh, Merchant is quick. Sometimes I keep forgetting how much absurd XP this gives per hour. I'm so used to the other post 200s, and it's like, oh yeah, it moves so slow, and then it's like Merchant still like zooms across. Obviously not as much as like a pre-200 skill, but still quite a lot. No, we didn't get a good synergy there. Unfortunate. I might just turn these two in. No, yeah, no. I get by candle. I think we turn everything else in. And hold on the rhubarb. Oh, wait, I can't turn in curry then. Oh no, am I gonna go far enough for curry? Yes, we can. Yeah, I think we will actually. A little bit of a walk, or a little bit of a wide circle, but we'll turn in everything but the double rhubarb. And look at that cash stack go. We were at 0 gold earlier. Now we're at half a gold. Progress. I still don't understand why pocket watch is worth so much. Seems like a really weird one to be worth like a ton. I guess it is an antique shop after all, though. How much time do we have? I think we could turn in both in that time. We gotta make it back before the timer. Curry we definitely can. Soup is more questionable, but I think we still can. Oh yeah, we definitely are. Alright, anything else that's pretty free? You know what? Before that even happens, I'm going to... no. I was gonna say, I'm going to go turn in and do the other thing, but... The biggest issue with whoever's going to come up here is going to be too many good tasks is the only problem. Actually, that wasn't much a problem. I did not see too many tasks. Actually, ooh, you know what? There's an interesting route here. Okay, route has changed. Double rhubarb and the double pocket watch. Since I don't have the second one on me. The only big issue with that is I can't do banana. But we're going to be in top so many more times, it's not that big a deal. Oh, my OCS is almost 3,000 total. Ooh, the big 300. Here we are with our wimpy 2,340. It's still really high though. Some people are like absurdly high though. They get a lot from merchant. I'm pretty sure they're dumping all their knowledge into not merchant, which is where a lot of those levels are coming from. There's a lot of people who did the 500 merchant grind just put it into merchant to speed it up. They get a lot more value from it putting into other skills, which makes your total very high. Oh, you're wimpy 1937. Honestly, anything over 1,000 is absurdly high right now. I think some people are just so absurdly high that we kind of lose the scope a little bit. But anyone at over 1,000 right now is still really high level. What's kind of crazy about merchant is even after all this, we still don't even have the full skill unlocked. Technically, don't get it fully unlocked until like 480 or something. But, like, there's still more items. Like, there's like 10 more items we still don't have. On top of all these items we already have. It's crazy to think about given how many there already are. Oh, do I have enough inventory for this? I didn't even double check. I think I do. Yeah, we do. This works out. This actually works out really, really well. I didn't even realize till just now how absurdly well this pathing is actually working. Because now we get to go get the rhubarb, buy the banana, turn in the trade for trade, so we still keep our maintain our inventory for the candle for soap, and we're good to go. And then we just turn everything in. The glorious one-click gate. Oh, so nice. Is there something I need here? Oh yeah, I need banana. The only problem now is every day when I wake up, it's like, ooh, is today more update day? I think it's gonna be at least a few days. I don't think it's gonna get another one out till like Saturday or Sunday. But every single day now, it's like, ooh, will this be the day they add something? Now that they actually kind of good. That's the only problem with them updating the game, is now we need more updates to go with our updates. As when we weren't getting it for like a few weeks, is like, okay, yeah, I kind of don't expect one. But now that they're coming again, it's like, now I expect one like every day. It's obviously unrealistic. Even just one a week is already a lot. Will this be the monument reward day? Gosh, I'm scared of monument. Yeah, I'm gonna start putting these knowledge points into random junk. It might seem like a complete waste because it is. I kind of just want to start unlocking them already. For two reasons. One is for completion's sake. But the bigger reason is so whenever we get a skill level, we'll just go all the way to the bottom. And then we can just maintain them all and not need to worry about them. And then when we go post 200 everything, it'll be really straightforward. Because we're already going to have all the knowledge we need. And not need to go out of our way at all. I'm only going to do it while we're doing merchant though. And only before we have wieldable potions. I just feel like wieldable potions are going to be a couple weeks off. Which should give us enough time to go do it. Now, what even is this route? I guess we need to go top left and just cycle something? I don't know, there's not much I could do with this. Yeah, the main reason I'm getting all the AFK activities is post 200 we will need it. But also, it's just so annoying juggling potions when doing merchant. We've done it many times before. And like many things with potion, I just really want, what's it called? I just really want, wieldable potions to be out already. They will at some point, though. The only issue with just turning in rhubarb is it actually is a little bit out of the way if you're not doing it with soap. If you're doing a no soap run, you don't get that much value from it. Alright, not sure if we even make it back in time. We're definitely gonna try. I'm also gonna double buy vase because I need to go down there anyways. And in case we get some extra value. Because we're gonna have to go there for painting. Oh, that's why we grab it. Watch it give me a third. I'm gonna wait just in case. There's a couple here I don't really want. Ugh. Also, painting is kind of awkward now. Because I don't have a good way to grab it because nothing else is on cycle there. Ooh, this complicates everything. This complicates, like, everything. Why? I'll be back. You know what? I'm just gonna turn in this double vase and just grab the rest. And then run. There's just too much value there. I don't have enough space because of the double vase. Gosh, too much. I'm not sure why we grabbed that. I'm just gonna grab that, I guess. How do I want to do this run, though, is the problem. It's kind of awkward. Do I just run it? I think I might just run it. I technically could have kept the souvenir thingy and dropped pizza. Could have bought in souvenirs since I need to go there anyways. It's one I need to put into consideration a lot more often when doing bottom route. Because this wine does nothing. I'd much prefer to have the thing over wine. Or the lesser wine. Because we don't actually path through lesser wine on this route. But we'll go until we get a merchant level. It just points like a 4 for third a bar. Because we need that money. And I think we pivot over to leatherworker then. Because money's been a big issue lately. And that generates more money. Oddly enough, I don't think I turn in wine. It's better to grab other wine and just turn that in. Since we took it, we might as well do it. Of course, we get it again. Middle, 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 kind of middle, kind of middle. No think, just run. I think we drop rhubarb here. Just do a middle sweep and buy pizza for next set. The only thing that's kind of awkward is clockwork is not really turnable. Also, I just realized it gives so little. Even teacup gives more. I never realized it turns in for that little. Even meat turns in for more. Yeah, maybe I don't even bother with it then. I can't turn it in. I was just going to preemptively buy it, but it's not even worth it. So you know what? I'm not going to go for pizza this set. I want to see what we get in the next one. I don't feel like we're getting enough tasks to justify it. Another piece. We'll put that into the guard. Get all those AFK activities. All those useless ones. Stack them up. Alright, this is complicated. It still kind of works, though. Should we go get dust? You know what? I might go get dust and just drop it on the ground. Let's see. Let's do center into... So what's the route here? We just kind of center by and turn in. The problem is the order is kind of weird. I think I do go to Cyclops and just get a whole thing of dust, though. That'll be the one exception. I'm allowed to keep dust on the ground. Just because it cycles right next to the shop. And we pass the shop every time we go to board. There'll be like the one exception for the ground. Alright, I don't have anything for you. I just realized I'm gonna have like no inventory left. The max I could buy is like 1 extra dust. Also, why does cheese turn in for so little? I'm just gonna abandon cheese. Why on earth does it turn? It's so far out of your way. I understand dust, but yeah, why is cheese lower than dust? Okay, this will be my one exception to the floor. We may keep dust on floor. That's because it's so free to reset. If it despawns, it despawns. Hopefully it won't, though. Alright, this is definitely a top left route. So anything that goes with that. Up, free dust. Perfect. I can turn it in on my way back. I know, we're almost getting a merchant level already. I must want to keep doing merchant, lol. I know, we'll probably stop when we get a level, though. I think that has to be a thing, though. A level a day. Bare minimum. Every day for until that number says 500. We must get at least 1 merchant level. And that way, whatever armor maker level we ever need, we'll be able to keep up. And if we can't, then we'll just buy it from the market or train merchant more. After this, I do want to go see if we could do something weird with granite. See if that will work. And after that, I think we'll just go for the leatherworker. Because right now we need to be making the money and we only have 1 gold right now. And what better way than leatherworker? I think we only need like 4 or 5 gold for our next upgrade. Or 3, somewhere around there. So we don't need that much more. But then we need a whole another 18 for the next upgrade. And then we can actually properly do woodcutting, oddly enough. That would be the woodcutting skill unlocked. Ooh, what is this? I hate all of it. Sure, just give me everything. I know what we're gonna go do, but I don't like it. When trading comes out, well, you'll be fine with the shop. Stop selling items. Port level 201? Wait, what do you mean by that? Oh, would you, I think he meant to say. I don't know. Most shops kind of already don't sell material that high. And even if they do, they sell it so expensively that's not even viable. Like, I can't think of a single tier 4, 5, or 6 material worth buying from a shop compared to gathering it. If anything, the fact that they're in the shop kind of gives them a base value that they're worth. They can almost make it worth more. Like Deathstone's like that. Like Deathstone is a shop in particular. There's quite a few of them, but Deathstone's a really good example. Where the base price is basically based on the shop, making it higher rather than lower. And I feel like it'll make it a stable price for a lot of them. Because that means the market can only go up from there, not down. Like, most things are going to sell for more than what they buy for at the shop. I guess the shop kind of limits them to some degree, but it also helps set their price. I hate the routing here. I hate almost all this. I don't know what I want. Just give me a vase. We'll work something in. Oh, this is the final run we need anyways. Alright, next one will be our wrap-up one then. Perfect. And then we get to center sweep. Top left is center sweep. Yeah, there's our 1 gold. Now we just gotta start up the money printer again. I probably shouldn't have double bought there. But we're going all in. I go pick up the 1 item. Going all in on this run. Whatever we don't need, we'll sell to shop. Now show me dust in the carriage clock. Oh! 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 Wow, that's perfect. What an ending run. Wait, do I have enough inventory for it, though? Yes, as long as it turned in dust first. Oh, that's perfect. What a good final run for today. Not of the stream, but, you know, for our merchant grinding right now. Yeah, that worked out perfectly. Both the 2 items we need the RNG on the board. We end up RNGing at the same time. Alright, Timer, you've served us well. We don't need you now. We'll need you another day. Which there might still be something I need to time today. I feel like we timed most things, though. We're gonna go try the granite thing to see if it's broken. Because when I was trying to think of stones that would be the most beneficial to go do it on, it's definitely granite. It's like the only one that really gets a buff. Alright, where are we going? Someone's messaging me on old school RuneScape, which distracted me. They actually mentioned we're the rank 168 hardcore apparently in old school RuneScape. And we're asking if we didn't have the pet yet or not, and yep, we don't have the pet. At like 60 something million EXP. Yeah, apparently we're ranked 168. Which doesn't sound as high compared to Brighter Shores, but you know, the player base for old school RuneScape is absurdly bigger comparatively. Oh, I forgot Vase. So 168 is actually still really high. I didn't actually even realize it was that high. The guy next to us was like, wait, that's actually absurdly high. I didn't even realize it was. I know he's having a full conversation. I was just only messaging him once. Alright, I'm gonna go back with the other thing. I'm gonna go turn in our vase and then we'll go to our leather worker. Start that up. Oh yeah, what am I telling? I was about to tell you, but we're already here. Alright, merchant completed. Yeah, I don't need that anymore. What height are we even on right now? I actually completely forget. I think it's only tier 5, so it's probably Cal. I think it's Superior Cal. Yeah, Superior Cal, perfect. And we're almost up to our deer. I'm gonna do all of our bank deer first, though. There's definitely one thing I want to get done as a goal today, for sure. I want to go do all of our banked deer that we have in the bank. We have like 300 something banked deer. And I want to bank all of the banked ones. Oh, let's see. Let me go grab these. Which doesn't mean we're making no profit during that. That was the only problem. And we'll try doing them off stream because it's a lot more AFK to do off stream. Unfortunately, you can't use queueable actions here, which is sad. Yeah, let me go show the conversation thing. Might as well since we're just kind of AFK in here for a moment. Yeah, let's see, where's the full conversation? Actually, you can't even see it because it's kind of clipped off. Let's see. There we go. Let's see, where would it even start? Let's see. Ranked 168. Yeah, I didn't even realize we're 168. He thinks we're going for 200 mil because we're so dry on beaver. And he said his EXP. Said that we've been around. Anyways. Wait, that was what I was reacting to earlier. I tried to ignore most people, but I'm trying not to ignore too many people because I feel like a lot of people will ban us for being a bot. I feel like if I ignore too many people in that game, we're eventually going to get reported by everyone. Like, why is that bot still woodcutting over there? Like, every day for 12 hours straight. Oh yeah, I never tried to granite. I need to go do that. I completely forgot. Wait, after this inventory, I gotta go pivot back to granite, then we come back here. That was like the last thing I wanted to try with queueable actions. See if it has like a weird spawn that's beneficial. I wanted to do like C-shaped granite. Or reverse C shape, whatever you call it. Not sure what to call that shape. I don't know. What would you call a backward C? Other than a backward C. I don't know any way to describe that shape other than backward C. Or 90-degree turned U. It's kind of weird. We don't have a letter that's backwards C. Because if you want to do that shape, like, you know, facing rightwards, you say C. If you want it upwards, you say U. If you want it downwards, you say N. But there's no letter that is inverse C. Like, there's none where it faces left. I guess you could say B without the stick. B without the stick shape. Without the vertical line. Oh, we're about to gain a level here too, nice. But yeah, after this inventory, I'm going to go test a granite real quick. I'm going to go do like one inventory. Just want to test our theory earlier. Because I haven't actually tested the theory, and I haven't seen anyone in chat mention it. So I'm not sure if it does or doesn't work the way I think it does. I just want to kind of see. Because some people were saying that it seemed like stone was also getting buffed, so I assume they were testing granite. Because I don't think any stone gains a benefit from the change they made. Except for probably granite. There we go, 189. One more level, we move to a new hide. Hey, let me go set Queueable actions back too. I don't actually have Queueable actions set right now. I'll do that, then I'll tell you over. Because I turned it off when we were doing the other manual movement thing. Luckily, they're both next to each other, so it's really quick to switch. Alright, what are we doing? I'm teleporting over to Deep Mine. That's not Deep Mine. That's Deep Mine. I'm teleporting over to Deep Mine, and then we're going to go and test the granite. I gotta start the granite from bottom left, though, for this to work properly. If I do it the other way around, we're not going to be by the bank. I need the end to cycle out of bank. Oh wait, never mind. No, we'd actually have to start it from the top. Because it would go top down, top down. Wait. Top down, top down. Wait, but that would get you 6. And I'm confused. I'm not sure which way we need to start it. You know what? I'm just going to start it from the top, and if we have to walk over to the bank, that's fine. I'm not sure which direction we actually have to do it in. Because I forget what cycle you would need to end it at top. Because it's going to have like a weird respawn where we're like waiting. But yeah, let me see if this works. If this does what I think it will do, this is rather interesting. I'm still going to try from the bottom though. Just because we need the one starter rock to get it going. Because the reason why this might do something weird is because of how the rooms are. And I want to do this one starter rock first, just to kind of see. Is what I want to go do. Oh yeah, I forgot. We have Q action on. There we go. I keep forgetting I turned it on. Yeah, that new feature that came out today. Oh, these are better to manual click though. So what I want to do is mine both of these and then wait. Normally you'd have to walk back. But this rock should respawn in about 5 seconds. because of that rock over there. And then we do a C shape and then a C shape back, or inverse C. Alright, a little bit longer of a wait than I thought, but it should respawn any second now. This definitely isn't... Okay, yeah, but then there we go. So you don't have, like, the walk time. Well, apparently there's enough downtime that you could just do the walk time. And now this one should also be respawned. And then you wait at the other granite. On the other side. That's not actually quicker, though. If I there was something you could do in the downtime, I guess you could go for 1 kill. You could have done that regardless. But yeah, you don't have to walk all the way back. Because this will spawn at the same time as that one spawning. So you don't actually have to walk all the way back there. You can just wait here. And this will spawn pretty much the same time as those two. Oh no, it's less clicking overall. It's definitely more AFK if nothing else. Because you don't have to walk all the way back. You just stay where you hit the last rock. I don't know, it's not particularly broken, but I don't know, I guess it's helpful. But yeah, it doesn't seem broken though. I was hoping it would be like really broken, but the respawn rate isn't quick enough. If their natural respawn rate was a little bit quicker, that would be. Oh, I thought I clicked on it. Alright. Final verdict, not worth. But we tested it. You know what else we haven't tested now that we have some granite rock? I technically haven't tested stone. I assume it'll work the same way as it did for bone. And now you could do 2 of them, but not the 3rd. But, oh no, let me go check it. I technically haven't actually done it today because I didn't have any in my bank because I cleared them all for a nice clean bank. Because we end up etching every single last one of them. But, yeah, let me go do that right now because I technically haven't done it today. It's the only Queueable action I think we haven't done. Though we did the other 2 variants. Because look at how clean that bank is. Look at that. Every single stone is etched. Including the granite we're about to go do. Let me go do these real quick. I want to see if you can queue these the same way as the other one. You should be able to. You just can't re-queue the machine until afterwards. Oh wow, we're really low on gas here. We need to get more sometime. I didn't realize it was this low. I thought I refilled it, but apparently not. I think I didn't because I wasn't going to go do post 200 quite yet. Yeah, you can pre-queue it. The 2's pretty high up there. But yeah, you can pre-queue it. It works the same way that bone does. You can't queue up all 3 clicks like you can with smithing. But you can queue up 2 and then 2. Which is technically 3 total. I know that's 2 and 2, so that doesn't make sense, but you know. It says a number 2. You're queuing up 3 things, but you gotta do it 2 at a time. So after the other number goes away, you queue up the other one. So yeah, it's just as clunky as doing bone rate. But it's the same premise. Smithing definitely gains the biggest benefit from it then. As you can queue up all 3 beforehand. Whereas both of these you can only queue up 2 because the same machine does 2 different actions and you can't do it until after the first action is done. But since smithing has 3 independent actions, you can do all 3 preemptively. But as long as you just click it before this button goes, you'll be fine. It's just slightly less AFK than doing the smithing one. So smithing is now like the easiest out of all of them by far. Not that the other 2 are hard, but it's just less clicking. Well, not less clicking, but it's less time between clicking. Or more time between clicking, so you have more downtime. Alright, there we go. Alright, I think that's everything. Alright, now we can go back. Back to Leatherworker. I think that's the last of the things I wanted to test with Queueable action. Can't think of anything else we haven't done now. We've done spawn manipulation. We've tested every single possible thing. We even grinded some to a decent degree. Timed the difference with mining. Yeah, I think everything I wanted to do with it we basically did. And some, because I think we found an exploit on accident. I only did it like twice, both on accident. But, yeah, they're probably going to patch that. I don't see any reason they won't. Because otherwise, the meta for gathering is going to be so annoying in this game. If you can abuse double spawning. I assume they're going to patch that in the next few days, though. Otherwise, foraging routes have just gotten so much more complicated. Since you could use one to respawn all of them. And do like a double connected weave route or of some kind. The routing in this game is going to be insane. For Forager and Gather and a few other things. If they don't patch that out. I'm not sure how they would though. Because technically it's working as intended. Well, the way that's working as intended right now is increasing the XP rate. By a lot. For some, depending on how you're using it. The problem is it's really time specific. But if you do get that time, it works really good. Let's see. Hello? The last time I said hello as well. I need a new intro. You want that trading? You'd become a runner? Honestly, I'm curious how much running would be in this game. It depends on what activity you're running for, but gosh, I don't think anything would be under 5 gold per hour running. Like, that's like the bare minimum people would be running for, probably. I'm curious to see what the economy will be in the game for it. The only problem with the running is you do got to get all the way to Chapter 4. So anyone who ever wants to do it does need to go all the way there. We finally got both our alts there the other day. We did that on Monday. That's the only thing that's quite a bit different with running in this game compared to like old school RuneScape or OG RuneScape back in the day with like RuneCraft runners. Is back in the day it had no requirement whatsoever. You could literally do it on level 3 for quite a few things. But, you know, like a fresh account. But in Brighter Shores, you actually have to progress pretty far. I think it takes like 30-40 hours to finish Chapter 4. My 2 alts did it in about 15-ish hours, but that's because they were Ape Kane for like a month and a half. But if you just kind of like rush through, it's like a 30-40 hour grind. Oh, so we'll be selling all the hides this stream. Because when I move up to deer, I'm going to be banking all of them that I have over there, which is at least 330 or so. Plus we need the money. We're only at 1 gold right now. And one thing I want to try to do before the end of the stream is get enough gold for the axe. Actually, let me go check it. How much more do we need? That's like the main end goal I want to do for this stream. I'm not sure how far away we are right now. Because I can't think of anything else I want to do with Queueable action on stream other than AFK and Iron off stream. Where we do 888 in the bank. Though it's kind of unfortunate you can't Queueable walk though. Hope eventually you can. What am I looking for? I'm looking for Enchantress. Actually, right there. I always keep this tab open because I know we'll need it. Alright, let me go check. Alright, so there's final 2 right there. So I gotta add up both of these 2 numbers is what I need. So I need 3 point. 3.3. I need 3.3 gold. So I need to go make 2.3 gold. If I did the math right. Technically 2.4 because we'll need a little excess so we can still do hides and money making after. Yeah, we need about 2.4, 2.5 gold then. Just so we have a little bit of wiggle room. Yeah, we're almost there. Let's see. Let's go sell these. I think we have, based on that much XP, we should need 3 more inventories then. Gosh, it feels so weird seeing XP move so quick. Because nearly every single one of my production skills are like post 200 now. There's one thing that might actually feel good about the carpentry grind. Because by the time I do carpentry, I'm going to have 200 leatherworker, 200 bonerite, 200 smithing, 200 stonemason. Like every single production skill other than alchemy is basically going to be 200. So comparatively, honestly, carpentry might not seem that slow. Like it'll actually feel more bearable just because every single other production skill we are doing is like post 200. And that one would just be, you know, pre 200. So it might actually not feel that bad compared to normal. Not because it's any better, but because everything around it is worse. Like as far as time. Obviously it doesn't make it any better of a method. But it does make everything else around it like take so glacially slow compared to it. If you're comparing like post 200 compared to carpentry. So it might actually make carpentry feel quick. Not because it's quick or good or in any way. But just because everything else is so much slower around it. That might be the only upside when we do carpentry. Because after doing post 200 smithing and stuff like that, it'll feel so quick. I like how I'm convincing myself. I know. We're still going to be doing a 12-hour carpentry stream at some point. No time soon, though. At current trajectory, we're about a month off. But at some point in our woodcutting grind, we're going to need to do it. And today we're going to have a max hatchet. And sometime in the next week, we'll probably have a max handsaw. Which means there's nothing stopping us from getting 200 at that point. Other than our willingness to go do it. But honestly, with queueable actions, woodcutting is so chill right now. I do feel like woodcutting gained the biggest benefit from queueable actions. Woodcutting gained the most. Mining gained the second. And fishing and or foraging gained the third. But I would say woodcutting is the biggest beneficiary of queueable actions. And it's mostly because woodcutting trees spawn really quick. Compared to other nodes. So there's a higher incentive to actually go and train it now again. Compared to before. Then we're like a week away from having max tools. Or, you know, the two that are matter. Because a two-handed person handsaw is just not that needed for much. And the loppers you don't need until post 200. Which we will need eventually, just not yet. And probably not for a while, because I don't really plan to do post 200 woodcutting or carpentry anytime soon. It's something on the list of things we eventually need to do, but not... Like, we're gonna have 200 all before we do that, basically. So we got a while before we need to worry about them. I do plan to eventually do them, but we have a long while before we need to. I do want to check something, though. Where's tier 5 hickory? It's tier 5 pine. Tier 5 hickory is at 216. Okay, that's interesting. Is it 216 for woodcutting as well? Because that's a really relevant level, actually. For stonemason and more importantly, hammer mage. I mean, more importantly, crown knight, I mean. But yeah, you need 208 woodcutting and 216 carpentry. Why is carpentry so much higher? But yeah, 208 woodcutting and 206 or 216 carpentry is a really good stopping point for both. Because that's when we get the hickory pole. And I recall this being used for something somewhat half relevant. And then juniper is used for oh, wait, sturdy polar as well. Oh, I thought that was it with pine. Never mind. Wait. There's also polar. Sturdy suave. Suave we don't care as much about, though. That's just for bone right. Then the U. You kind of want to almost go all the way there, but... I don't know, I need to double check everything that they're used for. Let me double check. What is hickory used for? I actually completely forget. What under cryonite uses hickory? I think it's just daggers and one other thing, so maybe they're not that relevant. Let me double check. What uses hickory? Not hickory post, hickory pole. Is there not a full list of everything it's used for? Really? Okay. Alright, plan B is, what is plan B? I guess check smithing? It's used for... Oh, mace was the one. Yeah, flanked mace. That was the one I was thinking of. Yeah, that's somewhat relevant. Especially if it gets a good special attack. Because that's our secondary color. Basically, every class is almost 2 colors in a sense. Oh, no, I guess you can kind of consider the other ones too. But it's of the 3 boost potions that exist right now. Unless we're going to get more boost potions in like Chapter 6 or something. With like a new alchemy skill or some kind of thing like that. But right now, you can't currently boost Necromay or Pyromay. So, whatever one you have a melee for out of your other colors tends to be somewhat half-decent because you can boost it better. And for Cryonite, that's yellow. And yellow is mace. That's why I needed Hickory for. It's for the mace. It's not too relevant in the current state of the game, but I feel like special attacks will make it relevant. Or at least relevant enough that you'd actually make it occasionally. To actually fight something weak to yellow. Because right now it barely breaks even, or could even be worse. Against something weak to yellow, despite it being a yellow weapon. But after a special attack, it should be balanced quite a bit better. Because the damage from the special will make up for it. Especially if it's guaranteed elemental damage. Which isn't confirmed, but is very likely. No, no! No! It killed my action! No! Queueable action, how could you do such a thing? That's funny. Oh, that's really funny. It didn't cancel my previous action. Anyways, turning queueable actions off. Oh, that's funny. That's really funny. Oh, whoops. Mistakes have been made. It didn't cancel the first thing I clicked on. I really wish Queueable Actions worked on this. Not sure if they're eventually going to add it. 4-minute AFK full inventory on money just seems so good. Just click here, boom, 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 done. Come back in like 4 minutes. Now we gotta do a weird in between of like slightly AFK but still active. Alright, we're halfway to deer. All the ones I have banked I'll probably run off stream and bank them all. The ones on stream I'll sell them all. Just so we can reach our cash objective. Then I'm trying to think of what else we could go for a grind. I'm not sure which ones I want to tackle tonight. Let's see. Anything in Chapter 1? We kind of already did a bunch of stuff there. Gather, we got as far as we can. Woodcutter. The problem is the thing I need to go woodcut right now is not the axe I got. And I kind of want to like queue it off stream if we're going to do like the Bramble and the Suave or something. Carpentry's a huge no. Bone right, we're kind of knowledging right now. Oh yeah, we have a bunch of bones. Maybe we finish all the bones we collected today. That might be what we end on after the hatchet then. Do every last bone. Yeah, that'll be it. We'll go get all the hatchet money right now and then do every last bone today. I just don't want to get backed up, which is why I want to go run them all. And I can't run all the carbonies, so we're already partially backed up. Because every carbonies I collected today, I can't actually run today because I don't have 220 smithing. We will tomorrow, but I won't have it today. That would be perfect then. I'm not sure how many bones we collected today. I want to say almost 1,000. But at least we get to queueable action if nothing else. Making it a little bit easier. Yep, KC's still here on the leather grind. How's he doing actually on his grind? Oh wait, we went up another rank? What? How? Are people hiding or getting banned? What's going on here? That's definitely a hide right there. Vorpal's currently in second. Empathetic's in third for the first time, I'm pretty sure. Hey, who's hidden here? Let's see, Umbi's in first place again, even though I think they're in fourth or fifth. How many people are hiding on leaderboard right now? Oh, now that he's doing updates, are they protesting again? To go fix leaderboard? Hey, we might be first place soon. But yeah, Peticio was first, Yips was somewhere there. Meadow's always hidden there, so that's nothing new. But yeah, if everyone above us hides and protests, we could be first place for the first time. And then hide ourselves so this person could be in first place for the first time. That'd be funny if you could just start a complete chain reaction that way. Just have everyone on the top just keep hiding until you get a screenshot of being first place. And then everyone in the top 100 will have first place for some amount of time. That'd be so hard to coordinate. I'm not sure what they're doing, but, like, I'm pretty sure half the top 10 are currently hidden right now. Oh, yeah, I meant to go check KC. I got distracted. Oh, KC's almost top 20 again. But, yeah, 314 leatherworker for 357 merchant. That is so high. Obviously, he's going for 500 all here. Wonder what his plan is after that. I assume smithing, given that he already partially did it. Go down the mines and Matubin route. It's still going to take him a while, though. 500 leatherworker merchant isn't quick. Merchant a little bit more so, but 500 leatherworker takes a while. It's not a slow skill, but it's not a quick skill either. Like, it's a pretty averagely balanced skill as far as XP rate. But every other skill he's been training so far has been a quick one. He's out of every skill in Chronopolis. Watch person is quick or above average. Detective is above average. Merchant is way above average. The only one that's normal is leatherworker. It's not that leatherworker is slow, it's just that every skill in the chapter is slow or quick compared to it. Which makes it seem slower. It's not actually a slow skill though, it's pretty average. Slow would be something like bone wright or smithing or stonemason. The other thing that's nice about leatherworker is you have infinite supplies banked. Even if you have nothing banked. As long as you have the merchant level, you just come here and get it for free. Well, not literally for free, but you know. Basically for free. Effectively. So you never need to worry about the gathering component like you do with carpentry. Because even if you have 500 woodcutting, you don't have 500 carpentry banked. But if you have 500 merchant, you have way more than 500 leatherworker banked. You have infinite leatherworker banked. Even at 490 merchant, you have infinite leatherworker banked. Whereas 500 woodcutting does not bank you even close to 500 carpentry. I said hello, Alex, by the way. Welcome, welcome. As well as Fawn, if I didn't say hello earlier. Welcome, welcome. I know you guys have probably been lurking. That's the first combat I've seen in a while. I take level 14 in mind to my tube now that everyone's hidden. I'll go back down though. What's our highest rank right now? Blacksmith at 27. Oddly enough, Stonemason pretty close behind. Why is so many more Cryonites getting production compared to Hammer Mage? That's kind of weird. Because I'm 18 levels lower. It's almost 19. On Stonemason. Yeah, it's only 2 ranks apart. That's kind of weird. Were people just really not grinding it? Yeah, apparently. Because you only need 214 to make top 20. Whereas it's way higher for smithing. You need 226 to make it for smithing. Oh, so we are starting the smithing AFK rolling back up tomorrow. I mean tonight into tomorrow. Because we need 220 for carbonies. Plus I'm probably going to be doing AFK mining iron ore. Because it's probably going to be the main one I'm doing. If I'm doing like an in-between AFK. Otherwise I'll do the raid dens. But if I'm doing like in-between AFK, I'm going to go try tonight the 888 iron. We're doing it a little bit on stream, but obviously we're actively doing it, not like full AFK. I want to go try 888 iron into bank. It's 20% worse per hour, but it's still really good. And it's like 55 seconds AFK. Which isn't the greatest, but it's pretty solid compared to 5-second AFK that it had before. 55 seconds, quite a bit more than 5 seconds. Quite a bit of a bigger number. No one likes using the bone vat or the tea machine. Yeah, it's a lot more clunky using the queue for that than it is doing it for smithing, that's for sure. I don't mind it though. But you can't triple click it like you can for smithing, which is way nicer for smithing. Smithing definitely got more of a buff than Stonemason and Bonewright did today. They all got buffed, but smithing's just a little bit better. They're both effectively the same amount of time though. Actually, technically Bonewright's still the quickest to do of the 3. Due to how close the bank is. Bonewright's technically the best of the 3 when it comes to doing the first step. Like, you know, dunking your bone, smithing your bar, etching your stone. Bonewright's by far the best in that regard. It's the second step that's annoying. And is generally the problematic zone. Yeah, one more inventory after this, and that should be deer hide. And off stream, I'm definitely going to at some point do the 330 we have. And go bank them. I might do one of them on stream just to kind of see what the cycle is like. Because we're going to be banking them at the shop. I'm not sure what the tile density is. Maybe that's something we should go count right now. I'm going to go do something real quick. Let's count the tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. Yes, we're doing this. 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44-ish? Okay, it's about 44, 45, somewhere around there. Let's say 45? Alright, now let's test the other way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I'll keep counting in a second. Yeah, I think this is closer. Barely, but it will be closer by like 10 tiles or something. Or 5. Because we're at 20 right there, and we only need to get like right over there. I just want to wait till we teleport over. And now we'll recount. You can only do this method if you already have them banked though. Otherwise it's longer. But if you already have them pre-banked by buying them from other players or from killing them from enemies, we will save some small amount of tiles. This is why we bank them while we're doing the combat grind. Was it worth it overall? Probably not, but still saves us money as well. Each one was like 1.5 silver. But it also saves us tiles. The money wasn't the only thing that was saved. It was one of the reasons why I actually banked them. Though I think we spent more tiles banking them than we did save, though. I think it's like 20-something. So unless this is like 20-something tiles better, technically is worse. But then also if you factor how many tiles you're going for how much money you're making, it kind of evens out quite a bit. It's hard to calculate out. There should definitely be less tiles. It's more so how many less tiles. Also, I'm going to recount from 0 just because I forget if we were at 20 or 25. Just to be fair to it. So we get the exact amount. Or almost exact amount. Alright, let's go count it again. 1, 2, 3. Nope, don't do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, well, it's 20. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. Really? It's like the same distance. Why is it so bad? It's like 1 or 2 tiles better. This curvy road is so bad. Why did they make it so curvy? But yeah, it saves like 2 tiles at most. We still get to bank the value when we did it earlier. But it is definitely quicker because you can right-click deposit all, so that saves a lot of time too. You can't do that on a storage ref currently. But wow, that barely saves anything. Interesting. Alright, we'll go test it when we go do these hides, I guess. I'll go bank them. And then go test the other one and bank one and then start selling them. But yeah, it saves like 2 tiles at most. But you can right-click deposit all, which also saves time. You can't right-click deposit all in a storage rift. At least not yet. The keyword on the yet. You probably will be able to at some point, but you currently cannot. And even if you can, it might have more of a delay on it compared to a cabinet. Because cabinets have almost no delay. Whereas even if you just count the animation of doing the storage rift thing, I think it's like 3 times as much delay. Not even counting the interface open or anything. Unless they make deposit all really quick when you do it that way, but we'll find out. I feel like it'll be at least slightly slower though. Just to make up for the quality of life of the deposit all. It's still gonna take like a second or 2, rather than like near instant with the other things. Well, we won't know until they implement it. Also, KC must be loaded. He did 500 combat, 500 detective, and soon to be 500 merchant and 500 leatherworker. Every single one of those is a moneymaker. Like a direct, like, pure coin moneymaker. Especially if he's not banking any of the hides. And I think one of the main reasons why Chronopolis was so coin heavy, as well as having like a triple stack of gold farming over here, with the 490s and the leatherworker and then the 480s for the best AFK thing, is because of trading. Because this will be the main trading hub. So they figured they put a bunch of money related skilling methods all in one location. So if you ever need like money in a pinch, it's like, oh yeah, we can just do it in this chapter. And then we can go buy the item we want. Because that'd be kind of funny. You just go and do a merchant run, and then you finally have enough money to go afford the thing you need. And then you simply just walk out the door and just buy the item you need. Because you're already going to be right there anyways. But after this inventory, we'll finally go try a new route. Well, not really new route, but the route that you could do when you're grabbing hides from your storage. Oh, I just realized something. That actually doesn't save any tiles, does it? Because you have to waste tiles to go to this bank. Something the other path doesn't have to do. Well, I guess the other one still wastes tiles doing that too, but not as many. The biggest issue with this bank is that there's a barrel right there. So you have to waste even more tiles. We need like a barrel removal system. Because the fact that you can't get through there makes it waste like 8 tiles instead of 3. No, we're gonna go try it though. We've unlocked deer hide. Alright, so banking's pretty much instant, so that's good. And then we go grab our deer hide straight from here. Which makes it so we don't have to curve all the way back down. And then boom, deer hide. Yeah, there we go. And we still have like 300 something to go run in the deer hide category. Yeah, I'll start buying the rest from the shop during the stream because I'm just going to sell them. If I'm going to bank them, I will use the ones that we have stored though. But if we're selling, we're already on route to buy. But these are the ones we got from killing the 218 earlier. The saber-tooth tiger. So what's our next target? Sewer creature's too high. Mall chest too high. Our next target, I forgot, it's actually a bit beforehand. The next target's the wasp. I wonder if they ever patched out that wasp thing. Should we go test it? Because I think that was something in the patch notes. I'm gonna see if it works. I gotta go a little bit out of our way though. I do kind of want to go check. Because you were able to like hit through this fence earlier. Which basically made them like a spike ball. If that still works, that's really broken. Because then there's 2 immobile units in this area instead of 1. Every other chapter has 1 or 0. But this chapter actually has 2, the spike ball and the wasp. Because the fence has some weird properties that let you do it. Something in the patch notes kind of seemed like that was what they fixed, but I'm not sure. Because the way they worded it seemed weird. Because if it still works, it might be an intended mechanic. And that Chronopolis is just the easiest place ever to go farm for 500. But, in like every way. Not only does it have a mega good AFK method, but it has 2 completely stationary enemies that don't hit you back. That you can infinitely heal on. And I'll go see if they patched it or not. It might just be an intended mechanic. It seems pretty unintended though. Who knows? We'll find out. Something in the patch notes made it seem like it was patched though. And that's one thing in the patch notes I haven't actually checked yet. You know, it feels like we already went over everything, but that's the one thing I actually didn't check. So we'll go check it after this inventory. Oh, so we're gonna be hit our, we gotta be careful. We actually can't do money making anymore after today. Unless I get merchant to like 222. I just realized up there. After we get all of our money that we need today. Yeah, we kind of hit a weird wall. Because I can't keep training it. Otherwise, we won't be getting max rate. We could still keep doing deer hide, but you know, it'd be worthwhile to upgrade to the other one. But to be able to upgrade to the other one, we need 222 merchant. Well, time to do more merchant. Because I'm basically locked up to 196 leatherworker. Though getting that next tier does let us go all the way to 210, which is pretty nice. Because of course that's post 200, so that'll last a while when we do hit it. But this one section lasts really little. There's only 6 levels. The last section lasted almost like 10. Yeah, it went from 181 to 190. It lasted for 9 level. This only lasts for 6. That's pretty bad. There's not much cash we can get out of that. But look, we picked these up off the ground for a 1.5 value, and they turned into 9.5. Was that worth it compared to just buying it from the shop? Probably not, but I still banked them all. Alright, let me go test the one thing already. I think the last thing for the patch notes I believe we haven't done. Oh, we could fight a pirate. Oh, you're ordering Chinese food? You were getting hungry? Nice. Yeah, I'm getting a little hungry as well. I'm also still really tired from New Year's. I'm almost considering once we have the money just to call it and just do the bones later. Because I still haven't properly caught up from sleep on New Year's. I tried to on day 1, but it wasn't quite enough. Still feeling it today. So after we get our money for our tool, I might just end it there then. Should be like an hour earlier or so. Still gonna be going for about another hour to get the money we need though. Maybe an hour and a half. But just to kind of catch up on sleep still from New Year's Eve. Oh, where am I going? Well, while I'm here, I might as well just store this. And sell the rest. What am I gonna eat after stream? I'm not sure. I need to go grocery shopping on Monday as well. When I go do the banking. Alright, let's see. Does the fence work? Moment of truth. Did they patch the fence? No? Really? They didn't patch the fence. What was that part of the patch notes then? They haven't patched the fence. There's 2 spike balls in chapter 4. Interesting. Anyways. Yeah, they haven't patched it. I don't mind if they don't. I thought they would have though. Oh no, is it intended? Do they not know? Because I'm pretty sure they know. I almost want to focus on combat to go utilize that some. Because honestly, I don't know. Are they going to keep it like that or not? Because that's the next enemy we need to kill. I can't really do it now without like chugging heal pots though. But by like level 250, if we are using them like a spike ball, they're going to be easily doable at 250. Whereas otherwise, we'd have to wait till like 260, 265, 270 to really take them on properly. But we could take them on at 250 if they're basically just a spike ball, but a different model. Is leather queueable? No, unfortunately. I wish. We're messing with like every possible queueable thing earlier. This is one of the things that didn't make it. Same as carpentry. Pretty much any processing skill. The only one that oddly made it is technically alchemy. In the sense that you can queue the minigame for it. But you can't queue the other stuff for it. The other thing that's technically production that you could do it on is smithing, bone right, and smithing. You could do it when you're like dunking the bones or smithing the bars. It works best for smithing because you can queue up all 3. Whereas the other one you have to queue up 2, then 2 again. For 3 total clicks. But smithing can do it all at once. At the beginning because it uses 3 different objects. But yeah, it is used for some things that aren't just gathering skills, but it's very limited. The only non-gathering skills to use it is Alchemy's minigame and Bonewright, Blacksmith, and Stonemason for making their product. Or, you know, making the main material into the usable material. But it doesn't work at all for anything in carpentry, cooking, or leatherworker, unfortunately. The only reason we're doing leatherwork right now is they need the money. How much money we're trying to get again? I need 2 levels. Because it's probably going to be our main end goal. Because I need whatever these 2 added together are. Which is 3. 3.4? Math. 3.3. Or just technically 3.4 because I need some spear. And how much do you make for tier per hour? I mean, it should take us a little over an hour then. Let's see. Leatherworker. It should take us a little over an hour. We need about 2 more gold or so. And this makes about 1.8 gold an hour. Technically, if you count for the fact that we're saving 2.5 every single time. Ooh. Yeah, we're saving 2.5 every time from the hides we bought. How much is that per hour? It says we can make, what, 205 an hour? Which means I can actually make over 2 gold an hour. Ooh, if we do just the hides that we have in our bank, we can actually make enough within an hour. I'll still buy it from the shop, though. I only want to do the other ones if I'm banking them. Just because the bank route's a little bit better for them. Though then again, with how much XP we're getting, if we want to go use all those before level 300, we might actually need, or before 196, I might actually need to go use the banked ones. I think we can get away with selling and just doing the other ones separately later. It's only 300. If we have to do a little bit excess, it's not that big a deal. Also, if we truly had to do the 190 all the way to 200, it also wouldn't be that big a deal. Just so they have 200 done. Honestly, that's probably what we're going to ultimately do. Because I'm not getting 222 merchant within the next, like, week. We're going to get it sometime soon, but not that soon. So I might just do 196 all the way to 200. It's not too big a deal. Post 200, I would definitely want to go to the 196, though. That'll also make it so we have 200 leatherworker out the way, so we don't need to worry about it for a while. You feel bad for Haverick and Coffee? What did they farm? Because I feel like the one that became the easiest as of today is woodcutting. And I think Nat was the first one to get 500 woodcutting. And Sap, I think, is going for 500 carpentry as the first person. They've been doing woodcutting into carpentry. Because it's too expensive to do only carpentry. Alright, let's go sell these. Oh, they were 500 forager and fishing. Oh no, fishing didn't get too much better today. Queueable action is actually somewhat slow for fishing. I was doing it earlier today and it's really chill, but In rooms where they're really separated, it slows you down more than it helps. Because sometimes your queue orders is really bad for where they're positioned. Because normally you queue them up based on where they currently are, not where they are when they're being caught. Yeah, I was doing it on Manta Ray into Foraging earlier. Where I was doing 6 Manta into 3 of the little Foraging rock that was in the same area. It worked pretty well, but they're really, really separated. There's some dead zones where you have to do Manta Ray instead of Eel and what's it called? Eel and Puffer. We're at that level range where it is actually better to do Manta Ray. But it's quite a bit worse with the Queueable thingy. Wait, who's saying stop? Is that for us or someone else? No. Anyways, what was I talking about? Oh, yeah. But, oh no, Forager and Fisher didn't really gain too much of a benefit today from queuable actions. Actually, Forager did gain a huge benefit, though. But it's not from queuable action. It's from how respawns work now. The double respawn thing that you can now do with respawning probably benefits Forager more than anything. Because it allows you to change your route for what you might have done for Forager in the past. There's a lot more routing you could do with the double respawn. Unless they're gonna patch out the double respawn. How do you queue? You go to your settings menu, under options. Go to open controls. And under there's an option to change it to whatever click you want. Otherwise, it's defaulted to shift click. Or shift left click, but you can do it to anything. You can even just do it to standard left click as well. Just so you don't have to hold down shift every time. But yeah, it's pretty useful. Woodcutting gains the biggest benefit, mining gains the second biggest. And then foraging, fishing, gather, like the third tied. The forager, no, I would say they're all tied. And then there's like a little bit of a benefit to alchemy, bone right, blacksmith, and stonemason. But the biggest thing is probably the respawn rate. The respawn rate is almost more of a buff than the queuable action. And that helps woodcutting a lot because they're already really quick respawning. And it helps foraging a lot because how the double respawn back thing goes. Same as gather to some degree, but I feel like forager works better for it. Because basically any room that you take a resource from, the entire room's respawn timer is based on your first object you take, not on the, like not on the last one. Because before it was based on the last one, but now it's based on the first one. So there's a lot of weird things you can do in foraging routing now. Where you basically double take or even triple take a spawn. Because you just keep cycling it off of taking one. Has a lot of weird implications. Not sure if it's going to be core mechanic or if they're going to change how that works or not. We'll find out in about a week or two if they nerf it or not. But otherwise, foraging routing is going to get so much more confusing. Because you got to keep track of like 3 different timers in 3 different rooms. Because you're setting up a timer every time you take a node now. But every single node of that type is now in that room is now based on that timer. And it mostly helps really large rooms that has a lot of different nodes that you would cycle through. Oh yeah, queuable action on Eel and Puffer is pretty bad. It doesn't actually help at all, other than make it slightly more AFK. The only ones it's really, really good for is woodcutting and mining. Because they have a lot of nodes in the same room. Biggest issue with fishing is sometimes it'll drag you to one that's way far away. Because you queued it while it was close, but then, you know, by the time it goes to it, it's far away. Which makes your pathing a lot worse, compared to just doing it manually. Woodcutting, the one that they showed in the video is actually probably the best too. Just brambles, not the exact location though. But doing brambles into the one Suave. Not the one they showed in the video, but specifically over here. It's closer to the storage rift and you don't have to jump up to go get the Suave. But it's probably the biggest beneficiary of anything. I don't think anything got more of a buff than woodcutting did. Because everything else is either neutral or worse. But still maybe worth it for how much more AFK it is. Like, I'll be doing iron ore tonight, which is 20% worse, but it's, like 10 times more AFK. So it kind of evens out. It's 20% worse than doing it manually, but it's 10 times more AFK than doing it manually. Which is a pretty good trade-off. 10 times more AFK for 20% less XP and iron ore. I'll take that trade-off. Do I know what I mean? Wait, what? Not sure what they mean. Oh, I just realized I did the wrong hide. Wait, I like double did the wrong hide. Wait, how on earth am I doing cow right now? Whoops. I meant to buy deer. I noticed that till just now. This is like, wait, I'm going in the wrong order. I never need to do the stretching rack. And then I look at the thing. It's like, wait, that's the wrong one. Luckily the profits on is still nice. But that's not the right one. Let me make sure I actually buy deer this time. And not accidentally buy cow. There it is. Alright, there goes Kush. On his merchant run, he's buying that 12 globe into 12 wine. I assume based on his pathing. Could be anything. But it looks like a buy run right there. He's off to pick up his wine. Sometimes you're just like, no, 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 no. He's trying to make sense of this. What even is this conversation? He's going hard. So I wish you could check your knowledge screen without stalling. That's a big issue with just opening this menu in general. It's one of the few big issues knowledge has. You have to do an extra stall every time you want to open this. If you just want to check it to look up something. Oh gosh. I'm definitely gonna need a call it once we get the money from these. Boy. I'm actually surprised I'm still so tired from New Year's night. That's why I slept in that one day. Thought it'd be enough, apparently not. I'm like so tired right now. It's one of the reasons I'm even doing leather work right now. Because we also could be doing merchant, but my brain would not be able to do that right now. It's already like half gone. It's a good wind down thing just at the end of stream in general though. Good old leather worker. Just a really chill activity. Yeah, we're still a little bit short on money though. We need like 3.4. We can get there in like half an hour or so. Should be good to go. As long as I remember to always buy deer hide. And not accidentally buy cow hide. Alright, slowly but surely we shall unlock every single passive. Even if we don't need them ever. And one thing we're going to do some stream, once we unlock all passives, it'll probably be for a Monday stream since it definitely won't take that long. It'll take probably a couple hours, but probably not like that long. But it'll be a perfect Monday stream topic thing to do. But I want to go through and check off every single thing we have never done. Like, for example, I never killed the AFK 25, or the AFK 30, or the AFK 36, and so on and so forth. And if there's an active one we haven't done, like I haven't killed the... actually, I probably can't even kill that. It's a level 66 thief. But, you know, try to clear out every single one that we can within our ranges. And with the only ones being outside our combat range, I guess. So combat would be the one exception that isn't fully filled out. But like something like smithing, for example. Look at how many things we have never crafted. This is something we do need to go get... carpentry grind done beforehand though, so I guess it's still like a month or two away. Now that I think about it, because I do need all those carpentry components, so I guess I could just pre-buy some. If we're just doing a one time of each, I don't really need a ton of them, so yeah, we could just pre-buy them. We don't need woodcutting carpentry done to go do that. It would cost us a little bit extra, but it's not that bad. As long as we have an extra gold piece, we'll easily be able to do them all, because I'll need them for the AFK activities as well, for anything we don't have the material for all of them. Oh no! That means that one material I did that one time. I should have done it for the one-time bonus. I never did do it. Now I'm going to have to rebuy it and resell it again. Yeah, we're going to lose a lot of money on that day. I think we're going to spend 1 gold just to go do it. But I want to go unlock every single card for every single ability, AFK and otherwise. Literally every single one of them. And get a one-time craft and just fill it out for every single skill. I feel like that would make for a single stream on a Monday. That would take anywhere from about 2 hours to 5 hours, depending on how convoluted it gets. But I feel like that's like a 3-ish hour. 2 to 3. Depends how high we are in every level and how much we're missing at the time. A lot of them will just be cycling all the AFKs. The only ones that are really missing a lot are Bone Right, by like 1 billion of them. But the ones missing the most are going to be Bone Right, Smithing, and of course Stonemason. But aside from those, everything else should be mostly filled out. Like most other skills will have every single node taken. Right, let's go look at mining. There shouldn't be a single thing other than AFKs missing. Like every single one just AFK, AFK, AFK. Not a single actual active method was skipped. But then there's other ones where it's like every single one was skipped. Just because there's so few that are actually required for training this skill. Though a couple of them are impossible, like Merchant can't be done until Chapter 5. Because things like glossy tiles you can't end up doing, and any of the builder supplies that you can end up getting from a detective thing. Or not detective, but you know, from a venture. You can't end up doing on them yet. So there are some that are quite literally impossible to get checked off. Yeah, it'll be a fun goal for one day. No time soon, though. In about a month from now, we're definitely going to do that for an entire stream. Just fill out, like, every last node we can. Hey, how's the poll doing? So, we got 68 votes, which is kind of funny because the first place is winning at 68%, which caught my attention, which is why I'm going over it right now. But how much do you plan to use the new Queueable action feature in Brighter Shores? At 68%, it is, we'll use it a lot. At 21%, it is, we'll use it occasionally. And at 12%, won't use it much, if at all. Which, I think I'm in the in-between. I don't know. It depends what we consider as a lot. There's a lot of times I will fully disable it because it's better to manual move. But there's also a lot where I'll be using it every single time, like woodcutting. Like, I don't think we're ever doing woodcutting again unless we're doing woodcutting while doing gathering, where I wouldn't be using it. Oh no, I guess there's some trees that you still need a perfect tile on, so I don't know, we'll see. Because the Bramble Suave isn't the only method. Well, I got buffed through the roof. It's not the only method. And even in mining, even though all the ores are really good for using it, there's every single stone is not optimal to do with Q. Also, I don't even think you can Q blast mining. That's something I didn't test. You know what? There's one other thing I didn't test. How on earth does Queueable actions work on blast mining? I don't feel like it'll even work on blast mining. I kind of want to go check now. Wait. Because how on earth is that going to work with blast mining? Oh yeah, if you ever cancel it, that means you walked on the ground. One solution to that is make it so you don't have anything bound to move on your left click. And that way it will never cancel it. Yeah, that happens a lot if you're using on fishing. The solution is to unbind your move from left click. Yeah, I want to go do blast mining. Or not to do it. I'll do one inventory, regardless if it works or not. But yeah, how is that going to work? Does he, like, pre-move to the next rock after he does the explosive? I'm gonna go try it. I got a bunch I need to go run anyway soon. Because blast mining is okay EXP at this level range. It's better than Carbonies. But, yeah, I do want to run the rest of it before I hit 231 mining. And I have quite a bit of a bank still. I think I still have a few hundred. Yeah, we're only gonna run one inventory. I just want to see how it works with Queueable action. Assuming it works at all. Let me go change my setting because I think I disabled it earlier. Alright, let me go sell this real quick and then we'll go do it because I need a full inventory. Alright, let me go test the blast mining. That's something we haven't actually tried yet. Oh, there's PM Twisty. Nice, nice. Looks he's on the merchant grind. Or Leatherworker grind. One or the other. Alright, there we go. Anyways, where are we going? Let me go do Mine Deep. Alright, so Queueable actions are on. They're definitely on. I got about 200 of them, it looks like. I do want to use them all before we get 231, because then we get the good material. Because then we get tier 5 explosive. There's only tier 4. Even though the rock itself is post 200, it's actually still only tier 4. Well, it's because Deathstone goes all the way to max. Let's see how bad this is. I could only imagine. Okay, you can queue it. He doesn't move, though. Yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah, Queueable action does not work on blast mining. Interesting. I didn't think it would. But that confirms it. Yeah, it doesn't know to move afterwards. Yeah, let me put the third-party volume back on. This is one of the weird things that actually use the third-party volume slider. There we go. Because it gives you an extra audio cue for when it goes. But I'm only going to do one inventory. I was just mostly testing to see if Queueable action would work. But the verdict is no. Queueable action does not work on blast mining. If you stand in the blast, will it work then? Even if it does, you know how inefficient that would be? I don't know, should we test it for science? Fine, we'll test it for science. There's no way this works, though. Though if it does, it would be really funny. Oh wait, I can't even queue it, though. My rock hasn't respawned yet. Wait, these don't even respawn correctly. Wait, these are still using the old respawn system. I think they just forgot to code Deathstone. These aren't even using the new respawn system. It's using the old respawn system. I didn't notice that till just now when we were waiting for the rock. These things haven't even been affected by the update at all in any way. Not only do Queueable actions not work on them, but they don't even respawn at the same time. All three of them should be respawned right now. I'm gonna go test it. I'm waiting for the other rock to spawn. Alright, let's see. If we stand here and do nothing, you cannot do this while using explosives. That's weird. Yeah, you can't queue it. The only reason he's gonna move there now is because I did it that way. But yeah, it doesn't work. Even if you let yourself get exploded, he won't move there. Because you can't queue up the action while you're doing an explosive. Because you can't try it. This is why. Notice how it says you can't do it while explosive. That's what happens when you try to queue it. But yeah, basically the entire update doesn't work on Deathstone at all in any way. You can't... Not only can you not queue an action, but they also forgot to set their respawns correctly. They still respawn under the old system. They don't use the new system to respawn. That's by design. But they're the only resource I've seen this entire stream that uses the old system rather than the new system. So I assume they just forgot about it. Or something, I'm not sure. But they're using the old system of respawning. It's the only node I've seen that's been like that so far. Unless that's deliberate. I feel like that's accidental, though. And Queueable actions don't work on them at all. So today's entire update completely unaffects this. Yeah, once you get rid of the movement thing, you can't accidentally misclick while doing fishing. Yeah, I had that issue before when I was doing fishing too. But simply just disabling your left click move fixes it pretty well. Anyways, back to leather. So final verdict is Deathstone not only doesn't use queueable action, but it doesn't even use the new respawn system. So they kind of just ignored the entire update. Anyways, back to hides. But that's weird. Well, we learned something from that. Yeah, that's really strange. I assume they just forgot about it. Oh no, does anyone know of any other node in the entire game other than the Deathstone that doesn't respawn based on the new system? That's the only one I can think of. At least from what I've tried today. That's either a bit of an oversight or very deliberate. And it's hard to tell which. Like with many things with this game. Unless they just announce it or don't patch it for a while. It's hard to tell which one it actually is. You hope for old school AFK skilling like old school RuneScape? Oh no, they added quite a bit of AFK skilling today. We were timing quite a few of them, and some of them are pretty long. Like you can AFK for 55 minutes at a time now. I mean 55 seconds, I mean. Not 55 minutes. But woodcutting I think was like 45 seconds or 35, whatever it was. I think it was 45. Like woodcutting was about 45 seconds or so. Mining was about 55 seconds. With what? Literally any 8 ore. The main ones are iron, which is the best one because it's right next to a bank. Platinum, or the Durillion, whatever that green one is called. All 3 of them are in a room with 8 of them. It's 20% less efficient because you're getting 20% less and everything. But you can just click all 8 of them and wait. And it takes about 55 seconds between cycle. Technically a whole minute. But if you're counting all the time it takes to go click them, it's about 55 seconds. If you count the 5 seconds to go click them all. Queue banking though, but iron ore is like right next to a bank. You can one-click a bank. Like iron ore is very free. Because here is where you're mining. Then you one-click over here, and then bank. And then go back. So you do still have to bank every 3 minutes, but the bank is like right there. It's not like Leatherworker where it's really AFK'd first and then you have to go like a mile to bank. This is a very, very close bank. Like the bank is like right there. And you mine the ore like right there. But no, you can't currently queue movement. I was hoping that was something they would include, but unless I'm missing a mechanic somewhere, you can't queue a movement. Are you getting less XP using the queuing while fishing? Probably yes. Fishing is probably best to do manually, unless you just really want the AFK factor of it. Almost every skill is better to do manually. Actually, I think literally every skill is. The only ones where it can technically save you time is Bramble Suave, if you were to not do tick perfectly, because it basically allows you to tick perfectly while doing an AFK. And oddly enough, smithing, Bonewright, and Stonemason. The main reason why it helps with these is it makes it so you always put 6. I know I would occasionally accidentally do 5. And anytime you ever did that or have any delay between switching between them, you would actually get less XP than how it is now. So the main ones that actually got an XP buff, mostly because the efficiency of it, is woodcutting, Bonewright, blacksmith, and stonemason. But every other method is technically slower. Fishing gets way slower. Foraging and gathering, you don't go to the correct tile, so it's slightly slower. Woodcutting can be slower, but if you're doing Suave Bramble, or Bramble Suave, it's not any slower. It's actually generally possibly quicker, because you do it like tick perfectly while AFKing it. But only that method. So there are some woodcutting methods that actually is slower queuing it up. But yeah, woodcutting, bramble suave, and then the 3 production skills when making their, you know, processing the material into the usable material. All 4 of those are technically better XP now. But most other methods are worse. Like, fishing is way worse with it, but it's more AFK. Foraging and outgather, you won't go to the correct tile, but it's more AFK. And same as any other woodcutting method. Almost every woodcutting method will lose you tiles. Bramble Suave is like the only exception. Or it can actually save you time rather than lose you time. It's because if you ever stall from going from one to the other, it won't stall when you're doing the queue action. So there are some times where it'll actually go quicker rather than slower, compared to manually doing it. But in every other case, it'll be slower. But you're paying for the extra, like, AFK-ness of it. Like, even if you use it for mining, you know, doing it on 8 is going to be worse than doing 10. But gosh, is it so much more AFK. It's the difference between, like, 5 seconds and 55 seconds. Like, you get a whole extra 50 seconds to do whatever. It's costing you 20% XP in ore per hour, but it's still really good for how much more AFK it is. It's not even that much of a penalty. How are we doing on money? We need like 3.4 gold to go do what I wanted to go do. Which is finally finish maxing our axe. I did it partially when we were doing the bramble thing earlier. But I want to finish it since we're so close. I can't just leave it at 23, that'll drive me crazy. I already know what happened when we kept the spear at 24 earlier. And it bothered me like the whole stream until we got the money for it. Luckily, oddly enough, I think the fishing money actually gave us the last of money we needed for it. Because we were doing like eel pufferfish at the time. So oddly enough, eel pufferfish eventually paid for it. Not all of it, but you know, the rest of what we needed. Yeah, we'll catch you real quick, why not? Already in the area. Stop, thief. Oh, a double? Oh, no double. Queue the co-op COD, it doesn't move? Wait, what do you mean by that? Can you even queue co-op? I thought you couldn't queue a co-op. I thought it would just default to the solo. Because I was queuing U-trees earlier and was queuing solo. Not the co-op. Oh, you mean that they're stationary? Oh, I see what you mean. Oh yeah, you mean as like a way to queue up fishing. Without having to worry about the movement. I see what you mean. Is that good XP to even do solo though? Especially with an unupgraded net. But even with an upgraded net, is that even worth it? It would be more AFK if nothing else, because they're all stationary and everything. I mean, not more AFK, but more consistent for XP. Since you don't have to worry about movement. It's for cod and chips. I was just gonna buy it from the shop. Oh no, we're getting dangerously close to the end of the line. I might just do deer hide all the way to 200 though. Because the 196 cutoff is just too close. And we're nowhere near 222 merchant. 222 merchant's gonna be in like 2 weeks from now, if even that. Like it could be longer. Hey, a level a day, we'll get there. But I'm probably doing 200 leather worker without it. It's not that big a deal doing 4 levels. If it was like a huge amount, I wouldn't. But 4 levels is like nothing. That's why we only need 3 more inventories, it looks like, after this one. We should already be good to go. I keep forgetting how quickly this thing makes money. I'm gonna miss it once it's 200. Because then we're definitely locked out of it until merchants hire. I just really don't have much of a need to get it above 200 quite yet. I definitely plan to before Chapter 5 comes out with Armor Maker. But other than money, you don't really need to get it up. It's purely a money-making skill in that regard. It's a really good money-making skill. But all it really does is make money. Only. But you know, once trading comes out, that kind of fixes that forever. Because then everything makes money. Even things that don't make money make money. You can also make money without even making money. It's gonna feel really weird when this chamber is crowded. I don't think I ever see anyone just standing around here naturally. Yet eventually there'll be like 1 billion people trading there. But I wonder how much people actually will be trading at first. I feel like the first few days will be pretty crowded, but I don't know, I'm not sure how much crowded it would really be after that. Like, you'll definitely see use, obviously. But I mean then in the sense of, I don't know, how much of the player base is really going to be mass trading constantly? Because unless there's a way to auto set it up. Like, how many people are going to stand around EXP wasting? And how many people are going to check the people who are EXP wasting? To go see if they want to buy something? Is anyone who's still playing at this point is so efficiency minded for the most part? Not like everyone, but you know, everyone who'd be like super endgame. Are generally kind of in that area. It just seems so inefficient to be standing around doing nothing for like half an hour to an hour just standing there. Because I'm not sure how much it will really get used. I probably would if I have a big stack that I need to get rid of something that I just really need the money for. Like the main thing I know what I would use it for. Let's say we do a lot more mining in the near future. I'm going to sell off all of my andesite. Either to buy ore or just for money. Because I don't plan to go 200 plus stonemason anytime soon. So the money I would get... because I'm still going to be banking these when I do them. But the money I would get from selling them to, you know, a hammer mage who's like trying to do the stonemason push. Who's at that level range. Like 250, 260, whatever they could use this at. 240. Whatever the level range is. But selling it to someone like that who's trying to do post 200 stonemason is going to be way better value than it just rotting in our bank. So stuff like that I would definitely sell and actually spend like half an hour trying to sell. If we got like 2,000, 3,000, however many of them, 5,000, 10,000, whatever the number is. Either try to trade them for ore or either try to trade them just for pure money. Another level coming in. Still getting close to that 2,500. Especially if you keep focusing on skills that are, you know, below level 200, which actually did a lot today. Because we were doing a lot of this messing around with queueable action. And other than mining, pretty much all of them were pre-200. Like Fisher, Forager, Gatherer, Woodcutting. Those are all pre-200 skills that we were actually able to get up today a little bit. For once, I almost never trained directly. It's because there's a lot less need to get them. Yeah, the hitboxes on the fish are kind of annoying. I always have to use the sense spell just to go figure out where they are, so I can see where the hitbox is. They probably have some of the most annoying hitboxes in the game. Not just because they blend in the water, but also just their hitbox kind of seems weird because they're always like swerving around. Also doesn't help that they're a moving target. Whereas most other resources in the game are completely stationary. Hey, Gino's here. How's Gino been going on his grind? It's always funny because even if I don't have people added, you see so many of the same names. It basically feels like if all of RuneScape was on like one server. Like how much you would keep seeing the same people. I actually like it. Because that's one nice advantage of the current player base number. Is it basically just one single RuneScape server at this point. With like everyone just grouped together. Obviously there's different servers still that's dividing between. But whenever you go into, you know, like a same room type, you're generally going to be seeing the same people if they're there a lot. These will eventually get servered with them. Like Casey, who literally lives in this area. The Brighter Shores private server, I know, right? Oh, no wonder why his level's so high. He's going for 200 all. Though he's doing post 200 leatherworker right now, which is kind of interesting. That also means he's doing deer hide like I am right now. But he's doing it post 200. I was going to do it only to 200, but he actually keeps going with it. I guess he needs money for something. He's at 200 leatherworker, still doing leatherworker off of 190s. Oh, wait, no, he's not doing a 190 right now, though. Otherwise, he'd be doing what I'm doing. Wait, what is he doing right now, then? Maybe he got some 196 from combat? No. Maybe. I'm not sure. Oh, you need cash? Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's why I said earlier, you probably need cash. What hide are you doing, though? Because isn't deer the highest you can run? Or did he get it from, like, a kill or something? Because there might have been an enemy you killed that I didn't kill. They gave, like, a better hide there. Deer is 190? But you're at 205 and 200. Wait, you're doing deer? Well, I'm confused. And why is your guy doing a different thing? I'm so confused. Doesn't all deer go to the same 3 location? Oh, wait, never mind. I see. Wait. You're doing it on the other side of the room. Wait. Wait. I'm sure why that threw me off so much. Yeah, you're doing deer. I forgot. You're doing it on the other side. I was like, wait, he's not doing it on the same 3 as me. Yeah, you are. You're just doing it on the other side. Never mind. I see what's happening here. Because I saw you on the other side, and it's like, wait, you're not doing the same 3. How are you doing it? But it's like, oh yeah, there's a whole other set on the other side of the room, isn't there? The room's kind of mirrored. Oh, that's funny. Whoops. Yeah, you can tell I'm tired. This is why we're stopping once we go get our gold. I'm doing like one more inventory after this, and I'm probably calling it for the night. I still need to catch up on sleep from New Year's Eve. And that's pretty good proof of it. I forgot this room is perfectly reflected with the same set on both sides. Which is something pretty obvious, but you know. That will happen. But yeah, one inventory after this one, I think I'm calling it then. Though I do gotta go head to the smithing AFK though. Or, you know, the passive. We gotta go get that 220, so we're gonna go run all the carbonies we mined today. I think we got like 540 carbonies. Or 480. I think we got like 480 carbonies. Because I think we banked 4 sets of 120. And I can't run it today because I don't have 220 smithing. But I can tomorrow. I'm not sure what our goal is for tomorrow. There's a lot of goals we need to get done. I just never know what I want to go focus on at this point. I kind of want to do the mining push. Just so we can get to 231 venture. It would also allow us to do queueable action to some degree. I'm not sure. We'll see. That's just a lot of mining. It's like a whole day of nothing but mining if we do the mining push, though. I'm tempted to, though. Because Gatherer, I want to wait till we get a better tool. Woodcutting, I want to wait till we get a better tool. Carpentry needs to wait until we do woodcutting. Bonewright, I need bones from Gatherer, as well as knowledge. So, yeah, it's pretty much mining. Mining and processing. Unless we want to go do the 200 leatherworker push. Maybe that's what we do tomorrow. We push 200 leatherworker. 200 leatherworker and poke at mining. And get a merchant level. And maybe throw some knowledge into Bonewright while we're doing mining. Because that's where all of our knowledge is going to go while we do the mining activity. But while we do merchant, we'll just put it into the passives. Yeah, that'll be the game plan then. It'll be a mining, mostly a mining focus into the other thing then. And start getting everything processed that we have there. Make 200 leatherworker. Which I guess is the main thing then. 200 leatherworker. I don't think we can push all the way to 231 if I do a mix though. I don't know, we'll see. We don't have to get all the way there. I just need to get closer to where we are right now. And the main reason I want that is so we get the better blast mine material. Yeah, we will technically have enough gold after doing this inventory, but I do want to do one more set after this, just so we have secured enough. And then we'll go end it by actually upgrading our axe. Because obviously, if we're going to earn all this gold for it, might as well go upgrade it immediately. I'll be able to after this inventory, or you know, the inventory after this one. So close yet so far. Also, I'm going to stall my knowledge for later. Because I'm going to do a little bit of later tonight AFK mining. And I want to do that into knowledge and Bonewright when I do the 888 iron. Though most of the true AFK is going to be on smithing, of course. You know, the actual passive. But any active AFK I do tonight, I'm probably going to try the 888 iron method. I want to do something queueable, and that seems like the best one to do. Because I really don't want to do the woodcutting one quite yet. Yeah, this is something we're probably going to push for tomorrow. I don't think we're going to reach it tomorrow. Because I want to have an assortment of goals. But 231 mining. So I can get our first 200, our first post 200 venture started. And our second one will probably be the 287 detective. Which just pays you pure cash. We're quite a bit away from that one though. But the mining one, we're within one stream if we grind hard enough. Not sure if tomorrow will be that one stream. We're definitely going to push towards it. But 200 leatherwork will be the first priority, though. Not necessarily immediately, but you know. Like, of the two, we are definitely prioritizing 200 leatherwork over 231 mining. Even though 231 mining is nice, but, you know, having it a day later isn't that big a deal. It gives us a whole another day to do the 888 iron AFK. Alright, final inventory. I'm gonna go buy our axe upgrade that we almost finished upgrading earlier, but we didn't quite have enough. You know what, I'll go catch this guy, why not? He's gonna pay me only like 1 silver though. Hey, 2 silver. And knowledge. Save for later. Gonna use that on bone right later. Oh, so if anyone still has any other questions or anyone want me to go over, do let me know. Queueable action related or otherwise. Oh, so after a few more votes in, the poll is still at the same place as well. At 72 votes, how much do you plan to use the new Queueable action feature in Brighter Shores? 68% still is that we'll use it a lot, so about 2/3. 21% will use it occasionally, and 11% won't use it much at all, if at all. I feel like I will use it a decent amount. I'm definitely in like the in-between of the first two. It really depends what the activity comes to, because if we can more efficiently do a pre-walk to something, I'm not going to use it. But, you know, if it's, if we're just trying to AFK, then obviously we're using it. It makes everything so much more AFK. It's not the most ideal way to do it, but, you know, based on what we currently have within the game, it works. And most of the EXP rates that you have to cut in order to do it more AFK is pretty small. To do woodcutting AFK, you either sacrifice nothing, or if you're doing anything other than Suave into the Bramble Suave, if you're doing anything other than the Bramble, it only wastes you like a second or two every cycle from inefficient pathing. Like, it's not that bad at all. Like, maybe 1 second is wasted. Yeah, you get to do like an infinite loop AFK kind of thing. So it kind of works out really, really well for that. Even the woodcutting methods where it's not perfect, it still is like nearly perfect. So that probably gains the biggest amount of benefit. Mining the second most, you only sacrifice 20% extra resources in XP per hour in order to gain like 11 times more AFK per hour. Definitely a solid 10 times more AFK. And the only ones I don't feel like I would use on much is Fisher, Forager, and Gatherer. They all just seem better to do manually. And you can technically do it to assist Bonewright, Smithing, and Stonemason, but they don't really become AFK. They just become more chill. And it makes it so you can't misclick. But they don't really become more AFK like how woodcutting and mining does. Where you can basically AFK train them now. Not fully, but you know. Like woodcutting's about 45-second AFK and mining's like 55-second AFK. Yeah, the new respawn times work really well for a lot of resources. Particularly woodcutting. Due to it already having a naturally higher spawn rate. Some of them are still awful though. Like doing stone is still way too long of a respawn time. Because the respawn time wasn't changed. It was just how they spawn is changed based on the respawn time. Because now instead of your respawn time basically being based on your last ore you take, it is now based on the first ore you take. And then all of them are set to the same timer as that ore. Or, you know, whatever the first material you take of that one type. I am curious to see what kind of meta forms around that, though. Particularly for foraging. Because that update actually helps forager more than Queueable action does. You'll gain a far bigger benefit specifically from the new respawn than you will from the passive. Or, you know, from being able to queue them up. It's probably the main thing in the game that actually got more of a benefit from how the respawn works rather than the other thing. Technically, a few things also gain a benefit from it. There's a few ways you could do it in fishing if you're doing, like, wide fishing. And probably a few ways for Gatherer, similar to Forager. If you're trying to do, like, multiple resources at once rather than just camping one. The problem with Gatherer, though, is I feel like most Gatherer is set up to only camp one. Whereas Forager is set up in a way where you can camp, you know, you can do, like, wide farming. Which is a lot more relevant for it. It's going to be a real headache to try to min-max later down the line, though. If that doesn't get nerfed. Because I feel like it is intended. It just makes Forager even more complicated to route now. Because now you basically set a respawn timer every single room they end up doing it in. Alright, let me go get the axe upgrade. Then I'm probably going to be calling it a little bit early tonight just because I need to catch up on sleep again. Still not fully recovered from New Year's Eve. But let me go get to the axe upgrade, which is this thing we said we'd finish on. Watch me not have enough money. I think I calculated it out correctly. We're about to find out when I don't have enough money to upgrade this axe. It was like 1.4, then 1.6 gold or something, or 1.6 and 1.7, whatever it was. I think it was 1.6 and 1.7. So it should come out to like 3.4-ish. We have 3.6 right now. We should be fine. Let me go finish upgrading this axe, and then we're going to call it. Bring him to his AFK activity, which is smithing tonight. Oh yeah, let me go grab the AFK potion too. Oh, I'm not sure how long I'm going to be doing it for. Let me do 2 hours because I'll be back soon. But I still want some extra XP off of it, so let me grab like 2 of them. I don't want it to go the entire time though because I will be back to go do some like you know, active AFK mining using the new queue system. All right, I'll need that and then all the gold ore there. Okay, let me go upgrade our axe. Then we'll go end him on the little smithing activity. Alright, what am I going for? I'm going for axe. We should have enough money unless I did some really bad math earlier. We should have about like 200 something silver left. In case we ever want to go to the Bramble again. We got a max axe, or you know, as max as you should realistically go. Pretty much max. Nice, we can afford it. And yep, we'll have like 210 silver left. Like 212. Perfect. So if we ever need to buy hides or anything, we'll be good to go. Alright, there we go. 222 actually. Nice. Alright, anyways. Let's go to Deep Mine. And let's go get our smithing levels. Alright. And go grab some dinner. No, I should have stepped on him. 50% Luke. That's a funny name. Yep, no problem. How come you have so little gold? Because I keep spending it always, every single time. Anytime we get any amount of gold, it just gets spent like it just did. Like we had 3.8 gold and then boom, 200 silver. But yeah, that tends to keep happening. I keep reinvesting it immediately over and over and over again. Which is leading to a perpetual state of no gold. Oh, there's Nightman. But anyways, guys, thank you so much for stopping by. But yeah, tomorrow we'll go... Oh no, I'm running out of gold for these two. Speaking of gold, I'm not just running out of actual gold as far as currency. I'm running out of gold in the bank, which means I'll need to waste even more money. Because I need to get to 226 smithing before I can stop doing this material. And I still gotta waste like several... Probably a gold piece or two to actually get the rest of these. If not more. As far as how much money we lose on them. But anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful week. A wonderful upcoming weekend. Beyond that, and a wonderful 2025. But beyond that, yeah, we'll be back tomorrow, same time as always, around noon Eastern Standard Time, and hopefully we'll be rested enough that we can go a little bit deeper, but otherwise, yeah, we'll go for several hours. Yeah, we'll hopefully be able to go for like 10 or 11, but as I catch up on sleep from New Year's Eve, might go like a few hours shorter, just so we can get our sleep schedule a little bit back onto somewhat normal. But I hope you all have a wonderful time. Tomorrow's focus is probably going to be on 200 leather worker and whatever else we can throw in. Probably a little bit of mining with the new Queueable action thing and a few other things. Definitely want to mess with Queueable actions a little bit more. Might even try to mess around with like the respawn timers too for a couple things. Because we did that on accident a little bit today, and I kind of want to look into that a little bit further. And just kind of see what we can end up doing with it. The most of the skills I need to go train, I don't think we gain much of a benefit from it. Forager and fishing probably gain the two biggest benefits, particularly Forager. But I don't think a lot of other things will, like gather or won't. Woodcutting probably won't, stuff like that. But there's a lot of weird things you could do with like the timer respawn. As far as how you can now route like a Forager route kind of thing. So interesting to see and maybe mess around with a little bit. It's just at my current level range, there just isn't really a pathing I need to do. So we'll see. If we do, we'll just do it for science. Whereas the main focus is going to be mining and leatherworker probably. Anyways, guys. Hope you have a wonderful night, and I'll catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone, and thanks for watching, and Happy New Year.